Alright.
Boom. So, welcome everybody to this week's officially. Welcome to this week's Brick Talk. I'm Randy. That's Danhai on the other side of the screen, and this is ooh, and this is welcome Brick Talk, where you hear an echo on my side as we begin. As soon as I said that we're good
Yeah, I mean,
without that. Were you hearing the echo also?
and I'm hearing you cracking up. So it's
Oh
probably
boy,
the competing sounds.
yeah. Oh boy, hold on 1 second for me. So I feel like I'm starting this thing about 3 or 4 times at this point. All right, so welcome again to this week's Brick Talk. You guys should be hearing us on Twitter in the stream. You should be seeing us on YouTube and also on Twitter and also I think on a bunch of things. As a, this month, this funny enough, as going to this week actually just do Instagram also, and I did not, and I kind of half regret not doing it now. Well, I don't regret not doing it now because I'd have to be sorting it out with all of these things. Yeah, so I am happy that I'm not also trying to sort that and this out. If you're hearing us on YouTube, you should be hearing fine. On YouTube, people you can tell us if you're hearing us fine, and they're saying that they're hearing a lot of breeze. Maybe it's yours,
Yeah,
Danai?
that's a crackling on your from your voice. That's need to
Crackling.
ask if anybody heard that. Yeah, it's inconsistent. In and out ish.
I'm not sure.
Something sound like a fan.
No, I don't have a fan going at all. You have a fan going, Danai?
Yeah. Well, so no, that's it. That's
All
probably
right.
not yours. I'm not hearing the crackling anymore, right? Phil, can you hear the fan?
No, the fan gone now.
Yeah, I think the
Oh,
fan
my
gone.
fan. Yeah, no,
People
no,
are
no,
more
put
you
up
dead
there.
up than
No
I.
problem.
You have to go make a little bit of money and see if you can afford the AC.
The AC don't.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Or
Oh,
if
window them.
yeah, I don't know, can get a sponsor. CAC 2000. What's the man upon a fan now? What's him upon a fan, please? But us on a fan. I'd like a AC also. Actually, I'd like to replace a unit. Or maybe ATL. I mean, I'm not listed, but I mean, I'm sure we'll take the sponsorship anyway. Yeah, so again, welcome everybody to this week's Brick Talk. I'm Randy, that's Danai, and the image you're seeing on the screen also is our My Money JA data feed, which is the last thing that is looking weird, which was looking fine all day. It was looking very beautiful to me all day, right up until the end. I'm sure it'll be sorted out soon, but the data is correct. I see Gillian's asking which listed company
Which
has
company?
AC. Yeah, well, CSC 2000, which just put in a big loss, by the way. You see that, eh?
Yeah, bro, heavy. Heavy. Oh.
Heavy, heavy, heavy loss. Yeah. I was happy to see. I think the last set of results they put out before this
Mm-hmm.
one had them coming to profitability, but it looked like
Yeah,
it
oh, my money
wasn't.
looks up.
Yeah, I don't know why my manager is looking so great currently. The price information is, I believe, still correct, but I don't know what just happened. I'm pretty sure though we have a we have a pretty strong back end, so it will be sorted. I'm sure post haste, maybe in the next few minutes. Yeah, we're doing a lot of work in the meantime, so I think that's it. So by the time we reference it
All right.
again, and all the information in it is fine. I just don't know what's happening with the coloring for a moment, but that will be sorted. Anyway, not the point of it. We love it. My Money JA does give us great information, and we rely on it very heavily, and we will continue to rely on it. Speaking of relying on it, I have actually realized something that I mean, for a long
What
time, I was not using maybe the main market website, but I find that at this point I almost only open JTrader when I need to do a trade.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or I don't know.
Or
Sometimes I
confirm
think
something or check something like in my personal thing. Yeah, yeah. And then
yeah.
Yeah, in fact, yeah. only if I need to cross check it. That I was thinking about that, and I was actually surprised. I was actually surprised because this website has become very, 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 very needed, and I know a huge part of it is from that latest little that feature here, this live feature that has started to almost take over my life. I mean, you would know, and a lot of the girl grads would know that I always did the we always did we always had this little a file that I
Wait for the
use
queue.
yeah, a file that I use whenever I'm checking out a stock and checking out the queue and wanting to see what the trades are like and how much to buy and what's been happening for the day. And I've been really, really, really happy to be able to replicate that on my Money JA so that the users can get access to it now with the live data. And yeah, I think we're doing a data update in the background and the timing just hit us badly because I see this kind of slow running and I'm definitely not used to this. I know that there's some data wrangling happening in the background. But yeah, this feature, extremely useful, especially on days like today when you have SVL running. I'm sure on Monday when those media companies start going, it'll be very, very good for the people who have been paying a whole heap of attention to like iCreate and how it's been flying. Flying. It has. I'm sure it's also a big, big, big deal. Yeah, it's a very, 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 very useful feature. And it also helps people to avoid things like the circuit breaker or knowing how much you can trade for the day or when you can't trade or how much it will cost to buy and sell units. Yeah, amazing thing. So that's my delaying ad for the day. Still love my Money JA, and I'm sure it will be looking as I expect it to look in a little while. Regardless, we're still here and we're still going. So we are ready to take any questions, any conversation that you guys might have. And if you want to join the conversation, join us on Twitter and send a speaking request and we'll get going. I'm sure that you guys know it already, but I also will say that while Danhai is a licensed investment advisor, nothing that's said throughout this conversation should be taken as investment advice. And I am not a licensed investment advisor, and I certainly am not telling you what to buy or sell. Book a session with Danhai if you want a proper bit of advisory. And if you want to learn how to do it yourself, a nice compliment to getting told by the best is to learning how to join the best. And that's growevermickle.com/GRWR. You have between now and midnight to sign up for the next grow, which starts at 10:30 tomorrow morning. And I'm not leaving it open for much longer. So like I say, you have until Brick Talk done. Because after Brick Talk finishes, I'll switch it off. At least for the session tomorrow. There's a next session next week. And one of the beautiful things about that is that you also get a discount to a session with Danhai. And I will say this because I've been waffling on what to do here, but I will say this. So I have a few I have a few sessions booked with Danhai for May, and they're pre-booked, and they're not a lot. I think I booked like 5 of them for May, and I will be giving them away during grow. So maybe I'll give away 2 in the grow tomorrow and 2 in the split grow next week. That's not to say that I'm giving them away for free. You still have to pay the price that you pay. However, you'll be able to sit with Danhai within a few weeks versus waiting until what's the next set of dates you have open, Danhai?
June open right now. Not much space for new clients. I think one slot open for new clients. Let me check.
Wow.
So then
June.
after that, yeah, there's literally one slot for new
Wow.
clients in June.
Wow. In fact, turn that slot off, Danhai. I'll buy it now too.
All right, no problem.
Slot also. So there are no more slots. So if you come to grow
if
tomorrow,
I don't see a notification, I'll swing in my phone same time and beat you.
Yeah, let's see if they can move faster that you can turn it off. But yeah, if you come to grow tomorrow, you get a chance to get one of the to pay for one of the May slots, and after that there's also the June slots. And yeah, there we go. I just saw the notification on my side from it, and so I know that.
All right.
Yeah, you got it in fine. So there's that. You get to do it. You get a discount also by doing grow to go to Danhai, or if you don't want a discount and him have slots open, you can go to dhalladvisory.com and book a session with the best investment advisor for the equity market in Jamaica. Set up openly and clearly, and anybody disagrees, come and show the effect of it. All right, Of course, you want to talk about the market, and I think the market right now is really, really, really hot. We say that this Brick Talk is the Q2 outlook, which means the things that we like, what we expect, what we're looking forward to. And I said that before we had all these exciting things happen today, including the last thing happened right before we get on, Danhai, which is the RJR. What is it? RJR 1838 investment.
1834. 1834 scheme arrangement.
1834. I don't. You see, I naturally call it 1838. I don't really like anything before 1838, bro. But 1834, I guess, is okay-ish. It is okay-ish, though. But yeah,
Say close enough.
1834 scheme of arrangement. If anybody wondering what the hell that's all about, come on and ask us about it. We'll have a conversation about it. Anyway, that's my long intro. This is Brick Talk, and yeah, we're beginning. So, having said that, then I was going to start with that, but I do see that we have two people that have set it up. Now, you did ask for Phil to ask. So, Phil, what's up?
Yo, guys, how you doing, man? I actually was gonna bring up the not Jam T, but the RGR 1834 thing,
Yeah, what are you
Okay.
thinking?
which
So like you're 1834 shareholder.
I am most definitely not. Have never been an 1834 shareholder.
Really?
It's just amazing. I've owned a lot of the companies on the market, but never 1834. I mean, I've owned PJX and never owned 1834,
Oh,
Word.
which is interesting.
I've never been an owner of it myself. Or so I think.
I don't think I've ever owned it either. I don't think I've ever owned it either. Yeah, I don't think a lot of people even know what it is.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
True.
I see it as describing it a little earlier as the, how would I say? I see it as the investment part of Gleaner that they divested before they bought or they merged with RJR. I know
It
here
reminds me of those when you list the company and keep the building.
Yeah.
You keep the building, right?
Yeah,
That's what they
yeah.
kind of remind me.
Yeah. They had a little. I mean, there are a lot of little
Implement.
investments under it. I think it actually did. I think own some real estate. It owned.
Yeah.
Also, I think maybe there's stuff in England and a couple other places. And it had. I know a little after the scheme was done, which is the setup. They had an agreement that they could not go into the media business for I think 4 years or however many years. I know that they're here. Here's Gleaner pretty much bringing them back on board. Right?
The media business taking them.
Yeah. But I mean, so the company that split apart has come back together, or has set itself up to come back together. Yeah, that's interesting in my view. There's a whole heap of things.
Same.
Yeah. What do you think about that, Phil? What were you thinking?
Yeah, kind of get the feeling it's a part or the beginning of a bigger move by RGR. RGR, they got approved. It's not last AGM, but AGM before that, to increase their shares outstanding. And what they're doing is offering RGR shares for these 1834 shares.
Or cash.
But even if all of the 1834 shareholders take up the RGR shares, it would only account for a portion of the additional shares that RGR has approved.
Around 20%.
So
approved. I mean 20% of RJR's current share value. Current issued share capital.
Their current
When everything
issued.
Wrap up.
Right, when everything wrap up. Okay.
Oh, sorry, say that again. Only 20% of RJR's.
No, so if everybody would take shares, they would get the shares would convert. The total shares in 1834 would convert to around 20% of RJR's current share capital.
The unused share,
No, the
unissued.
used, no, the issued.
or the currently issued.
So
But the,
basically, the dilution will be 20%.
okay.
Hold up.
That's
Oh, it's okay. It'd be twenty
kind of
percent of what currently exists.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
that they
Okay.
would
Coming from the RGR perspective.
issue.
Okay. 20% of what
Yeah.
currently exists coming from the RGR side. So it's 20% dilution. That's what you're saying, Danhai.
hmm
Yeah. Of
And then
2.6 million billion.
but Danhai, you made an interesting point when we were talking off air. How much of RGR does 1838 own?
1834?
1834, sorry.
1838.
So,
1834. How much? That wasn't what I was saying. It was, actually, I had it up right now. Just check it.
oh, I think I misunderstood then. I was driving when you sent it, so I think I may have misunderstood.
I don't see them in top 10 at all. But they have they have a shared shareholders in the top 10, and that's interesting. I think that's somewhat interesting.
Okay.
KTAC and Financial Advisory Services, and I think MF&G. MF&G is there too? No, MF&G. But KTAC and Financial and Advisory Services Limited are shareholders in the top 10 for both companies.
Okay.
Both companies.
But they don't openly own any.
Own any. No, I don't say that.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
The Gleaners Pension Scheme and Employee Investment Trust own a good amount, I think, there, of 1834 shares.
All right. Uh I think a lot of things about that, but I kind of wanted to. It's like off air stuff. I want to. I think it could be very exciting.
Oh yeah, I think that's
obviously.
that's certain things I don't want to say it. But I think
Yeah.
there are some interesting parts definitely here.
Yeah, this one, I mean, is very, 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 very fresh. Of course, very, very fresh. Maybe I talk about this in the subscribers group, but not here. I can say that for RJR Gleaner, RJR Company Limited, but for RJR Company Limited is another thing I need to dig into. Why they anyway? But for RJR, current 85, should 80 for 1834. To get RJR shares, which are $2.54, and 1834. Let me make sure I'm saying that correctly, and not 1838. But
And
1834,
we're
which I
only
think is
getting
at
thing there.
84 cents or 85 cents currently.
Yeah, but you own it fractionally. You don't get full R. You
85.
don't get RJ. You get RJ shares. 41% of your current thing there, or your current 1834 share value. That's what you get in RJ shares. So you have 100 1834 shares, you get 41 1830. You get 100 1834 shares, you get a 41 RJR shares.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. So you don't get them directly. So what's 41%? I think there.
You get 41 RJR shares. That's what you say for 118.34 shares, you get 41 RJR.
RJR shares. Yeah.
Still a
Right.
huge amount.
What's thing there? What's RJR share value?
RJR is $2.54 per share.
$2.54 per share.
And so 41 of
If you
those
have
give you $104.14 per share at this current price, at least. And again, I haven't read the full details to see if they have like a strike price date or something.
that should be there. They've not done it. You know, so our shareholder push forward
Yeah.
on this.
Yeah, that is
They don't
true.
have that yet.
That is true. That is going to be very, very, very interesting. Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot that can come out of this. And but as it is now, 1834, 85 cents per share. Like that I just say, you'll be able to exchange $85 worth, if working at today's price, $85 worth of 1834 investments shares for $104, $104.14. worth of RJR shares. It's also the same thing for if you want cash, same price.
The cash will be $1 and
Say that again. $1 and how much? Or do you have to guess? The press release is right there, right?
dollar and
You can get $129 for it. Ooh. So you can get 41. You can get 41 shares in RJR, or $129 cash, and currently $129 cash is worth more than 41 RJR shares. But I noticed they don't say RJR; they say
No, $1, $1.29, not $129. $1.29.
No, 129. This is with a 100 share example. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. So
RGR shares is what? RGR shares what's the price?
if it's RJR, if it's RJR on JSE, then 40 is $2.54 per share. So 41 shares would give you $104.14 at today's prices.
Oh, so you get that vibe, so you get that thing there.
Yeah.
RGR shares do stiff. Either way thing there. Either way, you make money.
the bingo.
Yeah. What's funny is to me, if I
As an existing shareholder.
yeah.
But
No,
that variance is a good thing. Like if it, that's interesting.
very, very, very. So,
If RGR share value start move, then
that's exactly what I'm thinking.
that's interesting. That's
That's a
interesting.
very dangerous thing.
And if you
Depends
check
on the
in thing there,
direction.
if you think that check like what the dilution in RGR, how as in does it think that per share? If profit per share from 1834, because we absorb that business. What does that work out to? On what does that translate to on thing there? On
RJR's books.
as RGR, does that beat the dilution? That's the question I'd ask. Because then
Ooh.
RGR share could rise in proportion. People move into whatever new value they think RGR gets from the new shares there, so and the more valuable the 1834 shares get. Because that's I think that's I have here
million,
and I can put it.
Yeah, 81 million in profit last year. And up to the third quarter of this year.
What's a 20th of thing there?
21 million.
Profit.
Repeat that? You
No,
broke up a little just now.
Sorry, I'm switch Wi-Fi downstairs.
Okay.
Yeah. You hear me?
Yeah, man, I'm still hearing you.
All right, cool. What's thing there? 20% of RGR's profit was what?
Currently, RJR's profit is year to date 245 million. 20% of that is like 49 million roughly. Call it 50 million.
And how much thing they making the same time? How much 1834 making at the same time?
1834 is currently year to date at 21 million profit.
So if you get the dilution getting there, but if you expect more money now in 1834, then you see a good point.
Or maybe you see some assets within 1834 that you know are useful that you can maybe that you see a lot more value in. But either way you put it, this could be a cash crunch. Yeah, just to my amateur eyes, having not gone through it too deeply, the fact that you can get 41 shares in RJR. Well, then again, no. Well, no, they have a cap on it. 41 shares in RJR is a cap, right? And $129 is also a cap. So,
is the value of RJR is where you get where the variable would be? The price of RJR.
Exactly. So exactly that. So if RJR share price runs up, you could getting 41 RJR shares might be worth very, very much. This is I'm going to look forward to talking about this with the girl subscribers. But yeah, I don't want to go too deep into it now. But yeah, it is it's something that's very, very, very
Yeah, I don't
interesting.
think to give you yeah, the kind of convo wouldn't really fit here because yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, well, this could be interesting. Not bad for a unsophisticated market. Yeah, not bad for
Exciting
unsophisticated.
things happening.
Yeah, so
Indeed.
you're buying very, very quickly. You're buying very, very quickly, Sir Phil.
No, I
1834
don't know.
shares are extremely hard to get. I have not decided.
I
I have
don't
to
think
try
so.
look through the thing. I have the weekend.
What's the decide? What's all right? Cool. What's the deciding factor?
But I yeah, I would have to look at the where is likely to be the most benefit, and
Mm.
also how easy it is to get a decent volume of shares.
Oh, a rich man thought that enough.
I suspect. Cooler man.
Money man thought the man saying for checking. I mean, I know he knows
Man
that
say,
it's
oh,
available in the queue.
man say, oh, we can spend the money, but
Yeah,
change that for me.
Wonder if it makes
right,
sense. A joke, man.
right. I didn't trade today.
It
So
didn't
Me either.
trade
1834.
today.
I mean, it's not a heavily traded
I
stock.
attempted to.
RJR did though.
Well, no, there's a time when I attempted
Large
to.
volume.
I could have done more today, but I couldn't trade today.
What 1834?
Oh, he said he didn't trade today. I thought you said you didn't trade today.
No. I said 1834. I actually didn't trade today, and
I know. I
not
thought you
a
were changing the
trade anyway.
topic to a specific thing, but that's
Oh
fine.
no.
That's fine.
Yeah, I trying to be
Oh,
nice.
oh,
I'm not touching that. I'm not touching that. I'm being nice. I'm being nice. I
I
vex
get
though. You know,
make the man vex.
I vex. People, you should not give your brokers any ease up. All right, but I'm being nice. I'm being nice today. I'm being extra nice today. Yeah, Danhai,
Oh, go on.
you shouldn't say that and remind me, man. You remind me. It's like you get me angry again, man.
You see, I was thinking that. I was thinking the stock, the specific stock, not necessarily the situation.
Yeah, but even touching this, I was prepared to touch a stock and not mention the situation, you know. But it's like you touch and my head's a bubble again. Why I vex people.
Yeah, that had him.
Keep your brokers in check. Check for the service that you pay for, and don't accept slackness. That's all I'll say on that.
Big facts.
But
Big
just to cap off
facts.
this 1834 point, looking at the queue, I mean, there are a few, there are some units in there. I don't know if these will be pulled Monday, but if they're not,
Yeah.
98,000 Jamaican dollars roughly will get you up to the right below the first breaker. The breaker hits at 118 million. And of course, this could be added to. And for the people who might want to sell, they can sell up to $299,000 worth, 386,000 units at an average of 77 cents. That's in 1834. But yeah, up to, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. I guess maybe this is part of what was being hinted at last year when they spoke about the first quarter and what happened. I mean, this is the second quarter, and it's a hell of a way to start the second quarter. I think it's going to be very, very interesting. I'm sure by next week we'll have a lot more that we'll be willing to say openly. I see people on YouTube setting some comments say, like, again, sorry guys on YouTube, we're not really prepared to talk about it too much. Believe it or not, we don't always talk about everything, especially when we haven't cleared it up. This was very, very, very fresh news. It came out this evening.
Fully reviewed.
Very, very fresh news. And what does it mean for the share price in the coming days? I mean, if I could read the future, I'd buy Lotto, or just say I'd buy Scratchers. Yeah, we can't read the future, but you can estimate, you can predict. That's what I believe in. And there is a certain path. There are a few paths that can be taken in this RJR 1834 thing. I think it'll be very interesting. I think there are multiple paths to profit in this, and I'll be searching for the most profitable. That's at least that's what I'll be trying to do anyway. Find the personally most profitable. So having said that, let me jump to the next person in line who was our teacher friend that night from a couple weeks ago. Let me see if her name right. Judsa. How you doing?
Hi, good evening. I am doing great. How are you?
Good evening.
I'm doing
Hi,
okay.
Danhai.
I'm fine.
Okay. Okay. All right. So, of course, the week was very good. Not surprisingly, but surprisingly nonetheless. But I want to ask about Trans Jamaica.
What about Trans Jamaica?
Now, if Dr. Nigel Clark says that he will now be opening up the bid for the roads, the highways, right? And Trans can actually bid on it. I know that this opening up of the bids come after the government got money from overseas. What would happen if Trans Jamaica bid to the stock price? If Trans Jamaica bid on one of those legs, Miami Bay, whichever one, any one of them, and actually doesn't get it? Because I'm looking and saying that, somebody says open up the bid, and I'm wondering if it is a different way to say we are definitely not giving you.
I don't understand. What you mean? Be clearer. Talking a real way.
Like, for example, you know that Trans always get the bids for the highways, for the roads. And
Always
now
gets
they're
the
opening it
bids.
up so it becomes transparent and that sort of thing. I wonder if it is a way to just simply not give them the bid and then they will lose out. So if they lose out on that, what will happen to the stock price? Because I'm not very confident that if the
No
bid
man,
is
you're gone
open,
far, man. All right, well, let's carry people through it. What you said, Dr. Nigel Clark said first. Let's hear what that is.
oh, well, actually, you know how Trans Jamaica always gets to do the roads or some of the roads.
I don't
But
know.
no,
I don't know
I
how
don't know what
that
you're talking.
is.
Yeah,
Yeah, you
gee,
have to bring
that's
us all along.
different.
What do you mean?
Do the roads, you mean operate the highway?
no man, build roads. Build
Trans
roads.
Jamaica don't build roads.
Well, the highways, whatever it is that they do.
It's very
But they say,
important. Come on,
and,
you the
It's,
growth.
it's
You know,
very
and
important what they do, you know.
you're the growth, so you know how important it is to know what it is that they do.
yeah.
What do they actually do? I think that's an important thing for us to know.
And they're
So
chipping
I'm,
out.
No,
yeah,
no.
I'm not,
Oh, you guys aren't hearing
I'm,
me?
Yeah, you're
no,
chipping
I
out,
am,
yeah.
no, it's probably it's on my end. They
Or me?
Oh,
operate the toll. They operate the highway. And that's how I
Oh,
look at it.
Danny, I think it's your background. I hear a lot of
hold on,
background.
man.
Yeah.
I'm going upstairs now, so stop.
All right. If you can mute until you go up.
Yeah, I'm trying to answer it.
All right. So Judsa, just while he does that, you're saying Trans Jamaica does what?
For me, well, how I understand it, they operate the highway.
They operate at toll. So is
The
this
toll on the highway.
so is this
Yeah.
Easter weekend? I realize how few people really understand what Trans Jamaica does. First of all, so Trans Jamaica operates at toll in Jamaica. Not every
Right.
toll, just the one that go Mandeville. That's the one that they
Right.
operate. So that they're not the north south. They don't do that's the Chinese. The Chinese are the north south one. The one that go Ochi, that's the Chinese. The one that go Mandeville, that's Trans Jamaica. That's the listed Trans Jamaica. Now, that's where they make their money, literally from people taking the toll. And they own some land around the toll, the land around the area. But the main money is from the use of the toll, the Portmore toll, the I don't know if is that the Miami Bay? I don't know where
No,
Miami Bay is.
Miami Bay is the North Coast. Is the North Coast Highway.
Thank you. So okay, so
Right.
it's not that. Yeah. So it's the South Coast toll that is Trans Jamaica, the one that go Mandeville, like I said, right? Or the one that go
Right.
Clarendon help you to Mandeville. That's where they make their money. No, you said Trans Jamaica always does something. What do they do?
Right. So they operate
As you start, Judsa, you look like you mute yourself accidentally a while ago. Unmute and come again.
Oh, sorry. I am so sorry. Yes.
No
I'm
problem.
saying they operate the toll Mandeville end. And I was wondering if it is that what the news that is out, is it that they're now going to have other players bid to operate the tolls that
Well,
will
what's
give
the
Trans
news that
Jamaica a
is
good
out?
fight?
What is the news that is out?
Well, just that it is going to be open to bidding.
What is the thing though? That is it. What we talking about here?
Well, how I understand it, if I'm understanding correctly, is that other operators can bid to when they build another section can bid to operate. It's gonna be open to anybody to bid. That's how I understand it. I don't know if that is what's saying.
I don't know. I don't even know if that. I don't know if that's it either. And I've been a little out of the loop recently. I know I saw Dr. Clark announcing the largest government infrastructure project in the country, right? And it's about and I'm reading here just from a news story where it's about the benefits coming in from bidders and the promises to be a game changer. The projects will include addition of 2 lanes to the North Coast Highway. So again, that's not Trans Jamaica. And that's from Mobe to Ochi. So that's on the North Coast, making it a 4-lane road. But they said that they're at the early stage of this. I don't know if this has anything to do with it. No, I know Trans Jamaica has been talking about the extension of their own road. And I believe that might be either opening up soon or there's work being done there. And they have also spoken about being open to going into other projects, right? But that's as far as I know. So I don't know. You'd have to be a lot clearer on what the thing is that you're talking about.
What's open for bidding? What is open for bidding?
Well, I don't even know very well what is open for bidding. As I'm just trying to read what I can, and I am not understanding. That is why I'm asking exactly what is happening, and is it that
So
Trans Jamaica is a part of that?
Point out what you're reading. That would probably help us understand.
It's the
and try to
same
answer your
thing.
questions.
No,
Right,
man.
so I'm
I think of the same thing because I'm not sure what it is that you're talking about.
All right, I'll read it again and then ask further down to make
Alright,
sure that.
and you can send it and just tweet it. Tweet the link and tag us or something.
Yeah,
And
tweet the
hashtag
link
Brick
and
Talk
use
so we
the
can see.
hashtag Brick Talk. Exactly. So that we can see what exactly it is that we're talking about.
Yeah, so we can read together and open it.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, I will do that. All right.
Yeah, man, bless up.
All right. Yeah, it have to be very clear. Now, I do remember there's some talk about a lot of these large projects goes to the Chinese company, China Harbor, almost by default, it would seem. I almost by default, I'm saying, well, because it seemed that way to me as an outsider, but also I've in the times I've checked, it's because they have checked. It's because they have the money, obviously. They have the resources in the money, the people. I don't know how I feel about that. That's a little 1834-ish and 1838-ish or 1833. 1833-ish in my view. But anyway, they have the resources, the money, the people, and they have the equipment for, I think at one point I heard, again, I don't know how true it is, that they were like the first people in Jamaica with one of those major cranes that can do those high rises, right? And so obviously with that sort of money and blah, 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 and maybe even some amount of political
Sway.
Political sway, they would have gotten a lot of the major projects because they can do it also, right? Go Tile and all of that stuff was them, right? And then
they say they do everything. Like they do the building, go straight up, building and then operating. So package.
Yeah, full package deal, right? It only costs us like, So I've heard talk of it no longer being like an almost default thing for them. So the bidding is opening up for a lot of these projects. And then I guess we will see what that opening up for these projects really means. But I don't know how it will affect Trans Jamaica per se. And I guess your question was, will they win? I definitely don't know that. I'm not in any of these committees to determine the winners. And what would it mean for Trans Jamaica? Like, I think that's maybe a bunch of leaps further than I am able to make, at least with the information that I have currently. But I do think that there might be something for Trans Jamaica that will make it pretty attractive during this quarter.
No. How do Williams Field be stretch? How that going? Because they have right of first refusal there.
Okay, so they do.
That's on Williams Field. Yeah.
Who's they? Who's the they we're talking
Trans
about
Jamaica.
here?
Trans Jamaica.
Oh, so Trans Jamaica has right of first refusal on the Williams Field to Mobile leg of the highway?
Yeah. Phase 2B, them call it.
Well, if they have right of first refusal there, I mean, you know how I feel about right of first refusal. That's a
Yes.
that's a very, very big deal. Yeah.
But the thing, anyway, again, the Phase 2A Spanish down to Ocho Rios. Apparently, they did not exercise that. So,
but they weren't listed at that
exercised
time.
by the company. Expired on January 28th to 2011.
Okay, I don't know if you can share that thing that you're reading with
Prospectus.
me. There we go. The prospectus.
I just went to right of first refusal. I want to check exactly where they have right to refuse. Like that, I was wondering if that's what she was talking about.
Okay. Okay, so was not exercised and it expired in 2011. In addition, the rights for phase 1C and 2B have expired under the concession agreement. Okay. And NROC made check, design, build, and operate phase 2A under concession agreement. And so if Williams Field to Mobe 2B is, well, the 2B, they don't have it anymore. The rights have also expired.
2B?
Yeah. Well, they have right of first refusal only. Well, okay. So here, I'm going off this sentence here. Anybody who is watching us on YouTube or reading or watching on Twitter can also follow along. Just this sentence here. This right for phase 2A was not exercised by the company. It expired in January 2011. In addition, the rights for phase 1C and 2B have expired.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah. So, they amended it in 2011 and they redefined 1B as Sandy Bay to Maypen and introduced 1C as Maypen to Williams Field. They recognize the expiration of the right of first refusal in respect to phase 2 and surrender the right to execute, manage, and operate phase 1C. That looks like they're giving up a lot, right?
And it goes money at that time.
Yeah. They waived the right of that they for a long time. A lot of people don't know that, but for a long time, the reason why Mandela Highway couldn't be widened was because of the toll road, which I think is also the reason why we couldn't have the train service in Jamaica, because there was
competing.
It would be a competing thing, and in fact, a large part of the money for the highway still comes from the movement of commercial goods along that corridor. So I don't know if that was ever done. Acknowledge the waiver of the right of first refusal to implement phase 2B. Well, they have the right of first refusal to manage and operate phase 1C. So
1C is no.
1C is
Candido.
Maypen to Williams Field. And the Maypen to Williams Field, yes. I think, is I mean, I can't say a listed company doing that now. So if they do get that, I wouldn't be surprised if maybe they raise some money around that. And I think there's a lot happening. I mean, Jamaica, I think, is about to go again into a very exciting time. Yeah, I think there'll be a lot of knock-on effects for this, and I think Trans Jamaica might have it. This might explain why that gentleman a couple of weeks ago and I was so excited about Trans Jamaica, right?
I wonder.
Well, maybe he put these dots together because he had a nice little short term. I didn't know he was into short term investing, but he had a nice little short term
Yeah, I was wondering,
timeline.
that's the interesting part. 3 months
Yeah.
away being pretty short term.
3 months, yeah, man. So wonderful.
3
And
months.
we're what, 1 month in, or so it's about 2 months, maybe one and a
Yeah.
half, maybe one and a half
Poor
more
Fesco
month.
though. Couldn't take a year. He couldn't him again. He couldn't grow that much in a year.
Yeah,
Chance to make it really well in 3 months.
yeah. And it's so funny because Fesco will likely benefit from any expansion and work with Trans Jamaica, right?
Funny how that works.
Yeah,
Funny how
yeah.
that works.
Yeah. Anyway,
Trans Jamaica even spoke about in there about that land that you mentioned earlier. The thought is thing that they would put it on. They're considering gas stations or a gas station, and they'll call it rent from whoever is operator. So it's very interesting if Fesco was to go there.
yeah, that is true. That is true. Let me jump to the next person. I hope Jutsa. Well, Jutsa, let me not wrap your point just yet. Was that the only thing you had? Because I saw a tweet from you a little earlier that I was pretty proud of. I was very happy.
Right. Of course, again, yes, I did grow, and I'm always very happy that I did. Actually, I want to encourage people that when you actually do grow, then I am coming to you next. When you actually do grow, it's not like
No
you're
problem.
putting it's not like you're taking the money out of your pocket, Because to be quite honest, it's like the grow session pay for itself. No, this in around is not my money, it's you. Is how I interpret it. It's like you paying for yourself.
I don't see it as a diss at all. You know why I don't see it as a diss at all? I privately tell people that I don't like. For me, I say it at Grow. I don't say it here. I still won't say it here. I give a version of it, which is it paying for itself is how you know it makes sense. Yeah.
Right.
People don't believe that I don't tell people to come on this and talk about Grow. I don't. I do not. But I want people to see the impact, and when people see the impact, them can't help but talk about it because it is a real thing. People see the money in them account, nothing realer than that.
Right. So what had happened was that, remember, I told you that I was gonna long term the SVL after we did grow. Right. So I had put in to catch some for the end of the month. And of course, where I put it, I would not have gotten it. So I didn't hear my alarm go off. But by chance, well, I check my portfolio every day. I am sorry. Many times for the day, I'm that person. But I didn't get a chance to do it. I didn't get a chance to do it till probably around 4 o'clock today. And when I saw my portfolio, I'll just say I bought SVL at 1915. And I sat with SVL when it dropped. Because remember, when I bought it at 1915, it kept going down. And I was looking at the negative and I just held on to it. I was so very amazed when I opened my thing today. As I tweeted and said that I was thinking that, hold on, they mix up my portfolio with somebody else. How my thing mixed up so? Because I checked it yesterday. And then I said, I had to stop the car and pull over and said, no, man. Hold on, what is happening? And when I saw the SVL price, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it at all. It was amazing. So at this point, I'm going to put in my shameless plug that I did grow in February, but in February, you were not giving away any of the slots to Danhai early thing. So, may I beg you if you can give me one of the early slot them for that I think. Out of the 5, you said 2 for grow this week, 2 for the other week. So you said the extra one where you just buy. Because I am telling you, so I'm cleaning up my portfolios before I reach to Danhai. I want to fix it before I reach to Danhai so that it not look chaka. So, yeah. But I am telling you, it is really good to be investing in SVL jump. The SVL jump, I've made more than my month salary sitting down looking at SVLs. Yeah, more than my gross salary. I just looking down and feeling happy. And for all the people who are there, look here, when I don't have any money left. I had like $411 in my trading account. So when I look and I get an extra $2,000, I played around with some things. I don't know if the right thing because I'm just learning. So I buy RJR stock.
Really?
So Right, but I wasn't buying it to keep it. I buy it very small and pretend in my head that it is $1 million. So I put in $1,000,
Okay.
and I'm trying to learn how to day trade. So I put in like a $2,000, 1,800 and something. Watch it. Go on my money JA. So when I
.com.
see it move from .com, so when I see it move from my price, I think like I bought it for $2.60 or 70, and then it jumped to $2.85. I sell it the same time. So even though like I make $200 or $300, right? I pretend to myself that this is $1 million,
Mm-hmm.
you know. So by the time my millions will come, by the time my million come, I will be proficient in day trading, or that's how I do it. So when I don't have any money, I just sit down and move around $1,000 or $2,000, and you know, it's
Yeah.
working out for me. It's
I,
working out for
I
me.
tell people, we don't check for see if you really have the money, so you can go in and create a fake portfolio. And if you say you want to pretend you have $1 million, put in $1 million. You can
Okay,
do,
okay.
yeah, man. You can do a pretend portfolio, man.
You learn it. You learn a million lessons.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah.
And again, the real time thing on my money J8, that is .com, is the really nice.
I'm happy
Really,
that you
really
like it. I'm happy that you like it. How much you say? Well, RJR currently two
two it
fifty
was
four.
I got it at $2.76, I think I bought it for. And I sold it at $2.85. So I just so I just do those kind of things to keep me occupied and keep my head space where it's supposed to be.
Okay. All right. Well, nothing wrong with that. That's a
Indeed.
great way to do it, and it allows you to play around and learn and make the mistakes safely. And if you don't think that's safe, why is it telling me that that's bad? If you don't think that's safe, well, I don't know what could be safer than if you lose money, it's not real money. Just make a pretend portfolio. Make a pretend
Right.
portfolio. Yeah, man. I do that all the time. Pretend portfolio, and see what it look like. See when you'd buy. See when you'd sell. So if you look on something and say, boy, me really think that this I do it, but you don't have the money, buy it as a pretend buy and see if it work out. But
Okay.
but you look like you've been knocking them out of the park since you don't grow up. But I can't take all the credit. I mean, I'm happy that you see you see the light and you're on the right path. But I can't take all the credit because you already knew a lot of. I would say you know a lot of things. Cause you can state how much you knew on your own. I just feel like you're one of the examples of getting it right for me, and the best way I get it right is because I'm not teaching somebody something that they don't know already. I just unlocking that what you already know is enough. Don't think say you need to be some fancy thing or do some whole heap of complex stuff. I know you do. I know you teach math, so you're not gonna be frightened by any math numbers. But then to see that it's just common sense.
Right. And you know what it actually is just like hustling in the market, like a regular food market. That's exactly what it is. So like right now
Typing low, Danhai. Sorry.
I put in
Sorry, my bad. Yeah, man.
I put in $200,000 in a piece of land for sweet potato. So
Yeah.
I am measuring it up. So when my sweet potato is ready and I sell it, I am going to see how much money I get. So I put in 200, like probably 100, 200, 190 something, $200,000 into a piece of land that I plant sweet potato in. Now that's supposed to be ready short. Well, like probably about May. So it's the first time I'm putting it in. I'm doing farming, right? And I started it in December, just
Okay.
before I started investing. So I'm saying to myself, I'm watching it, cause if it not performing, well, you say your broke us bad, but it's really true. If it's not performing like Spurtree or originally Eddie Focal or something, I am coming out of the farming, So I'm just watching it to see how that is going to go, to match it and say, all right, the profit's here. And I know it's good to have other things, but I'm not going to be working hard on the farm, like managing men and them kind of things. They're that very hard, And I could be just learning the stock.
Oh wow! So, so in other words, all
So,
right. So I'm not gonna tell people say they must expect every day gonna be Christmas when they come to this tax thing, right? But the truth is, if you have sense, you'll be able to make it. Now, if you're talking in a real way, that's a real comparison. A business versus a business versus
Investment portfolio.
a investment portfolio.
So we're gonna motor businesses.
Yeah, both exactly. Both are businesses. So if you deal with the investment portfolio seriously, if you take it serious, that's not a light thing. If you truly take it serious, that's not a light thing at all. It can end up being something that, well, you already said so many great things. Your son travel off of it. You realize it beating. Well, you saw it was rivaling your paycheck last time we talked. Now you come back and you say the gain off of
retroactive.
SVL, the gain off of SVL,
Uh-uh.
better than the paycheck, right? I love hearing that. I love hearing that. And that's if you take it seriously, that's only going to keep happening, right? And after a while, you get to a point where, I mean, your methods have to change. I remember when I was just starting out, what you can do with the smaller money, you're not going to be able to do with the bigger money. But as you adjust your methods to what your portfolio is, you can still make
Right.
strong, serious gains, right? And I mean, think of the people who were buying SVL when it was at $3 and $4 and $5, $10.
Wow.
Yeah. And but not just buying it and forgetting it without a plan. If your plan is to buy it and forget it because your pension, then perfect, right? But if you're looking for gaining a specific amount of time, and this is matching it, then this is wonderful. I mean, I think where it is currently, this 32.78 that it closed at today is I mean, I'm biased. I think there is so much more to come. So much more to come. And you see the excitement around scratchers every single day if you're on social media. You're buying the scratchers?
No, I don't gamble. I'm a Christian.
I don't.
But I have SBL share.
Well,
I do have SBL share. I don't
That's not
gamble,
gambling.
but I saw this guy. I think he goes by BS Crawford or something. He was saying that boy, him would have, I mean the scratchers would make him recoding him, redoing him. And he's saying that boy, him never used to gamble, but I closest him come to thinking about actually. Yeah, man, when you see what people saying about scratchers, I have it as my long term stock, so I'll keep on whatever. I think it will still go up. I am not understanding trends, but I'm going to do some more research on that one there and see what exactly it is that. And I'm gonna just encourage you because I told you that one person of the many persons that I spoke to, one person bought SVL and they called me back to say, my word, they only had put in $200,000. So what would have happened if they had put in $500,000 or something? Because so even through what we call it, the feeding tree, other persons are hearing about it, and they had tuned in the last time to the Brick Talk. So people are hearing about it, and you're reaching quite a bit of persons,
boy,
even though it's second hand, and it is really good because I said to myself sometimes, I mean, 4, 5, 6 hours Friday night and nobody now pay them, it is really amazing.
it's
It
not
is
amazing.
really
I have to cut that
amazing.
down. The people in my life are asking me what's happening. I have to cut that down. But I mean, when you hear the impact, I think it's worth it.
Yeah.
True, really and truly, when you hear the impact, I think it's worth it. And I mean, it's good. It's good. People are supporting. People are coming to grow and them seeing the difference. People are going to Danhai and they're seeing the difference. And it's not just work. I think that maybe is a part of it too. That maybe some people don't understand. And I somebody talk to me other than they're like, yeah, but like them work in the industry, so to them can't imagine doing it, but then it's work for them. For me, really, it's like I really enjoy investing. I hear the same thing when Danhai talking to it. Like I really enjoy investing. It's I say Danhai start confused.
What's that?
No,
I hear that one.
I don't want to pressure the people. Somebody was saying that, like I think they were just the impression I was getting that they're like, boy, they would have want talk or they would want get into it, but them can't understand how we do it. The same sort of thing like what you hear Jutsa saying, because we put a couple of hours into it on a Friday night. Young people should have been outside having fun. And I think for them, they're saying that, because it's like them work to come now and something like this would be maybe a bit too much for them, because for them it's work. It's like when you work if your job is an event promoter, parties don't really look the same to you. Them don't grab you the same way. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. That's me nicing it up. That's me nicing it up. But yeah, like I truly enjoy it. I think Danhai truly enjoys it. Here's what you hear us doing here. We used to do it for free. We talk about it when there was no money in it for either of us. No, there's money in it for either. I mean, there's always money because you're always investing in it. It's not just talk for talking's sake, but it truly is exciting. I don't gamble either. And why would I gamble when I can't own the gambling company?
Yeah.
True.
That's how I see. But Jutsa, you and God might have to talk about that one day, And that thing you say about making back the girl money is a real thing. Somebody else send me this today,
She's not gambling. She just owns the gambling company.
Yeah, so she live off the proceeds of gambling.
Which one is God say she shouldn't gamble? You never say must own the gambling company.
Well,
I don't even know what to say to that.
He turned over the money changers thing in the temple. What is wrong with you, Danhai? This close to Easter? Anyway, I mean, I'm not trying to, this is not that's between you and your God, right? It's not to anybody. I own SVL too and I buying some. So any judgment you get, you and me side by side, Judge, sir. And then I end the line too.
so yeah, you'll see us on the other side.
Yeah, and it's not my first brush with a sin company in a sin industry either. So I probably have a couple more judgments to come to. So but until then, we're gonna make some money to try and make up for it. And you also get to do some good works to make up for it. I should do that. Let me just pause and give a big shout out to the girl subscribers who today there was, let me find a picture that is shareable. There was a little handing over of some tablets, which if you listen to Brick Talk for a while, you hear us mention the sorry, I don't want to get it wrong. You heard us mention the why is my brain chipping out at this point? It's all I getting old enough. Yeah, shut up then. you heard us mention the it's a children's home, that Maxfield Park Children's Home, that we just did a few things for, and there was a handing over today of some tablets that myself and the girl, some of the girl subscribers were able to do. We had one girl subscriber there representing the pack, and I don't know who all the other people are, but I was happy to know that we put, so it's not much, but it makes a difference. I like the direct impact. So we bought some tablets for the Maxfield Park Children's Home, and it was handed over today via really a charity that had reached out to me through, I don't want to get the names wrong at all. So I'm being very wary with what I say, but I know Courtney Ann Wallace on Twitter. Courtney Ann W has a charity that she does charitable things with from time to time, and this one she reached out, and I know the difference that a single tablet can make, especially in this age of tech where all the children get a chance. Yeah, online learning. It's a huge thing too. So it was wonderful to do it. And I hear the people in the group talking about, maybe we can continue doing it. Maybe we can sponsor some edifocal lessons for them. I know that's a good idea. I'm definitely for that. So it's a small donation, but I'm proud of it, and we're able to do it. Yeah, I'm thankful for that. So Judsa, don't worry. We have a little good karma to outweigh the bad karma.
And thank you very much.
No problem. Thank you very much. I love hearing it. But one more thing I was saying, like, you keep knocking these wins. Remember, you tell me, say you go, what you did before Fesco? Or was Fesco the first one?
No, actually, Trans Jamaica made a bag of money, don't?
No, man. I had Trans Jamaica. I had Edio. I had Wesinco.
You did something, and then you went in. I remember Fesco, and then Edio Focal.
Spurtree. I still have Spurtree.
Fesco, Edio Focal, and then she said, did you actually put money in RJR, or you got out already also?
No, man, it's just in and out of RJR. I didn't get Fesco early, I still have it. I'm gonna jump out though, but I didn't get Fesco early. I had Trans, I have Spurtree, Edio Focal, Wesinco. I'm gonna long trade Wesinco too. I've been reading up on them and I think, yeah. So I start some the daily cost every month I'm gonna put into Westinco too, because I really think it's a really nice company, to have a
It's really
long term
nice.
investment in.
You did grow, so
So,
you know, I'm not like the term long term at all, but that is
no, remember I told you my long term is 5 years. 5 years when my
you've done
other
grow,
child
so
will
you know my
reach.
views on that. Your long, everybody have their own long term. I respect that you have yours. Keep it up. That's all I'll say. And then I will certainly be able to help you when you go to him. With this, you look like you're building your own fund, man. How much stocks you got now? 5?
You're right, but I'm cleaning, I'm curating now because you said that I listened to something that you said and I think that it makes sense. So,
Around the
um,
diversification point.
right, around that diversification based on the money that I have since I just starting out. So I can't tell you how much I hit already, man. I don't know if I can say it here. When my sister and I we put up our hands in the air and do a little jiggle. I can't even tell you how nasty that is, but we wind to the top. We wind down to the bottom and to the top. Go down and up today. But they
The
get
money
that
of them a
spot
leg
too,
of the
then
bird, Danhai. Them a leg of the bird.
oh gosh.
Well,
So,
you know, big up you. You picked the right stock at the right time. And when you talk to
Exactly.
Danhai,
Can
I'm
dance
sure.
anywhere you want there. Cause
Yeah,
guess what?
man.
You make the money.
Yeah. You know what too? I like that. I like
all
that you.
right,
I like that you. I like that you asked. So I reached like 90% yes with that session for Danhai. Cause like I said, I had 5 and 2 tomorrow and 2 next week. I giving away that leaves 1 more plus the one him just locked down for me. So that gives me 6. I suspect you can
right.
get 1. I suspect you can get 1.
Thank you.
Big
Thank
up teach.
you.
Big up teach. Big up teach. Them say them the girl group them I call you teacher striker. They also say your tithes are going to be very strong. So
Okay, very nice.
Yeah, the more money you make, the more you're tired, So. No, they're very nice and Randy. You know the ways
I have something. Oh, I wanted to say something. Look here. I have a bus, right? I'm gonna sell the bus.
teacher beer hustling you do. You're a farmer, you're a teacher.
You're a
No,
farmer,
no, the
you're a
bus is a
boss.
personal bus. The bus is a personal bus.
Okay.
The bus is a personal bus, but it can't, really move enough because of the price, I guess. Because, the people with the $16,000 gas thing. So,
The
here
gas
what
is
I'm
the
going to
gas, the
do.
price is the price.
Oh,
The gas is,
that got you tell me $16,000 gas thing there.
hold on, not for fully up, not for full
Okay.
up a vehicle.
Okay, but you know
Because
don't
I do a lot of driving for fun. So I'm gonna sell the bus. And if I sell the bus, that's why I need that I know. Cause I can't make a
Or for do the
mistake with my bus.
no, you say you want to do the boss money.
Exactly.
Alright.
Because I have a goal and I want to know what to do with the bus money. Because I don't feel that I must be paying the insurance. By now, people saying I'm mean and I'm not taking up too much of the space, the time. I'm not mean, but I'm not sure I must be insuring and licensing the bus for it to sit down. It's like I want to how the investment, how I like the investment is like I'm looking around at all the things. So like instead of going out today, I went last night. Tonight I went out last night, and I'm there eating my fish at my favorite spot, and I'm wondering how much longer can I eat this thing? 8 grand one night, but I could put it in Westinco or SVL. That's where I am at. So I'm going to sell everything I can sell and start out my business. 5 years time, oh my gosh, oh my Lord. I'm supposed to be singing hallelujah. Thank you everybody for everything. Let me come off this and give
no,
somebody
big
else
up,
a chance.
big up. Listen, I remember a tweet by the Godfather at the Junior Market, Chris Berry, saying that something about convincing his wife to, I think was it sell a house that night, sell a house and put the money in the stock market.
Yep. So I put the money in the market and buy stocks.
It looks like it's worked out for him. If you think you excited about SVL, think about MJE.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so
Those guys wanna
you're
rock.
on a good path,
Funky.
teacher striker. You're
So,
on a
so
good
me see
path.
it too.
Yeah. All right, big up. I see I have a hand up here, but I want Ashley. So Ashley and then Shantae. Ashley, what's up? Ashers 007.
Greetings, young people.
Hello.
Greetings, young miss.
Two things before I get into my outlook.
Mm-hmm.
One,
I'm
church
getting a
raffle is
wicked feedback
gambling.
from you.
Still hearing that feedback?
I don't know, it's when I talk. Yeah, I'm still hearing it. You have me on speaker or YouTube or something?
Then are you hearing that feedback from me?
I hear you here and the talks, and you hear myself again.
You have us on speaker or YouTube or
Oh
something?
yeah, let me. No, I have it on my phone. What is going
With
on?
speaker, the phone speaker.
No.
Try a headset.
Try headphones. All right, give me 1 second. Let me grab them.
All right, and just so we don't have any dead air, I'm going to talk to Shantae in the meantime. Shantae? Shan T. Shan underscore T, not T.
Yeah, it's Shanti. Hi.
Hi Shantae, how
Hey,
are you?
Shanti, what's up?
Evening.
I'm fine. So today I signed up to do Grow and I heard Judas begging for a spot with Danhai. And I just want to beg for the next one.
Judsa.
I like I just call her because Danu.
Yeah.
But don't call her again. Wow.
Yes, so I
After do such a story about the
got
gambling
a
stuff.
spot. Please and thank you very much.
And they get brought up tonight. No.
Sorry, what was it you're asking for?
She wants one of the slots.
One of the slots. I have some money that I need to invest quickly so I can make my school fee for September, October. So I'm begging for the other slot. So I signed
No
up for
man,
Grudge.
first of all,
So I have
no
it on.
begging at all. No begging at all. You say you signed up for Grow?
Yeah, so
The
today I
next
did it.
one?
The one on the 26th and the 27th.
Okay, well there'll be two dedicated to that girl. And what I usually do is around participation in that girl. So you participate, you'll be, yeah, I'll give you 1 point already. So you're beating everybody else who sign up so far.
Oh, so we have to participate.
Well, when you get to the girl, we'll see what it is that's required. But yeah.
All right. Okay. All
Well,
right.
that's not why what you wanted to ask, was it? Because you requested before that.
Yeah.
That's everybody up. I
I was
say, oh, give me the thing, brother.
but
The spot. So just a spot, then.
No, man, you requested to speak before that. So what's up? What else do you have in mind?
nothing. We'll see
Ask and ye shall receive.
when we do grow Tuesday and Wednesday.
No, man, yes, you will, you know, but I thought that you had something else. You don't know, so your mind is say you're just starting off.
I'm not just starting, but I don't have anything to ask. I was just begging the
Jaja.
spot.
All right, well, I think you know something about the market. That's good. Let's hear something as a complete beginner. Which stock you have in mind that you like? Tell me a stock that is your favorite stock currently.
About Eddie Focal.
Okay, me too.
It's doing okay, but like I said, I mean, it's probably because I got in late because I didn't get any at IPO price. But yeah, that's it. I don't have anything else to say.
All right, well, I'm not going to pressure you then. Thank you very much, and look out for when you get to grow. Remind me that you are you, and I'll remember to put 1 point beside your name ahead of everybody else.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. All right, and Ash, you sort out your sound?
Yeah, is it sounding fine for you guys now? No echo?
No echo on my side.
Fabulous. All right, so I said two things before I give my outlook. One, church raffle is gambling, so I don't think God would judging it too hard. Second, to maybe clarify some of the Trans Jamaica points that teacher strikeout rules. When you have a project of a certain value, the government has to put it to tender. So you have to advertise it so that people can bid on it. And why it may seem that check gets things by default is that if you look at the scale of the projects, they're probably one of the few companies that actually has the capacity. So it's not necessarily a case that they just say, "Oh yeah, man, let me give it to check." They do put it out to tender, and then check just is the company that ticks all the right boxes. Which is why when they got the Montego Bay project, there was such a big hoopla about it because it didn't go through the regular tender process. So if you're looking at Trans Jamaica and you're looking at future projects, maybe look at what the project entails, and you can look from there and see who might get it because local companies can bid, um, but the capacity of the local companies they may not be able to manage the project. They may have to link up with another local company. Sometimes the bid process doesn't allow you to link up with another company, but it's not necessarily a case that they give it outright to check and say, "Yeah, man, you do this."
Yeah. Let me play devil's advocate a bit. That might be true, but there are 2 points there. One, there have been cases where, I mean, the minister always has ministerial powers allow you to circumvent that process if you wish.
Chop the
Sometimes,
block.
yeah,
Chop the leg.
and that's one. And there are cases in which there are reasons for that to say maybe time or whatever. And two, it is also, I hate touching these near political things, you see, man. You have to be so careful in your language.
I love when you talk and not me.
Yeah. It is possible. It is possible for the requirements for the tender to be done in such a way
that only certain people
that
can
only
get it.
certain people or a certain
And
company
this
can
is
qualify.
actually hilarious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it may have done that, but I remember seeing that headline recently. I don't remember the exact headline, but I remember seeing a headline recently where it was said that it is being deliberately opened up. No, again, I don't remember which newspaper I saw it in. Depending on the newspaper, it might not, or which media outlet, it might not have been very credible. But but uh, But sorry, Danhai sent me a message just now that don't give me more pressure without trying to walk the straight line that but I saw the headline. If the
These
headline was
things are
credible,
touchy in Jamrock.
they are touchy in Jamaica. Very, very touchy in Jamaica. What I will say is that I think at least to hear that it's being opened up is good, and I suspect Trans Jamaica has a early foothold at least for that leg that we just kind of spoke about. We just kind of identified there. And I suspect these things are also massive projects. I mean, the infrastructure, it is the construction is currently going on for that leg of the highway. So speak to your license investment Danhai about how that might affect your portfolio. All right, that's all I'll say. But please let me out of political territory and let's talk about some
I'll move on to
Let's talk
outlook.
money.
Yeah, but please let's talk money, not politics. Please.
I'm expecting to see profits for the stocks that I deem the tourism stocks and the party stocks. So I think like we've proper opened back up now. You know, the US have dropped certain mandates. So I think we'll be seeing a lot more traffic coming in. I think the last news item I saw read tourist numbers. I think we were 2019 levels or projected to surpass that. So I think that EPJs, the Cinco, the Dolphin Cove, I think that they're going to see some very nice profits come this quarter. And also party season bus proper. We're approaching that time. And what do you need at parties? Beverages, whether they're alcoholic or not.
That's not what
So
I thought.
I'm
That's not what I
You
thought.
didn't research.
Parties.
You didn't research last weekend.
You mean with the failure of
No, underground research.
underground research?
Yeah, maybe
But
downtown
no,
Kingston.
I did social media research.
Jaja.
That calamity in Saint Anne was. I thought you said you wanted to stay away from politics.
That's not politics. That's not politics.
That was poor management
Honestly, I was just talking
by
about
several
parties.
parties.
I wasn't talking about No road. I was talking about party. They did underground research at parties, not the highway.
No, I did not go to the two that happened that week. But when
Thank you,
before the
Tamikins.
pandemic,
Yeah.
I had been out on the scene and I see what happens.
Uh,
Gotcha.
yeah, all right, cool. But so post pandemic, I think partying is back and back bigly. To quote an ex
Yep.
president, is back hugely, and that affects many listed companies, including the one that the main event.
Main event, which SVL owns a piece of. Interesting, right?
And which owns a piece of SVL.
Hmm?
Isn't that true? Did they not buy into SVL?
SVL. No, then the next way around, man.
SVL bought
Oh
10%
yes, I
of them,
totally forgot
correct?
about main event.
Really? You were thinking about parties and you forgot about main event. All right, what were you thinking
The
of?
party
Because
company. That's
because
crazy. Boy, should I
because
do some
they've
research on
just
that shit?
been so quiet. No, because they've just been so quiet. But now that you see, so like when they had that thing at Devon House Coffee Festival or whatever it was, I think main event did that, and I go, oh yes, now that you see it, they are the guys who really do all of the main events.
Yeah,
So
man.
yeah, man, they
What
should
a
see a
name.
comeback.
Yeah. So some see a
SVL
comeback
is number 3 shareholder,
But
Randy. 10%
of main
holding in
event.
main event.
but
Yeah, go ahead.
I
Sorry,
imagine
sorry,
the
Ash.
losses that they made throughout the pandemic. Boy, I don't know if the profits from this party season will make up for that.
I mean, you think so?
What's this party season?
And what's the losses?
Jamaica, the losses,
Gotcha.
I mean, well, maybe I really need to look at the numbers, but
Yeah, man.
nothing
You
was
know better
going
than that.
on
You've done it, bro.
for
You
For
know
who?
better than that.
two
You know
years.
I
the
suspect
import
things were going on.
things were going
Just
on.
not parties.
Let's look at the numbers. Let's not guess. Let's look at the numbers, right?
Yep.
2018 full year, 94.6 million, 94.7 million in profit. 2019, 97.3 million in profit. 2020, the year of the pandemic, loss of 18.2 mil. 2021, a profit of 16.1 mil, and 2021 was deep pandemic. So really, they only have 1 year of loss in terms of the pandemic. They lost 18.2 million in 2020. Year to date, so the current year to date, first quarter of their 2022-2023 financial year,
Big loss.
or 2020, yeah, 2022,
40 odd million loss. $40 million loss. 2022.
2021,
Up to January
2022.
2022.
Yeah. Financial year, $40 million loss, but the pandemic ended in that quarter. So they have 3 quarters to go of no pandemic. Even if I don't think, and it's a funny point, since we're talking pandemic, I've been
think it
sick of the
done good.
pandemic for a long time, right? And the realist in me is being very careful here because, like, if you pay attention to what's happening or what's not, but what's being reported, or I should say, what's not being reported from China. China is acting like they were acting late 2019, early 2020.
Yeah, bro, it's pretty. The lockdown and shut up.
Yeah, very scary. Very lockdown, very shut up here, right? Very, things are kind of iffy. If you pay attention to the global logistics markets, there is expected, I think, in the next 2 weeks to see the impact of the logistics lag from the lockdown that they've been going through. To me, it looked
so
like there
much
might
of
be
it on China.
something else.
So
Either
much of that.
yeah, either a blowback of the Omicron or maybe them drop a new COVID again. But
There's a
it's
new
scary.
variant out. I saw it on the news last night.
No,
Yeah, I mean, there's
BA2.
always a new variant, but is this one a hit? You know, is it a big tune?
It's
I
the
don't,
bomb.
yeah,
Oh,
I don't
John,
know.
it's
I
enough
don't
to
know
joke about that.
I don't know if like, I feel bad about that. But I also
But I'm just
I
saying
don't
we're
want
not
to go back
locking
to
down
lockdown.
again.
I don't think we can. That's a major point. I don't think there's any government in the world now that has removed its lockdown protections that can go back to them. Yeah, I don't think there's any. And for the political party that tries to that, I think it's political death. Even if it's the best thing in the moment, I think it's political death. And you have to think about that, right? I think that's why so many governments were smart in calling elections very early or during the pandemic, so as to get a lot of that
Get out the way.
out the way exactly. But I don't know if any government can really bring it back. I don't. People not going inside again. I don't want to sound unruly, but I don't think. I mean, at the risk of ending up in jail on Twitter, Manago in. Uh, you can't free people at this point and expect them to go back in. Nobody would have it. The entertainment industry wouldn't have it. So I think we're truly in the age of personal responsibility. Truly in the age of
May the
personal
Lord help
responsibility.
us.
Yeah. And the good Lord didn't help us the last time for the last few variants. So I don't know. You might have to just choose to mask up. And I mean, I do also think that we kind of maybe overdid it. I think we kind of overdid it. So maybe we don't go back to full lockdowns. Maybe we have masks now. I mean, how we are in Jamaica with Siki spray everybody with the secret spray, that kind of helped. I think we're certainly at a point where we need more medical facilities. We need to strengthen our own medical facilities. I think we need to strengthen, many countries like Jamaica might need to strengthen their food supply, the domestic food supply. Just I think we've seen the signs of that. But yeah, I say all of that to say that it could come back as a preface to your point, because you said that it kind of done, and the truth is I'm thinking maybe it don't really done. Maybe we just done with it.
No, we done with it, which is, I think maybe that's why even main event didn't pop into my head so much. Because, yeah, party I keep, but if you look at our Cinco, you look at our CPJ, even if party not keep, they're distributors of food products, right? You have to eat. So, God forbid we go back into a lockdown or a version of a lockdown, you still need to eat. All of them the delivery. So
Yeah,
they
but
would at least
said
be making profit.
not necessarily. CPJ was
But
doing all that.
I mean, their price flew with some excitement and then settled back down.
And remember, you know what I talk about down? I don't see it at 3. But
Yeah.
when it was at 3 and all of that, it was going through it. The price
Yeah.
fell from where it was. They took a hit. Don't forget that last year was nice with a CPJ.
Yeah.
But 2020 was when they had the real problem. And the moment it was only open back they were fine. Look open back tourism get. That's when they start being fine.
You talking
Before
CPJ?
that, CPJ, before that, we're doing bucket deals and trying to live.
Yeah, just surviving. But I think they did CPJ did something that I think main event also did. You see this, which I think is a good hint there.
Buckle up.
That hint, Ash, where 2020 they did hit a loss, but the fact that
Yeah.
2021 they had a profit and there was no great events. You see, you can throw a secret party as a person in your yard in the right part of the country, but main event as a listed company cannot float the law. So they had to do it. So for them to not make a loss in 2021 tells me that they took the opportunity to tighten up the business. If I remember correctly, they moved some of the locations, they tightened up operations, maybe they furloughed a lot of the staff. And then coming back now in 2022, I personally expect a whole heap from them. Now, here's something that I think you might be missing, Ashley. You see the Wisinko because you see the water in front of you, right? Big up Wisinko. You see the who else you like, because like Fesco, you see the gas prices going up, you see the traffic on the road, blah blah blah. Main event, people tend to not see what they do, or they see what they do but they don't realize it's main event.
It's them.
Yeah. So you saw all these parties, but an event of a certain, as a brother of mine once said, an event of a certain size cannot be kept in Jamaica without main event being involved
Main
in
event.
some
Yep.
way, shape, or form. The weekend parties, those big parties, I'm pretty sure main event had to do a lot with the setup and stuff down there. Regardless of traffic. Traffic to me just meant that a lot of people are interested in going. But from the party keep, it means a main event was there, which means a bill was sent, which is the revenue line that I'm looking for.
And it's not only party.
What else?
And
And I think they
no,
did a lot of
just
corporate event things,
yeah,
which
and
Exactly.
which probably
and
helped them in 2021 when it was
they were doing a
behind
lot of that
closed doors,
before.
but they had access.
And we generally had things there. Those events generally was much less. You can see a lot more now that we can actually be around each other.
Yeah. And yeah, so that's we see the tip of the iceberg, and for me, I'm seeing a huge part of the tip of the iceberg. The parties are one. I'll give you another one. I think I tweeted it as a dot maybe a couple months ago when there was talk of sprucing up some of the areas around Kingston. I think that corner, there's one in particular I'm thinking of, which is a corner where soup sell all the time. I think it's Hero Circle.
Oh yes,
And
yes, I
that's
know what you're talking about.
yeah, and all I could see was that the proposal, I believe I saw Ray and Nephew's logo. I mean, they're not listed anymore, but I think I saw Ray and Nephew's logo there. And the proposal that I saw, the bottom left or the bottom right of that thing had main event as the in my I think as the people who are proposing the whole, the showing how it would look.
Hmm.
And then again, I believe I saw recently, again, I could be wrong, apologies if I am, I saw a picture saying that it's almost ready. And I think that was either yesterday or today. So I think that spot is being fixed up. And I'm hoping, I do not know, but I'm hoping that that means that the work was done and main event was the recipient of that, of that bit of the work, which to me shows the quiet corporate side. I found the tweet. I'm hoping that's what it was. So you hear a lot of hope in there. I hope it's not a strategy, but the better parts of the strategy that we use, you get at other points. Yeah, it was actually from Mayor Delroy Williams. So there was a number of projects happening in the coming weeks. So at this point, those who know Kingston, if you're not in Jamaica, visit Jamaica, spend some money there, help the economy.
Say
And
it
it was
over, Andy.
they're
Wait,
saying
let me
Oh,
see
it's
and
that preview.
open.
I look at it today. I was like, yes, say
apparently
that tweet.
Harborview is next.
And all I saw was main event here, right? And if it's done, I mean, as altruistic as they are, I don't think they're doing this for free. So I think maybe it's being sponsored in part by Ray and Nephew, which would be Diageo Campari. But main event is very likely charging them for the work. And so that's more revenue I am hoping. I do not know for sure, but I am hoping that is so. Yeah, you're saying Danhai that it's open, right?
Yeah.
There we go.
Saw something else, yes. More than this. I saw a good amount of pictures and videos are out of it, man.
Okay. And okay, so and if you look at main events first quarter financials, as we saw, it was a loss. The revenue, how
But
was that?
scroll down. It spoke about thing that delays in certain things, and I suspect that might have thing that might be a good part of the loss because they
Yeah,
might have absorbed some of the costs and got costs already. Like they said
yeah,
it. And
yeah,
so you see how big the thing there was. Right now, again, the cost of goods sold.
yeah. They said that in some the planning and preparatory work was already done. Certain sunk costs already there, so the payoff is likely to happen later. I'm paraphrasing now to say that the payoff I am expecting to kind of happen a little later on, but I
And
don't know for sure.
people saying they did champs and Carifta.
They did Champs and Carifta, right? Which one of those is GK? Champs is GK, or both of them is
Yeah,
Champs
GK?
is GK.
champs is GK.
Champs is GK. Who is Carifta?
Crafter is a regional
Who's
competition.
I think they sponsor. They were strong sponsor.
Track. I'm more familiar with the swimming character. If track has a sponsor, it's probably like Puma, but I don't think it's GK.
Okay.
Somebody said digital.
Digicel. Okay. Well, they're not listed, so I don't care.
You can buy the bonds.
And I still give it trouble.
Danhai.
Okay, that I. Yeah, well, I mean, bonds are pretty safe, right? That's what I hear all the time. Bonds are pretty safe. But anyway,
Not digital bonds.
main event is think of them like infrastructure for partying. Here's another second because I promised two. I don't remember whose tweet I saw, but I saw somebody tweet Major Laser. I think Major Laser himself,
Diplo. Yeah.
Diplo from Major Laser, tweeted Jamaica And
Maybe we get some.
that party can't keep without main event being involved just because of the size and the quality of the event that I'm used to seeing from that sort of party. Now, I don't know that that party is happening. I don't know that it's happening at all. Maybe my guy's just here for whatever reason. But if he is, and if it is being kept, then that would bode well in my view. So that's another dot that I'd be looking forward to hopefully connecting. That and the Q2 payoff there might be very, very, very strong, even though they started off really rough. So I hijack your entertainment point just now. Ash.
Well, I learned something. I didn't even think about them. And clearly they've doubled, they've pivoted during the pandemic. And you know, that will help them going forward. They can now do renovation.
I think they've done all of their. I think they've done all of the tightening up that they need to do. I think now is the time for the growth. I think. I don't know.
Looks like I need to take a deep dive into them. Then we will talk.
Sure.
Okay, but what else? What were the things come? That's enough from us and yapping from me. Tell us one of the things that you said you liked.
Well, I really like what happened with SPL today. Um, I mean, I expected a jump, but I didn't expect so much of a jump. I think that was linked to maybe results that were dropped and the dividend announcement, which people saw as $35 instead of 34
I don't know about that
cents.
one. Actually, people are not stupid.
Yeah, people can read. Ash.
Do not assume the worst.
Yeah, come on. The person on the other
No,
side.
at first when I saw it, I was like $34, and I go, no, this don't make sense. Let me read it properly.
The only
Don't assume the
people.
worst. I assume everybody else did that. All right, assume everybody else did that.
Yeah.
Well, some people are attracted to dividend.
Yeah.
Yes,
And
let
just
me
to
not
follow
fall
up,
into that assumption to think that the other people are stupid.
Yeah, just to follow up, somebody said, again, pinch of salt, although I think it's accurate, that main event did Carifta and champs. But I don't know what did means, but cool. But that, yeah, sorry to interrupt your point. I just wanted to clear it up. But yeah, that 34 cents business from
Yeah,
SBL.
I mean that is a good dividend. And persons do buy stocks for dividend. I personally prefer capital gain, where in this instance with SVL you get the best of both worlds. So you just have to choose which one you fancy the most. And I mean, I think it went up to what 30. It was a 30% jump today, or 29%.
No.
Today it rose 27.5, 27.6%. It traded as
that
high
was a
as
closing.
it traded as high as 34.
33.50. Oh, 34.
Apologies, no, it could not. It 33 40,
33.50.
I believe. 33.50? I don't think 33.50. 33.41 is the highest I'm seeing.
I mean, if you got in early, that's a decent payout if you decide to realize your gains.
So a man messaged me today, actually, and told me, say, yo, I'm telling him to buy SV at 25 Monday. And I'm vexing over move on it.
Well,
it's amazing.
Valuable lesson learned.
Yeah, it's amazing to me how people don't listen to Danhai. They pay him for the advice, and then them doubt it.
Then I can tell I'm one of the stubborn clients, but I eventually listen,
Yeah.
33.41 was the high today.
33.41, correct. That's what I'm also seeing as the day is high. 33.41.
Price, I was seeing never go above it. That's interesting.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Very, very interesting.
I mean, I think there's more to come, because I'm not sure if all the scratchers profits are in the results that they released recently. So I can just imagine when
what's all the scratchers profits.
as you know, it's flying. Well, I don't know the value. Still, I haven't looked at the numbers. But if you look at social media, people are going. They're in a frenzy over this thing. So they must be roping in money. I mean, when you see people just buying like an entire reel, the cheapest ticket is $100, and the
Yeah,
most
man, show that
expensive
growing
ticket is
knowledge now, man.
$500.
Yeah, there we go.
And
All right. Show that growing knowledge. I don't want you to just say they're reeling in. Let's hear something good. $100 is the cheapest. $500 is the most expensive. What do you think the margin is on them? Guessing.
guessing,
Yeah.
and you know what? Let's do some calculations. You pay $20 for the paper.
All right. And you
I
have
think it's a
taxes to
decent cut.
consider.
I think it's a decent cut.
You
I
have taxes
mean,
to consider. You have distribution to consider. You have outlet margin to consider. They have to because they're at the lead of they're at the head of the stream. They have to consider the
And
margins
then
right down
payout.
to the consumer. They have to consider a cut to cover payouts. It would seem that the odds on scratchers are to the level where consumers are very excited. So I don't know for sure. So I'm assuming greater odds there. So you have to consider that. But let me put it in these terms. You think the margins on scratchers are larger or smaller than cashpot?
hmm. People do love cashpot, you know.
They do, but cashpot is also in a kind of a different category, right? I mean, you can buy cashpot
Yep.
for $10,
And you can buy it several times for the day.
but you can buy scratchers several times for the day too. I
Several
just
times
mean
for
that
the
the
day.
fact that the
True.
low
The
end
barrier.
of the barrier to entry for cashpot is much lower. Cashpot is for the people, truly. Scratchers is maybe a little bit more upmarket. It would appear to me from this angle, just based on price alone.
I think the margin with cashpot would be greater because, well, what's the biggest payout you can get from cashpot? I don't really gamble, so I'm not 100% sure,
But you
but
own SVL.
I would. I own some. I did
Okay. I
realize
just want to know
some
because you started off judging me, Danhai, and Teacher Striker. But
No, I
yeah,
know she was absolving of thing of guilt.
yeah, cause she the same judgment with all the way. Father God,
I
please
have
remember.
no I have no guilt here. Church raffle is almost like scratchers.
The
Almost.
same.
They're odds.
Gambling same way. But if I say gambling same way.
What Yaksta say? Pastor go look at work.
Seatbelt. Maybe it's a SPL retailer.
Anyway.
But I
So,
don't think the payouts are as high. I don't think the payouts are as high with cashbot.
well, just think in
And
terms of to SVL. Do you think that there is a larger margin on a dollar that goes into cashpot versus a dollar that goes into scratchers? Which one do you think has a larger margin?
I think cashbot.
Really?
Yeah, even look at the distribution of it.
Yeah, it's everywhere. It's
So
everywhere. It's
so it's everywhere.
Yeah.
I
Every
actually
party.
think that cashpot the penetration of cashpot is deeper than scratchers because not every
But that's not
SVL
margin.
agent sells scratchers.
Mm.
Hmm?
But that's not margin. That's not
No,
that may not lead to.
I'm thinking the potential revenue.
But asking margin one. So specifically per $1, how much more money?
Mhm.
Say how much you take it on the dollar for every single dollar you make from cashpot versus. So what I mean, what's the profit line?
Oh,
If I sell a scratcher ticket, then if I sell in scratchers, then how much profit do they get for everything they sell compared to cashpot? That's the idea. How do you buy cashpot? How do you participate in cashpot?
well, you can buy cashpot at an agent, or you can buy it online,
Yeah, you can buy it on your phone.
which doesn't require you giving the agent a cut.
But speaking very generally, I don't know for sure, right? I don't know for sure, but for me, I feel like the profit margin on scratchers is larger than the profit margin on cashpot. That again, just me speaking generally. I don't know for sure. Having said that, what was impressive to me, at least with these latest results from SVL, which go up to the end of March. No, I think it's only 2 or 3 weeks of Scratchers results, Scratchers impact in these results. Yet the
Yeah.
fixed odd, the fixed odd wagering games, which I believe would include Scratchers and Cashpot, of course, are easy almost 1.5 billion more in terms of revenue from that. Now,
Wow.
assuming, I don't know for sure because I don't have the details behind these numbers, but assuming that that's Scratchers, 1.5 billion, let's say even you put a billion out of the 1.5 billion towards the Scratchers impact, and not to mention the profit going up by almost half a billion, 601 million to a little over a billion. If you put that impact on Scratchers, 3 weeks worth of Scratchers, what do you think a full quarter of Scratchers gonna look like?
Compared to last, what Q4 they look like?
Q4? Q4 was 770 million in profit.
And
Q
fixed
Q
odd thing there.
fixed odd for Q4. Well, they didn't break out the Q4 fixed odd. I'd have to go do the math.
I'm gonna try to do that thing. And that would be interesting.
So for the full year, their fixed odd at last year 17.5 bill and up to
In Q3 and then
yeah,
the 9 months. 17, 5, 2, 5, 5.
about 5 billion fixed odd in Q4.
So they're 500 million more than last time. More than the non-scratchers period. More than the last non-scratchers period.
Sorry, said it again, Danhai.
So if they're thing there, if they're 5 billion non-fixed 5 billion thing there, fixed odd wagering in Q4, they're 5.5 now. So I'm saying they're 500 million above the previous period where scratchers was.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just realizing, put it another way.
Add no scratchers add no scratchers in the October to December, but scratchers was in January to March. And they made 500
Well,
million
Scratchers was
more
3
on
weeks
this.
out of that, but yeah.
Yeah, I think it's captured within that period. So I'm just saying,
Correct, yeah.
I think it's easy to compare it at that. So when they even made this, and then I add scratchers and this automatic. So yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, I just realizing, like, so in terms of comparing it to their full year last year, in the last quarter, they've made a third of their full year.
Oh yeah, man. Profit.
Numbers.
Strong, brother. Strong.
Yeah, I don't think SVL start yet.
We need that.
Yeah, and this is just the main. This is just the known part, the gambling part of the financial company that is SVL, the financial
there's more to
infrastructure that
come.
is SVL. Yeah.
Think there anymore again. We're seeing a second quarter of interest revenue on SVL's books. So the loan start. It wasn't there before. It wasn't there before Q4 last year.
Where do you think they're making interest revenue from, then, eh?
Blended man. Taylor.
That's correct. 10.4 million.
Things are gone, man. Things are gone.
Yeah. Also, the knock-on effects of SVL and their strong dividend that they named. So the 34.01 cents dividend. I was looking on MJE, and MJE's full year last year, the amount of money that MJE paid to service their debt. I think the SVL dividend now, I think is like 85% of the entire last year debt servicing. And SVL
Money is
pays a
not a problem.
dividend. Seems yeah,
Money is not
SVL,
a problem.
yeah, SVL seems to pay a dividend every quarter, as sin
Uh-huh.
companies do, because Carreras does the same. Seems to pay a dividend every single quarter. The 34 cents is the
Catchy.
biggest in a while. It might be the biggest in their history. I'm not sure. But it might certainly be maybe their biggest nominal in their history. I don't know if it's the biggest yield. I don't think it's the biggest yield in their history, but certainly strong no, 34.01 cents. And they have two more to go. If I have this right. Jaja, SVL strong.
See,
MJE.
like those say cashback pays out 285 on a $10 ticket. I think that's what you're saying. So it's per $10, but you know it's not gonna work. So if you buy a $10, then 285 they pay out if you
Yeah.
win.
Boy. Whew. Yeah, I don't go too much deeper into it. I'll just say that let's just say that
Things are gone.
yeah.
It's gonna be a festive year.
Yeah.
But speaking of
Q2.
fest,
Whew. Yeah, so Q2 I think is going to be the quarter of the majors.
I tell
Definitely
you,
going
yeah,
to be the quarter of the majors.
it's funny. We're set at the start of this year. Q2
Yeah,
we start to shift out of our what was going on next year. You can start to say, boy, the swinging
they're swinging into the
earning season, and then
majors.
everybody just being better
Yep.
time on
But
time.
that's not to say that there won't that there might not be an IPO or two to surprise
Oh
and
yes,
excite. But
and that's
I think Q2, Q3 will be
take our blessings.
yeah man. Q2, the quarter of the majors, meaning the major companies kind of coming back and taking back some of the excitement of the market, the SVLs, the I always say the RJR, the
Details.
1834, sorry. Yeah, those big the 3JH maybe in massive infrastructure companies, the maybe something exciting in the GK
Speaking of
space.
massive,
Yeah.
wait, massive is listed now. What next?
Massey is listed, and they've been smart enough to not split the hard way. Them split the smart way, and now what has happened is what anybody with sense would have expected to happen. They've settled at around $100 per share because nobody wants to buy it above 100 and nobody wants to sell it too far below. So they now need something exciting to move them from this. So who knows? Maybe the APO is coming
Convince the
up.
market. It's a that's funny. That's funny.
Yeah.
Ah,
Maybe, maybe the APO is coming up. Who
you
knows?
coming there to bring the price all the way up 200 again. Bring
Yeah.
it.
Ah, boy. Yeah. All right. But Ash, we had anything else, or
No,
can we touch
you
at
can
the end?
you can bring in the next speaker. SPL was my excitement. I was a very happy camper at the end of trading today. I'll leave it at that.
All right, me too. And I'm not anywhere near done yet. Plus the dividend. For people who care about the dividend, I mean, even after tax, I think the yield is over 1%. Although I don't know
Is that
anymore.
my dividend payment?
Yeah, for those who care about dividends, it is certainly a strong dividend payment.
Speaking of dividends, Indies come out strong.
Indies, what
Yeah,
was
man.
Indies dividend?
3 point something percent.
Really? After tax or before
Yes.
tax?
I don't think I need after tax, you know. Don't remember on the after tax. But it should be good even after tax, I believe. I want to
Yeah, and so Indies declared a dividend today, right
yeah.
before Brick Talk start, and the dividend is
All right, before morning, or this morning, man.
really before
And
the open of the market.
yep, trade activity was up.
Thank you very
Uh,
much, JSE.
it does. Indies don't get this level, I think. It was definitely there.
11.3 cents per share.
You see, the thing that April 8th, 11, and 13. Heavy trading that day. Way more than normal for Indies. Interesting.
11.3 cents per share.
And 85%. Oh, after tax, what else?
You're right, 3% before taxes. A strong dividend in the world of dividends, yes? After tax, still 3% at today's prices.
Yeah, and the market did react. bro, then trade to the money, go on. Like in this, you can see properly know what's going on there, and the activity was up to them. People were trading. See a man buy there's a 540,000 block in the morning, and a man sweep it quick 9:30.
Yeah, right now the pre-open. Half a
Yeah,
million.
this might be something people run down.
It
A
might
nice
be.
dividend play. Yeah,
It might be. I tell you, it's been a long time. I'd love to talk to people who are serious about dividends.
boy.
Yeah, those are people who are actually serious about dividends. It'd be good. Yeah, because I think,
I don't, I don't want the only say it.
yeah, I was said it last week that it's not often that you see people that are serious about dividends on the local market. There a lot of people talking, but they're not I think to actually show it. Yeah. So yeah, very, very, very interesting to me at least how that could happen. And Indies, yeah, nice,
See,
nice,
in this
nice, nice.
thing, Indies and I create beside each other. After yo boy, the market was exciting summer.
Very excited, boy. All right, Sir Vladimir, what's up? You've been waiting a good little while.
What
Yeah, I've been waiting. Night to everybody. So
it was.
let's run through this quickly as possible so everybody else can get a talk. So I'm very new to this, very, very new to this. My sister has been building a portfolio and she has directed me to Danhai's class, which I
I do have a
will be
class.
trying to
Then I
schedule.
have a class. I have a class.
I do
Then
have
I
a
have
class. Randy have a
the
class.
advisory. Yeah.
I give advice.
Yeah, man. Think of it this
Okay,
way. If you want to
advice.
learn how to do it yourself or how to navigate the
Mhm.
things, I can help you with that. If you can't bother with that and you just want somebody to tell you what to do, then I can help you with that.
Okay,
Okay.
okay, understood, understood. All right. So long and short of it is that what I have been doing in my spare time, I think is best. I think that everybody might have started off this way as well, is to actually do some research on the stocks that I would like to invest in and also the historical data of the possible times that it might go up, as in what the time and the trends that it might go up. For example, like the scratchers. Um, Scratchers is a big thing right now. The conversation with SVL and even iCreate is really, really going. It's going off right now.
What that
There are a few,
mean? When you say that you
as
start,
in,
so
The
you're going in a
conversations, what that
dangerous
mean?
territory if you just are starting off. If you're just starting off, you do not want to start off that way, right?
mhm.
Yeah, you do not want to. You do not want to.
Start by being complicated.
Yeah, and you also don't want to start off by letting the talk
You
and the
know,
chatter in the market lead you because it will lead you all over the place all the time. Yeah.
Understood.
Yeah, man.
Understood.
You want to start off in a very steady, sensible way. You're right. You should come to my class. I'm biased in saying that. evermickel.com/grow. Or if you don't want to, like I say, you go to Danhai, dhalladvisory.com.
Mm,
And if you go to Danhai, do what I'm say, and if you come to grow, implement the things I teach you. But yeah, if you just go off the noise in the market, you can get lost out there. Yeah, it is very easy to get lost out there because there's a lot of noise. And I've been speaking very frankly, there's a lot of rubbish that's said. And it
mm,
sounds good until you're asking yourself, why this now go up? Or what is happening with XYZ stock, right? And if you know a
mhm.
little bit, you start cuss the market. Say we're not sophisticated enough because we don't go for stocks that are we don't buy stocks based on the fundamental rare. Yeah. And if
or
the
good
one
company. It's a
yeah.
good company. It should be trading higher than this.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
start blame the players instead of the game or instead of your knowledge of the game. So you don't want to go down that road. You want to start off steady. So I say all of that to try and bring you into a steady place. What is it that you
Okay.
want to highlight?
Really, it's just the fact that I am new here and I just came in to actually listen to what the talk, what to expect and who should I be directed to in the midst of me being a very, very new person to this. In fact, the aim is really to look at, I want to say long term, but 5 years tops within this game, as you might call it, to see where it is that I can end up. And also, what is
Sun.
it
So
that I
like
can gain from
a
it?
candle on the
Yeah,
wind.
man. Yeah, man. Can
Yeah.
watch me now again.
Mm-hmm.
Lego, the fancy, complicated sounding stuff. Very,
Yeah.
very real talk. Just start off very realistic. What you want?
Real life.
Yeah. What you want?
Um, like everybody else.
You're not like
Like
everybody
every
else. Who
make
are
money,
you?
maintain, and create a portfolio.
You want to
All
make
right, so
money. How much money you
in
want to make?
5 years, I want to make $1.
Not even
No,
the
sir.
five
So you
years,
just
though,
want
because
That's
you
5 years
just want
just
to make a
so
money. So how
nice.
much money you want to make?
Yeah.
no.
That's a very funny part. A lot of people like to skip.
Yeah.
I want to
Mm-hmm.
make some money, but not every money is good enough. So what is good enough? What's the money I actually want on the market? Be real about that.
Um, for starters, let's
Not
say
for
Not for
what you
starters.
want,
What you
boss.
want to make? Don't
at
be
least
shame.
five,
What's
at least
5?
5 mil,
You want
five
to make
At
mil.
least
5
5 mil.
million. When?
Yeah. Um, anywhere between 3 to 5 year stops.
When you want to make it first? When is the earliest date you want to make it?
Um,
Or let me ask it another way. I don't care about the earliest. What is the
yeah.
latest date by which, if you don't make the 5 million, you feel like, boy, this never makes sense?
Yeah, it's never work out.
That's a very deep question now that you asked that.
No,
It's,
this is
it's
a
Um,
funny
real
because
question.
in my head, it will be 5 years. So you just say three to
yeah,
five years.
it
Don't
would it
throw out
would
numbers
be.
because whatever. So is it 3? Is it 5 years?
Yeah, definitely by
And there's
five
never
years.
anything wrong with getting there early, by the way.
No, well, that would be. I wouldn't say that would be the aim, but you'd be definitely proud of yourself if you
Oh yeah,
maintain the
yeah, no,
pace.
exactly. But
You get me?
put
That would be
put
the aim
put
then, man.
actual
What you
dates in
mean?
place. Yeah, man. So if
That
you
would be
get
the
there in
aim.
5 years, targets met. If you get there before 5 years, no shame in the game. Thank God. That's great.
Mm-hmm.
Early money is never wrong. It's never a wrong thing. So if you get to I have a 5 year journey, but you wake up tomorrow morning and you see a way there in the next 6 months you can get your 5 mil. Nothing wrong with that. Go for it.
Mm.
If you're okay with going for it in that way, whatever. But if you see a way for it earlier than your intended time, great. And in fact, if you plan to make it, if you're planning for 5 years and you see that way and it don't work out, then guess what? You have no until then to make up for whatever didn't work out in that time. So getting it early, we're not going to fight for getting it early, but actually set a date by when I actually want it. Set a real goal.
Okay. Okay.
The
Okay.
halfway thing will lead into halfway gains or
Yeah,
halfway
man.
to where you want. You're gonna end up wondering where the hell am I going? Because in truth, I never set a real timeline. I never set a real
Yeah.
money I want to make. So there's no qualification for failure or pass.
And then you
Okay.
believe you're susceptible to doing this thing where you start to think, say, I need to do a whole. You start in busy work, so you feel like
Mm-hmm.
you need to do. You start
Like the
seeking
extra
complexity.
work.
Yeah, man. Not actual work, busy work where you're
Busy
Yeah,
seeking
man.
work.
complexity in the hope that it allow you to get something that you want. I guess I don't know. Like
Mm-hmm.
you feel like, yeah, but I put in a whole heap of work, so it must be right. And then when you put that in and it not working, you start putting in more, you start getting frustrated with the market, and before you know it is 3 years in and your portfolio don't reach nowhere, and you have the thing that you're holding forever, and you're frustrated, you come out of it, and as you come out of it, it fly. And if you think you hate investing yet, wait till that happens to you. So start off with that. How much money you starting off with? You don't have to tell people the exact number, but you can give a ballpark.
200K.
All
200K,
right.
and you want
So
to turn
200K
5
because
mil in 5 years.
Yeah.
all right.
All right. And you have a whole heap of time on your hands. Where you work, you go school.
Yeah, man. Do work, but in the mid, after the work hour, the typical 8 hour shift, you have the rest of the hours to yourself. So that's the main target right now.
The rest of the 8 hours to yourself is during the day when the stock market open.
Most of the time, most of the
Okay.
time, I work either 7 to 3, 3 to 11, or 11 to 7. So depending
Okay.
on how the shift flex, I will be there.
Okay. And your paycheck allow you to also put some money into your portfolio every month or 2 weeks or whatever.
Correct.
And
Yeah, man.
All right.
you're in a good place, man.
All right. So wait. All right. Let's dig into the goal a bit. Do you think that do you want what's they say you want 5 mil. You want to make 5 mil from 200,000. So you want 5.2 mil at the end of the journey, or you want to have a portfolio of 5 mil in the next
No, man,
5 years.
portfolio of 5 mil.
All right. So the growth you're looking for, your portfolio needs to grow by 25 times. It doesn't mean only from returns. Any money you put there adds to that. But what you need to be looking at is, if I put in X amount of money in, then it needs to grow by X amount. So the total money I put in needs to grow by X amount to become that 5 mil. So what you need to be looking at then is how the money I'm putting will be working towards making that
That
X
5 mil.
amount.
Okay.
Make sense?
Yeah, man.
All right.
All right.
And that's not an
That's
easy thing.
really
You understand what I'm saying? That's 2,400% growth. I mean, granted, you say you're going to be adding to it during that time.
yeah, man.
Yeah, so I mean, it's not 2,400% growth then, but it's still a heavy amount of growth
It's
regardless.
a heavy amount of growth to look
Yeah.
forward to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My little personal tips outside of coming to grow, so you can learn and actually know how to navigate the market, because there's never a clear road ahead of you in the market. You always have to
Never.
you always have to be guessing and being one step ahead. All right, there's never a clear road. There's never an easy path. There's never any one way to do it. But my little tips: don't diversify needlessly. Question everything everybody tell you, including me and Danhai. Everybody, including yourself. Question everything everybody tell you. Third tip: don't consider at any point that you are dumber than all the other people in the market, and also don't fall into the trap of thinking that you're smarter than everybody in the market. The people in the market are just as dumb as you are and just as smart as you. If you keep those 3 tips going, I suspect you will find that they will help guide you through a lot of the things that can happen.
At the end of the tip 2, answer the questions. So in a question it is not to question it.
Yeah.
So you don't ask questions for the sake of it. You're not being a contrarian. Your question is to say, what's going on here? Why them saying that? Does it make sense for me based on my situation? Is the thing I'm coming up with, it makes sense? Why it makes sense? Ask yourself why. Actually question yourself and actually answer the questions. I know too much people that hear that and then come back and it's just a question thing.
Yeah. And
Okay.
the last one I'll tell you is also honesty. Honesty with yourself. Yeah, man. Honesty with self is it make a world of difference. A huge world of difference just being honest with yourself. Yeah, honesty with self, because it helps in a lot of situations where you wouldn't think it would help. You see, just like being honest with your goals. And that honesty don't sound like, yo, I lie to myself, or I say, I have more money than I have, or I have less money than I have. It sound like not saying the fancy sounding thing just because it's fancy sounding. So, I want like a steady portfolio. You don't want to build a portfolio of stocks. You want to have a lot of money in 5 years and the ability to have even more money in 5 years. That's really what you want. You see, if you're honest with yourself about that and you approach the market that way, it make a world of difference. You see, the problem come when people lie to themselves and they'll be like, I want to make, I want to have a steady portfolio. I want to put on, I have a medium term gain of at least 635%. They don't even think of the percent. They don't have a steady portfolio to provide secondary income for themselves, a secondary source of income, and
Passive income.
And steady sounding thing, something for the long term, something for the short term, and
If your
it's so
goal sounds
nice.
like I need to buy stocks, then you already problems. Because very often I hear that. The goal is steady portfolio, whatever. You don't need any help with that. Then just go buy some stock. Anything works to become a steady portfolio. You get some dividend. That's some nice passive income. It's not going to be nice if you don't pick it right. So what's the actual goal? Where you actually want by buying stocks, not buying. The goal is to go out and buy the stock. It's what you want from the stocks. That's what you're looking at. All right.
Okay. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
All right. So, quick question to you both. Why and how did you start out? Because as I said, why did you start out with stocks? Same passive income?
Come do want more money.
Okay. That's it.
Yeah, that was
just it.
That's really it. Truth. I started looking at, say, all right, cool. I'm making X, and I don't want to make only X. So in my mind, I was making too small an amount of money for what I thought, for the life they told me I was going to get after university. And then so I'd say, all right, cool. How do I make this little bit of money become much larger and whatever? And I was already in that direction. Stocks was the idea presented to me, and it worked well for that, so I was go for that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I see Randy gone offline. As in his speaker is out. So all right then.
So
I
No,
will
man, my
be
mic is
looking.
still here. For me,
Okay.
I don't know. I had a relative who once, when I was in high school, asked me to pick between two companies. I picked one. It turned out to double, and it blew my mind. And I've been paying attention to it ever since. I mean, I knew it. I didn't know that it was a big deal to be able to. That, by the way, was not like something I guessed for that. I was just lucky. I think it was cable and wireless actually, which it wasn't. I don't know if it was called cable and wireless at the time, whatever it was, but it was lucky, really. I picked for no reason other than I thought it was good. But it blew my mind as in high school at the time. And then I just always paid attention to the stock market. Just pay attention to what Owen James was saying on the news. I'd read the newspaper. My father always bought the Gleaner, so I always read it. I read the entire newspaper. I'm a real nerd, not a pretend nerd. So you read everything around the house. And the newspaper is something that changes every day. So I read that. And I'd pay attention to just the stock market side of things. Not seriously. There's many times in my life where I just never, even after I've made money in the stock market, there's many times I just never invested. And then one day, things happen, you learn to get serious about it. Then eventually I got serious about it when I needed to make money. And I kept doing it, and it has been working out so far. And I suspect it will continue to work out. Yeah. And it's exciting. When you understand it, when you get it, it truly is exciting. It allows you to touch so many sectors within a country, within an economy, within the world. It makes you understand so much. Yeah, stocks is really a side effect of what I do. It's not. Yeah, it's understanding of people and the world and business just allows me to also be really good at the stock market. And it provides feedback to. I love things like that. I think maybe just my personality. I say the same things in that I love. I'm a stickler for something that is real, something that is like fact. Yeah, I'm big on, if you come on this show and I say that the sky is blue and you say no, the sky is actually clear or yellow, and you prove it to me, I will change my view to the sky is yellow. I'm big on proof. I'm big on the truth and the right thing always being the right thing. And the stock market is great because it allows you to say that I think SVL will be, it's probably worth over $50 and should be worth over $50. And I think it will get there before the end of the year. And December 31st, and this is why also, and December 31st, it will either be at $50, below $50, or above $50. And we will know on that date if I was right or wrong, and I'll be able to say why. I love anything that allows for that. Lots of things in life do allow you to have that sort of steady, straight up, did I get it wrong or right? And I love anything that allows you to do it. I'm not a fan of kumbaya sort of thing where you say the sky is yellow and everybody say, oh yes, that's true, and we agree. And then I say the sky is blue. Oh yes, we all agree, even though those two ideas can't exist together. A lot of spaces are like that. I'm not for them. That's just how I am. And that's my long reason about why I do it.
Okay, all right. Thanks, guys.
No problem. Big up. All right. And remember, guys, if you want to ask us anything, if you have any questions in mind, anything you want to think about, talk about, have interest in, we're more than willing to take your questions or conversations. Send the questions, send the conversation, send a speaking request to us on Twitter, and we'll approve it and get going. We'll get talking. I think I've actually run through all of our speakers so far, Danhai. So unless somebody,
really? That's
man. Yeah, people probably outside, man. So unless people, oh wow, I accidentally removed Judsa. Sorry about that, Jutsa. So if anybody has anything they want to talk about, anything you have in mind, anything specific, any questions, comments, blah blah blah, send a speaking request and we will get into it. Oh, look at that, Malik and the Wolf of North Street. Sorry, I've seen two speaking requests, Malik and the Wolf of North Street. I think Jordan.
Yeah, you can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. What's up?
I can hear you, boss.
Yeah, I want to talk about Elite.
You want us to talk about Elite?
No.
What about it?
After a particular tweet, the following week it went up and now it's back where it was.
What's the particular
previous
tweet?
week?
What's the particular tweet?
About somebody about Stephen Gooden buying, I think was 30 million or 200 million.
Share the tweet with the hashtag Brick Talk and let me see it now.
Okay, let me find it there.
And by the way, guys, like I said, one, you can send a speaking request. Two, you don't have to be. If something happen in the world, you can speak about it openly. If it has happened in the world. So if we can't talk about it, we will tell you that we can't talk about it, or we will end. We will end the conversation. Don't be overly concerned about that. Otherwise, also, it makes the conversation a lot harder. It makes the conversation a lot harder for us when we're trying to work around what it is that you have in mind.
Oh, I was just referring to the Chris Berry tweet about the insider who bought 30 million Elite Diagnostics. Yeah, that's the tweet I was referring to. Yeah.
What did he say? Just refresh anybody listening.
Oh, he said a large insider just bought about a week ago 30 million. Elite Diagnostics. I'm giving you this tip before I buy Elite Diagnostics.
Wait, did he say who bought it?
Oh no, he said a large insider.
So how you know who bought it?
It was posted on the JSE newsfeed, I believe, that Stephen bought a greater portion of it.
Stephen,
who's that? Right? Stephen Gooden, one of the shareholders in the company. Let me refresh my memory.
So yeah, so I've seen the tweet, and for anybody who is watching watching the video, they're also seeing the tweet. So there's a tweet from Chris Berry saying a large insider just bought 30 million Elite Diagnostics. I'm giving you this tip before I buy Elite Diagnostics.
But I'm not seeing the thing there. And again,
I didn't see anything.
Connected Party trade that said Stephen bought anything.
Yeah, so let's see what
my bad.
I find that funny. There's so much information out there outside of this tweet, but everybody says a tweet.
Yeah, April 16th is when this tweet happened. 11:55, April 16th. I don't think the stock market was open on April 16th, was it? That's a Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
So no. And from the Elite Diagnostics notices,
April 12th.
We have April 12th. A connected party sold 35,495,567 stock units during the period April 8 to 12, which represents 10% of the company's total issued stock units. Of this amount, a director purchased 35 million in the same period, which presents 9.9% of the total issued stock units.
Mm-hmm.
Then April 12th again, they said, I guess the same thing. Well, I guess they fixed a typo, which represents 9.9% of the total issued stock units. And both of these are this year, April 12th.
Mm-hmm.
And then Chris Berry made this tweet on April 16th.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we brought everybody up to speed.
Jordan.
Now what? Back to you, Jordan.
Oh yeah. Since that tweet, I saw it move from 350 to 434, I believe, and then today at end of train, I think it ended at $3.50 something, if my memory serves me right.
Okay.
I'll have to bring it up on my manager here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So,
Mm-hmm. All right.
so I'm wondering if.
No, go ahead. I'm trying to hear what you're saying.
Mhm.
Oh, so some person I wondering if it was a tweet that
Some
gave that
persons
sudden
are
rush,
you.
you know?
With some persons, you actually, or it's actually other, it's more than one person.
No, when I talk to the man on the street, they mentioned they're wondering if
Jordan,
that's what.
Jordan.
Yeah, I talk to average
Let's be real.
investor,
Let's be real. It's okay to say that you're wondering.
Definitely, it's okay to say that. I'm
Yeah.
sure you know walk on the street and stop and say, "Yo, you think so?" Or nobody no stop you and say, "You think so?"
you know.
Yeah. So what are you wondering? Wondering?
Oh, if the tweet was what probably pushed it up a bit higher.
I don't see the tweet did any of that, you know.
Oh, people.
I've never seen a tweet by a stock before. So what are you actually wondering?
Well, if certain if certain tweets can affect the market,
Bossy.
Tell
I
me
wonder.
something.
Tweet can't buy no shares. So
Let me get this straight.
what I
Let's just be straight. Let's be straight here, right? So you say the man on the street. The man on the street would have done what though?
I would have seen the tweet and acted accordingly to the tweet.
And bought.
Yeah.
And then what?
If you think the stock price rise, they'd buy and sell at a certain point. So
But the
they'd
stock
probably
price
have a
didn't
goal in
rise. The
mind.
stock price. Well, what happened with the stock price? So on the date that was on a Saturday that was tweeted, right? And the next market day would have been the Tuesday the 19th. At which point it ended the day at $4.35, and then over the next 3 days it has since fallen to $3.50. So it has fallen a little under 20%. All right. I want to be really, really clear about this because it's a common question. So I want to be really, really clear and break down because you ask more than one thing. So I want to know, like, what's the first part is, did the man on the street follow that? That's what you're saying?
I saw it circulating in certain WhatsApp groups and certain places. The tweet it was made. So.
boy,
And
WhatsApp
we've seen
groups.
with abroad where certain stocks were moved by Reddit. So
It's a very different thing. I'm sure it's a
or certain tweets.
I'm just trying to get what exactly you're saying.
it's like you want something we're afraid to say. But
I can't read it. That's why just say what you say. Just talk. Be real. We can't read your mind, brother. You have to be real. You have to say what you're saying.
If certain I realize people move to, like, for instance, when Elon Musk tweets certain things, his stock price tends to, certain stock prices or cryptocurrency tend to move. So is this something that will be seen at the people on our local market will start moving towards stuff they see on social media? So.
that's good.
All right. So help me out. So it sounds like I'm talking to more than one person. Am I?
Oh no, one person.
You sure? Because I hear who that in the background? The man on the street?
Yeah.
Oh, it was TV, man.
Jaja. What's the point of lying? Because I know it wasn't a TV. What's the point of lying? Anyway, I don't care. Here's what we're saying. I don't know what you're asking me though. Ask me the actual question you're asking me.
Okay, so we see an increase in retail investors, and we know sometimes new investors will try. Well, will. Okay. Well,
Yeah.
you have time in the
Your
market,
name is
so
Wolf of North Street. You
sometimes.
work in industry, don't you?
No. Well, technically yes, but no. Yeah.
Jaja.
I see.
Not as an investor of any sort. Yeah.
No, well,
IT.
I don't know
you
anybody
work,
that
so you
works as
work
an
in the
investor.
industry.
You can't work for somebody as an investor.
Oh,
So
sorry.
you work in the industry.
Yeah.
Technically, but not. Yeah.
What's not technically?
Hmm?
What's technically not working in industry?
Uh, how should I
Just
put
tell me
this?
department.
Hmm?
So in the industry, what is your department's name?
Eh?
You're in the industry. What's your
Hold on,
department's name?
I'm asking the man on the street.
IT, IT,
I'm asking the
IT,
TV.
IT,
IT. So you
IT.
work in
Mm-hmm.
industry. I see. All right. That's still in the industry. They have
Yeah,
IT roles in the industry.
No man,
fair
him
enough.
asking the man on the street what to say. Anyway, here's the thing, right? Finish the man on the street question.
Oh yeah. So with the increase in retail investors, I'm wondering if certain tweets might or certain things on social media might sway investors a certain way. With the increase in retail investors.
What are certain things?
I mean,
What are
probably.
certain things?
Wait, would they have to go around that? Probably.
Oh yeah, true.
Probably.
I mean,
Tell me something.
and the truth is that's something new.
Yeah, that is nothing new.
People invest based on the vaguest of tweets. Cause it's funny. SV Elite gone up to $4 something, and we're saying the tweet, but I never seen anybody give a price for to buy Elite at. You just buy Elite.
Even if there is, it's been 1, 2, 3, 4 days since the tweet. I don't know what can come out of that. It's been 4 days since the tweet. I don't know what to say. If a retail investor is coming into investing and they're buying based on what they see on the internet, just somebody talking, that's like investing your money because you pass somebody in half a tree and they're saying, buy NCB shares. You know the person in half a tree? And maybe the person in half a tree have on a suit and say, no man, I work in the industry, not in IT.
Not a technicality. Full working there, you know?
Yeah, they actually work in the industry. You're still not supposed to do that, right? I think we should never forget this. There is a huge element of personal responsibility around your personal finances, right? It is up to you, the investor, to always do your due diligence about who you listen to, where you put your money, how, why, and when you invest your money, and you should speak to a licensed investment advisor. That same account that you're quoting, I've seen say many of those same things about speaking to an advisor, going to a class. If you listen to this to us, you hear us say the very same thing. You hear me talk about coming to my class. It's not just self-promotion why I say it, It's because it truly helps you to understand the investing space better. You hear me say, if you can't bother with that, you have a time inclination and you know that's not your thing, link Danhai, who's a licensed investment advisor. I also make it very clear that the things we say on this show, as much as we're talking about the market, we are not giving investment advice on the show, and you should not take it as such. We're talking about it the same way you'd watch a business show and talk about it. No, yes, we might be excited about a company. You're like, boy, them really sound excited about SVL. Them really sound excited about Elite. Them really sound excited about Main Event. But there's the hearing of that and then going and taking up your money and buying it solely on that. That is crazy, right? Now, having said all of that, just looking at the tweet itself, I'll give you my personal view. Well, I'll ask, since do you and the man on the street know who Chris Berry is? Or have a general idea? I don't mean if you know him personally. I mean, you know who he is?
No, I just know him. I just know he's a part of Mayberry. I don't really know much about Chris Berry like that. And stuff that is said mentioned on Brick Talk, like he's a godfather of the junior or the market. Sorry. Yeah.
Did you buy Elite, by the way? Did you buy any Elite?
What? Yeah, I did actually.
After that tweet?
Yeah, at
Sounds like,
350.
well, I'm on the street all over again.
Yeah, so you sound like the man on the street. So tell me something. You're asking if tweet
You're
like this
asking if
can
somebody did, if other people are
influence.
doing what you did.
Yeah. But
No, no,
you
no, 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 no. I did for different reasons. Yeah,
Oh, that's interesting. So what?
yeah, I did for
oh
It's 4
different
days
reasons.
since
Yeah.
then. Oh, 4 days. You mind sharing those reasons that you bought it
Huh?
4 days after the tweet that you wondered if everybody else moved on. When did you buy it exactly?
Hmm?
When did you
you
buy
say
it?
might after the tweet. So
Yeah, man. So afford it.
No, no, no,
Today.
no. Yeah, today. When
today's
Today
when you
buy it.
bought it?
Why?
hold on, $3 something. I think it was $3.
Yeah, that's
50. Let
fine.
me double check
Today buy it.
my much. Yeah.
All
Why
right.
you buy it? What are the reasons outside of Chris Berry tweet that you buy it?
Hmm?
What are the reasons outside of
Well,
Chris Berry's tweet that you buy it?
okay. The buying, when I saw that so many shares were bought, I thought of it as a positive outlook for the company. I also realized the services they offer. That with long COVID, some of those services may be needed more and be pulled on more by a person.
Hold on. When you say so many
And some of
shares
the
were
machines
bought.
that they have,
Sorry, continue. Finish that machines point, yeah?
yeah, I realize some of the services they offer, some of the machines that some of the hospital facilities have, they're usually broken or broken for long periods. So maybe Elite might be able to, capitalize on that.
Okay. Okay. And
So the
you
tweet not
say
nothing to do there, buying.
you say when you saw so many shares were traded, which shares were traded? Which ones are you talking about?
Oh, the internal investor,
The
between
insider.
8 and 12. Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Which you said was Stephen Gooden from
Wait, I saw a Gleaner article, but it's on Gleaner Premium, so I can't access it right now. So
is on
I'm not
Gleaner
sure if it
Premium.
was him or
Okay.
not.
I saw it on IC Insider, that website from John Jackson on April 10th. It's funny how I don't hear anybody questioning IC Insider putting this out, John Jackson putting this out on April 10th. But when Chris Berry said it on a weekend, they say he shouldn't say it. So this was it. That the trade means that Stephen Gooden had moved his ownership up, and as we saw, if this is him, it would be 9.9% ownership from him, right below that point of significance. Now, you said that Stephen Gooden's taking a greater stake in the company that he's chairman of. Is he chairman? Yes, he is. Yeah, Stephen Gooden taking a greater stake in the company that he's chairman of, and what you said about the machinery and why you like it, and long COVID and government machinery breakdown sometimes, so it might be good for Elite. Those are the reasons that led you to buy it. Correct?
Yes, correct.
All right, and you happy with your buy?
Time will tell.
Okay. When will your time actually tell? When will you want to know? When will you be happy? When will you determine if you're happy or not?
When I take my profit, well, if I take my profit, you can never tell.
You can. When do you want to take your profits?
About 1 year time span. Yeah.
Okay, so in 1 year you want to take your profit. How much profit you want to take next year? Next year what at? Next year April?
My initial thing is probably so it's at $4.50, but I'm not. Yeah, but yeah.
Okay,
Or
so you
yeah,
want to
but I might take it earlier or later.
so you want to sell it at 450, and you expect to sell it for 450 anytime between now and April next year. Okay, and you bought it for 350 today, you say?
I think it was 350. I have to double check.
Think.
Well, you have to know, man, because you say you want
They
extra
know where you want to
profit.
say it, they don't know where you buy it.
Well,
You have to know
good
exactly how
point.
much profit. Yeah, man,
Suppose
I
end
see
up and buy it at
that, man.
420. I never know.
Yeah. Very important to know. Hold on, let me hear what the man in the street I say.
Oh no, I know. That was actually somebody. Never mind.
But know him sound just like the man in the the man
Man
on
in the
TV.
street, so just so.
The man in the street sound like the man on TV. Sound like the man in the background. Anyway, I can tell that you haven't done grow, or if you did, you never pay attention at all. You did grow?
No, ironically, I paid for someone to grow, but I haven't done it myself as yet.
Yes,
Well,
more than that.
thank you for your service, but you might have wanted to pay attention in it, or at least you might want to do it yourself. I think you could benefit from it.
When I next take profit, I'll probably, because the person I sent, I took profit, and then from my gems, so I said, okay, let me at least, yeah, because
Okay.
21-year-old rum expensive,
Yeah,
so
man.
the grower was a cheaper option.
All right. So you said next year April when you take profit, you come to grow. Jaja.
I have something within the next 30 days I should take profit in, so we'll see.
Okay. But you say you can never tell. How can you tell? What's that thing in the next 30 days that you're expecting profit from?
CPJ.
Yeah? Why?
Huh?
Why?
Because there isn't the report. I believe the report is due within 30 days, if my memory serves right. The next quarter report.
Well, we'll check. In 3 weeks and 2 days, they have their third quarter report due. Correct. Are you expecting heavy profits there?
Yeah.
And you're also expecting that will then mean that the share price will go up?
Yeah.
Okay. And how much you plan to take? How much you think it'll go up to?
I think it will go up to 20 or right past 20. Yeah.
Man, sound like him have this thing down pat, Danhai. Well, I'm praying for you. I hope that it goes up past 20 also.
You bought CPJ after Chris Berry's tweet as well? I mean, sorry, man in the street.
No.
Yeah, he tweeted about that one before, so I have to wonder.
I didn't see that tweet though.
Okay, you never saw that tweet. All right. What did you think of the tweet, by the way? Do you like the idea that it's done? Do you think it shouldn't be done?
Well, anything to move a stock price up, I have no arguments with,
But what if it moves the stock
say
price
go.
down? I don't think that this was meant to move the stock price one way or another.
At all.
I can't speak for Chris Berry, but I don't think that's what it was meant to.
Well, I like free advice in quotes. So any advice, even if it's good or bad, I don't mind being shared with the public. Or sharing news, I should say. Sharing news. I don't mind being shared with the public.
Okay.
It wasn't news.
Well, I guess
because by this time JSE don't post it.
Yeah, but
I think don't post it.
I think the news section would have been, if I could allow that, it would be before I buy.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it would have been before I buy. So I took this to say that the chairman of MJE is considering buying Elite Diagnostics shares. Which is, in my view, I can tell you, it's not like large market players don't make moves in the market, but they don't tell the public about them. So the fact that it's being shared with the public, I take that as a blessing, because he never have to say anything. He never have to say a thing at all. You think he can buy yet? Man in the street?
Yeah, when are you going to buy?
Well, I don't think so as yet. Well,
You don't think he can buy it?
But time will tell.
Time will always tell. Time always
tell, yeah. But we have to tell, but sometimes we have to tell before. That's where the money is.
Yep. Well, I don't think we can buy it either.
We on time to say the same thing.
Yeah. I don't think you can buy it either. All right. Well, I like your view. I wish it wasn't so hard to get out to you without you saying you go around so much with the man in the street. But thank you for the view, and I hope you come to grow. Or if not, at least I hope you talk to Danhai. I hope your CPJ plan work. But come grow if it work, and if it don't work, definitely come grow. And if you rather, link Danhai, and if you don't rather, still link Danhai. Yeah, that's all I'll say on that. Yeah. You have anything else you want to tell us, sir, man in the street?
No, that's it this time. Mm-hmm.
You're good. All right. Well, keep investing. One way or another, keep investing. You can't go wrong there. Yep. Stick with the market and it will reward you. Big up. All right. Sir Malik, well gone.
Night, guys. Night.
How are you doing?
Good for the most part, I just stopping by quickly to just, I don't know, bring up a thought that was I've been like thinking of for like some time.
Run it now.
Okay.
So I don't want to get political. Just I'm just gonna
Why
put
me
out
we're
like,
getting political?
well, you guys said that you don't want to get political either, so I'm
Oh,
sure you
definitely
were
not.
trying to be political either. But
Mhm.
I just putting out a disclaimer that I'm not doing anything for any party or anything, but pertaining to Portmore. The new Price Mart opened there, right? In the earlier part of April, and the new Fontana is supposed to open there next year, and it's supposed to be adjacent from it. I'm wondering if the heavy traffic might actually deter people from, I don't know, maybe going to that Fontana, because I see a lot of people who live in Portmore already knowing that they already complaining pretty much. I don't know if that will be the case, but I don't know if they'll be able to recoup their costs or get their profit back in time like they would want to.
In time. There's a time tag on why when we need to get our
As
profit or,
in,
or,
as
or the
in,
thing mash up.
as in the company itself, like
I know.
they have like the return, and yeah, that's all I'm wondering about.
No, so I'm saying I don't think there's a timeline around that, meaning on time. But
Oh,
what
there
I would say
isn't.
is, meaning
Oh, okay.
if I spend a money to build a building
Mm-hmm.
and don't put whatever bills in there, so
Yeah.
then what's the deadline and when I should make up my money?
Well, I'm sure they might have internal. You know, they want return on
I know, I
Yeah,
know,
investment
they
I know,
quickly.
they
I mean,
definitely
but
have
I
to.
don't
I
think
don't
I
know
don't
what
think
they
he
have
means that.
said.
I'm saying I don't
Mm-hmm.
think he means that. But
Mm.
way I see it, if you go
Mm-hmm.
there, traffic will be in Portmore anyway. So
Mm-hmm.
so if I'm going to not go, am I going to not go there because of traffic, even though we have deal with traffic anyway?
Well, I think it depends on where you live in Portmore. If you live where you live in St. Catherine, but it's like a lot of variables. So I was just wondering what you guys probably think about that, because
You
I
live
don't
in
see anybody
Portmore?
saying that at all. Like thinking of that potential,
Or what?
maybe
Not going there?
risk. I don't see anybody saying that.
Do you live in Portmore?
I live in Spanish Town, but I
Ah,
have friends in
Spain, man.
Portmore.
Hold on, you
So
live
you know what?
Spain?
Spain live
Yes, I
man.
live in yes, I live in Spanish Town, just like you, Randy. I just
Hold on.
my
Hold
whole
on.
life.
Your whole life? Whether you're born and grow in
Yeah,
Spain?
yes, brother. All right. So I
No,
was
yeah,
born in Saint.
Let out the voice there. Let out the voice there. Let out the voice there.
What happened?
Yeah, let out the
Malik put on
voice
the
there.
business talk and said, yes, brother.
Hombre, oh
Malik.
God.
Yes. I've taken, but I used to go schooling. Well, I go school in Kingston, but like as in, yes, I've been living in Spanish for my entire life,
Yeah,
pretty
everybody
much.
goes school in town, but I mean, come on. Big up
Well,
Jamaica,
some
big up
people go
Catherine.
school in Saint Patrick, but anyway, that's not important. Yeah, what were you saying?
But sorry, that is just blowing my mind. All right, so you live in Spain, you know
What?
better.
How that blow
Um,
your mind?
blow my mind. So you come from Spain, but that's good. That's good. Keep them
Well,
guessing.
I saw an uptown.
No, run a poll, Malik, and say and ask who'd have thought.
Yeah, who'd have
For
thought?
real?
And see
Yeah,
there you go,
man.
see there you go.
But that's good. That's good. Whole heap of people come from Spain.
It's
Different people.
nice.
We're not always on the news. Anyway, your point about the use of the space. I
Mm-hmm.
guess you're avoiding the politics of it because it became a political football. But let's be serious. If you come from Spain, then you know Portmore the way Spain people know Portmore.
Very
It's
much.
gonna be packed. People are gonna go. I mean, it's Portmore. What else are they gonna do? What are they going to do?
Go
Not go there?
Kingston,
They might
put more
drive to
there.
town.
Hmm.
They're gonna pack it same way, and it's gonna be a big deal. So you know that the road is going to be widened. Yeah, that's how I see it. It might not be widened immediately, but I think it might be also widened quickly.
I mean, I don't know if I'm gonna have the same faith in the people that met with the price mark people after it was opened, even though they knew for years it was gonna be put there and they haven't done anything. But
Why
we'll
would
see.
why would
We'll
they
see
put
what the
something there
local government
before?
does
Why
over
would they
there.
meet? Why
Let
you
me
say
tell
they
you
meet with them?
something.
Why they meet with them?
All right.
As in, I heard that they make. I saw in the media that they met with the Price Mart executives after they opened up the
To
Of
do.
place, like just
course,
the other day.
the ribbon not
To
gonna cut
do.
itself. Of course.
As in, like the the new price mart is there, fully operational now, and then don't have the capacity, which is why I was talking in pertaining to a meeting. So that's
Well,
why.
think about this.
Like,
Think about this. The Price Mart is
mm-hmm,
done by a private company who has a
mm-hmm,
lot of money. The roads are done by the government, which does not have a lot of money to spend like that, right? The Price Smart people went to Price Smart because they know that there is the largest dormitory community this side of the globe is Portmore.
mm-hmm,
Um, the government can't just. I mean, we would love if they were proactive and they widened the road in anticipation of it going there. But I don't know if you remember, we're a poor country, and we were poor before COVID. We're just starting to get back to starting to look like we might one day get to the point of having some money. You'd love to say they'd be proactive, but you can't just throw the road work there because 4 years from now something might go on. Here's what I think. I think between now and the next election, the road must widen.
Which next election, local government or general?
Probably general.
Well, I don't see the incentive of doing the road in before the next general. It's probably local government they would want to. But I don't know. We'll see.
The general election
Because
determines. The general
Portmore
election
Portmore people gonna vote.
determines. Yeah.
Hmm?
The general.
Portmore people vote.
Pardon me?
People in Portmore vote.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
they've
man, people in
always
Portmore
and
vote,
they've
but many
always
people also
voted.
vote blindly. So
They've always voted one way in Portmore, and for the first time
mm-hmm.
they voted another way, and so you suddenly have a tension, and I mean that in both senses of how it sounds: a space tension and ATTEN whatever attention. The people who are there now, I'm sure they don't want to lose those seats. You don't want to piss off all of Portmore because of this traffic. And two,
Mm-hmm.
you want to handle the low-hanging fruit. If you widen the roads, you have suddenly made a lot of people happier, and you can cut some more ribbons, and you can try and seal in some more votes, right?
Yeah.
They know this the same way I know this. And my 9 to 5, my continued existence is not dependent on the political will of the people, but politicians are. They know this the same way I know this. So the road, I suspect, will be widened before the next election that determines who is the member of parliament for the constituencies within Portmore and Greater Portmore.
Mm.
That's how I feel. That's the kind of things I hedge my bets on. And if I'm going to, no, here's where we go a little deeper, Chess, and this is as close as I'll come to the politics of it. If I know the money is limited, and I know that there is political, there's some political gain to be found in widening the road, then I'm gonna widen it at the right time. Maybe you don't want to widen it too early, so the people then forget who it was that fixed it up for them. But you also don't want to piss them off and keep it there too late, right? And you don't have the money. The money is, we're still not a rich country, so the money is always needed somewhere else. So maybe you do a lot of little things and you make people enjoy the pain of it, enjoy the pain of the traffic by the place, and then a little later on you
Solve
cut the
the
ribbon,
problem.
you solve the problem. Yeah, man, you solve the problem and you cut that ribbon and you remind them, remember how you need to vote. Or somebody might be proactive and sort out some way for it to be fixed without it coming through government means, and maybe the opposition politician would then cut that ribbon and go, remember who it was that got it for you when them couldn't do it. Remember this, the politicians work for us. Just always bear that in
Well,
mind. Let them work for us.
I think the idea is that they're supposed to work for us, but people basically worship them, and that kind of turns the power dynamic
Boy,
around. But I
wrong
mean,
space, Mike.
what?
Wrong space, Mike. Wrong
Wrong
space.
space, Mike. Wrong space.
Pardon me, what?
Wrong space. Wrong space.
No. We don't worship them over
Anyways,
here.
yeah.
Be realistic.
But
And remember
I
this
think
when
I
you are
think one of the
voting.
potential foils though to what you were saying though, Randy, is that, for example, Red Hills Road has had a traffic problem for years,
Well,
and that road
Red
has
Hills
not been
Road has
widened.
had Red Hills
Or
Road
Red
has
Hills,
had
the low. Pardon me.
Red Hills Road has had a strong crime problem for years, which helps ensure
That too.
the votes. So the people that live in that specific area don't necessarily vote based on the traffic on Red Hills Road. But Portmore is such a dynamic space that I think
And it was a change too.
Yeah,
It's a change. This is, we're going from this much traffic to now this much more traffic.
Yeah,
Solving a new issue versus,
Yeah.
boy, 20 years is all gone. You can give them 20 more.
and the young people don't really care as much about. Let me not say the garrison effect is not quite the same. The lower down the age groups you go, like you Malik, you live in Spain. Do you vote based on what such man tell you to vote?
Who is such man?
Maybe him come
I
from
vote
Spain for
based
real.
on.
Maybe him come from Spain for real. Maybe him come from Spain for real.
No, 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 no.
I don't
I
know
vote
either,
based
Malik.
on who I think is the best person or
So it's
best
not such man
government
thing.
or something. Not
So there's
such
no such
man.
man thing to
I
vote.
just
All right.
realized that I'm tired.
Yeah, that's fine. So you are
Man on the street.
yeah, the man in the street in TV not on. But yeah, so you are
No
proof
TV.
then you are proof then that the younger generation is not swayed as easily by crime or garrison politics or whatever. We have a different set of you guys, because I'm not even in that generation. You guys have a different set of ideals, and that's good. So remember that, and don't pretend like your politicians are above you. They're not.
Exactly.
Just bear that in mind. Don't
More
worry.
army.
Very true.
All right, and I suspect they also know that, and I think the current government is very aware of that too. And I don't think that they'll let the people suffer. I think that they'll fix it, and I think they will take the opportunity to make it very clear to everybody who fixed it and why it was fixed.
Mm.
Them smart too, you know, Malik. Don't worry. Them go good school too, man. Them head on them body.
Yeah, and the next thing that I was just thinking about as well. Somebody also brought it up. A young lady. I can't remember her name right now though.
They know
She
she.
brought up something. Pardon me.
Tell the point, Malik. Ignore Danhai. Ask the question and let's talk.
She brought up something about main event and about how main event covered champs and covered Carifta.
Ashley, I think it was.
Cover.
Ashers.
I don't think she did. We were talking.
I
We were
think
talking about main event, but I don't know.
Or it
She
was said around that
directly,
time. I said that. I know I said main event did champs and Carifta. I said did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. What you wanted to say around that?
Oh, yeah, I said, oh.
I don't know, just the way how the country is opening back up. The Prime Minister said he's not locking anything back down, even though there's a new variant. So
So we're
I
not
don't
going
think he
back.
can. I don't think he can.
yeah, that would be I think that would be really hard for him to lock stuff back down and keep people happy. But I don't know. I guess it depends on how far the country can suffer before he might have to lock it down. But we'll see. So yeah, it's just really the country opening back up and people going back to parties and different night events, etc. So main event.
It's the
Have something
outside
good
boss, yeah, man.
coming. Outside reopen, man. And I think it's the same point that I don't think it can be closed again. I think it open and it open for good now. So after this, even though yes, if you listen to the doctors, there seems to be a bad flu going around again. But I would also say that this is not a problem that has not been solved. Let's be serious. Every time in human history that we have had a virus, the solution for it has either been we all get strong enough to beat the virus, or in relatively recent human history, well, a lot of people die, or in relatively recent human history, we vaccinate ourselves against the virus. And there is a vaccine, unless a new version has been released, there is a vaccine against it. So if Jamaica and Jamaicans want to protect themselves, get vaccinated. I think that that's a done problem. I'm not going back on the lockdown for that. And if you don't want to get vaccinated either, that's perfectly cool too. I'm cool with that.
Stay up in the same area.
Yeah, I'm cool with that if you don't want to. It's your life. I'm honestly cool with it. And if you have questions around the vaccine, I kind of understand that too, but let's just not lock down for that. That's my point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm.
All right. Big up, Malik. I don't want you to take too much time because I want us to go on to one of the other points. And I also want to bring up, so big up, Malik. Thank you. And
yeah, man.
Yeah, and like I said, by the way, anybody listening, if you have a question, a comment, anything like that you want to bring to us, send a speaking request. We'll approve it. We'll talk. You know, the latter part of Brick Talk. Yo, the last few weeks, Danhai, like the last half of Brick Talk has been really, I think, really fun, really good, really interesting. And I also think that a lot of people, especially if the people who watch it afterwards, and most people, like 8% of the people watch it afterwards, not necessarily live. If them don't know, they might miss it. But then I gather somebody else tell me that, a lot of people send like clips or they send timestamp and them share it that way. So you'll hear it. But while you're live, I think there's nothing that quite beats a live. Anyway, having said that, I did promise for us to talk about there's one specific thing that I said that we talk about.
CEO.
Yes, the CEO point. By again, I don't know. Chris Berry is becoming very influential on Twitter. I don't know. Very influential on Twitter. I say all the time that how people tell me them pay attention to my tweets is how I pay attention to his tweets. So somebody else said that he has the most powerful question mark on local Twitter. Yeah, if that's a real thing. There's a tweet of him saying, "Detailed by Arosa," like months ago. It turns out they did. He asked these very interesting questions. So here's another one with a powerful question mark. If you heard that the CEO of a Jamaican company took stock in lieu of pay, what would you say? So if you hear that a CEO is taking stock as their paycheck instead of an actual paycheck, good, bad, or ugly, what do you guys think? And if anybody in the speaking list have a view on that, or if anybody has a view, they want to send a speaking request to talk about it, more than willing to take that. I found, however, that the responses to this, like, I was surprised at how strong they were in terms of being for it. And if you looked at them, then
we'll jump fine. I can never look at the responses, though I usually do.
Yeah, man, it was very funny. I saw Miss Nyla, who has been on Brick Talk before, so she'd spend her entire paycheck on the company stock every month. Right? I mean, that's kind of a lot, but okay. Mr. Mention said that he trusts in the ability of himself and his team to deliver. That would drive confidence of investor. Grant Garvin, who've also had on Brick Talk, or big up Garvin, said that she or him is going to keep all shareholders happy. Confidence being shown in the company, 876 analyst said that. Jervis of Jervis Capital say, start asking some deeper questions, as you'd expect from anybody who have that sort of knowledge. But confidence. Owen James, big up Owen James, legend, saying that it shows great confidence and the stock possibly a great buy. I'm surprised at the amount of people. So Tavares said,
this is surprising for real.
Yeah. Tavares said he wouldn't say anything. He would just do a funding. So you know what I mean? Straight J Trader. I am just surprised at how strong. I don't think I saw one bad response to it. I am very, very, very surprised at it. Yeah.
I wouldn't say anything. We'll just DC all the time.
Yeah. Well, sorry. One. Him can't trick me. Okay. So I guess there is one. And somebody's saying, I don't know, partnership 4-4, Robert Montague, but I don't think it's actually Bobby Montague. I think it's just, who knows? It's followed by...
That was just... It's Robot Montague.
Duncan. Robot Montague. Oh, yeah. That's so funny. That's so funny. Bringing back the old Twitter days. That's so funny. It's like one of them political burner accounts. Yeah. Okay. And Marcus Anthony, I'm not sure I understand. For example, if the CEO was due 20 million, at least this is a good question, just in case anybody's confused by it, and he or she opted for the stock equivalent, why would that be a problem? It's not really a problem, but that's what it means when you say in lieu of it. So let's say their salary is 20 million, and instead they don't take a salary, or maybe they take a stipend. So they take maybe they take 1.5. They take a salary of 1.5 million a year. So their full salary is 20 million a year, or 10 million a year, whatever. 20 million, CEO. She's a good CEO. So 20 million a year. She take 1.5 as cash, and then the other 18.5 she takes as a stock payout every single year. And of course, you get the bonuses can also get roped into this. So maybe if you beat X profit target, you get 10% more or blah blah blah. I personally I'm hugely for it. I think I mean, some schemes like this exist already, and I think Chris Bear went on to point out that
His follow-up tweet.
that the entire C-suite of SVL gets material compensation in SVL stock on an annual basis, and he turned it into a SVL team ad. But for me, I think it's a great. I hope that it sparks. I hope that it makes a couple of companies start thinking, a couple of founders start thinking about
I realize the way that the market read.
Exactly. Yeah. The market is a real thing, and you can make some serious money from the market, and you can truly be like, it might work out to your own benefit. I always say like $100 worth of stock is more money than $100. Even though yes, the stock can go down in value, it can also go up in value, and there's no limit to how much it can go. But $100 can only ever be $100, and the economists will tell you that it can also be a lot less than $100 once you include time. Yeah, so that's how I feel. But I don't know how you feel about it, Danhai. I know you're saying it's good, but do you have any deeper thoughts on it?
No, I really like that kind of thing. I know. I think CEOs should be invested in the stock. Put on the line like we are, right? You should be similar invested. And when a CEO does something like that, that makes me say, all right, cool. Them watching the stock price, so that the moves that they make will be in line with, well, I'm making money on this as well, more than my salary. So yeah, that's definitely a good thing. I think more CEOs should definitely do it, and the market should push for it more. And the market, being shareholders, should look at that type of thing as something good and should almost maybe start requiring it. Not necessarily from our journal or we can regulate, know what talking like that. Doesn't mean that shareholders actually want something like that and maybe price up into the decision on that type of thing.
Yeah. I love when they have skin in the game. It is necessary. It's necessary because there are companies on the exchange where nobody on the board owns shares, or maybe just one person on the board owns shares. Yeah, being on a board is no great. Like it's not a big deal. It's certainly not for the money, because being on a board doesn't pay that well. It's more, I think, interesting. It to me bodes better, and you often see much better management of the company, management with retail share investors in mind, when the people on the board are also investors in the company and own shares in the company. And the best is when they're also active on the stock market, right? When they also invest otherwise. You see them name on other top 10 lists, or if you know them personally, you hear them talk about other stocks. That's the best. There are very few of those companies. I tell people all the time, most people running companies on the stock market, most of them don't really know about them share price, don't care about them share price, and have no idea or real interest in the in the share price. And so they often will make decisions that will hurt people who are interested in the share price. But you don't get that as much when you have a lot of people on the board owning shares in the company.
It's a skin in the game.
Skin in the game, man. Yeah, man.
Like, if I do this, I'm hurting me too.
Yeah, exactly. And sometimes also you'll notice the lack of skin in the game, or the removal of skin in the game, and it can be a sign. Yeah. In fact, I remember. I think I could be wrong, but I remember one. I won't say the stock name. I remember one specific company, very popular company, where one of the board members, I think, sold some shares before an IPO. Yeah. And I think maybe the price that they sold it for is either very close to the price it still is here a few years later, or below. So let that be
interesting.
Yeah, and let be guided accordingly. Anyway, next up we have who was next? Rob Croft BSC, who was referenced earlier by the teacher striker teacher herself.
It was number one villain.
Yeah.
Wow. I'm not a villain now.
That's what most villains say. You get the notification. You've been mentioned by Croft BSC. You think, oh God, What have I done?
No, no, no.
Yeah.
It's been a while. I just chill now, you know, because they look.
Same thing.
But
Same thing.
um,
Tyson say.
what?
Said the Tyson said.
Well, I can't really. I'm not gonna be persecuted in front of the crowd. You see me?
Same thing. Tyson say. I look at work out for the brother and playing with him.
Yeah. Just,
Anyway, walk on.
but yeah, I'm interested in what? What's his name? Wolf of North Street was saying about Elite though. Um, my personal view is that it's really. I don't really think is Chris Berry tweet. Oh wait, yeah, I don't really think it's about a tweet. You see me? I think it's more about people to say, oh, it's the chairman of the company and him looking to increase his stake in this company. Why is that happening? Um, and somebody, just like you guys are saying, you have skin in the game. This person is the chairman of the board, has significant say in the direction of the company, might know things about the company, that will be coming in the future. So maybe some people are just wondering to themselves, yo, why this man take up himself and buy $30 million worth of shares? Whatever amount it is. It's not a small change. You get me? I mean, small change for the average person, anyway. But there are other things because I mean, looking at Elite, kind of casually. Just been watching them because I have interest because the field and whatever. They've been having some issues though, right? Which they say they've resolved. Um, you know, but the pandemic
What
has
kind of
also been
issues?
beaten. I mean, like with their machines and thing, their machines not being up and having bare problems with them or whatever, whatever. They were
Yeah,
struggling
I
with
found
that
that
for a good
funny.
while.
Yeah, I found that funny actually when the guy like two people ago was saying that they may be a they may be a great option because the government machines are often breaking down.
Yeah, yeah, I was laughing when he said that as well because I don't know, them must be the most sought imaging company, the whole Caribbean because the man, the man can't keep up the machines. But, let me see. Yeah, apart from that, the whole pandemic, most people would probably think, yo, pandemic, health, this definitely going to increase them profits, but apparently, well, obviously, the opposite happened for them because you don't know,
The
say,
type of business.
yeah, the type of business that they are. You have to run off appointments. You can't have 30 people sit down in a waiting area again because social distancing. You have to start run off appointments. Maybe you can only do 5 appointments for the day.
People
So
will
them been having
people will prioritize certain type of health concerns that
yeah,
are not
yeah,
this.
yeah. So this kind of thing, you see when people go to the doctor, Virgin, and you tell them say, yo, you need an MRI, you need a CT. Them gonna say, yo, I have to, like, I have to do that. Wait, you see when a man forward and then you tell him say, "Yo, I got a shot. You see me? You need this." You might go sort it out
Jesus
because
Christ.
right? No, it's just a fact. You see me? If it's somebody having chronic back pain, and you tell them say, "Yo, you need an MRI, and you might need surgery," it nah go happen. It might not happen until like 2 years later. Like the average Jamaican just can't afford it, and then so. You're looking at a
Oh,
small percentage of the population that can actually afford their services, and then with the pandemic on top of that, it's grimy for them.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I mean, there are other things that them have. I think.
we're coming out of the pandemic.
Yeah, we're coming out of the pandemic. I think there are other things that kind of working in them favor. Some other companies on the market do some stuff that could be positive for them. They have the whole not for the express of them thing right there. So it's the developments going on in Jacksal in that area. There could be an effect, even though while the
And
drive past.
The Draxal low
Yeah,
station is saying that it has actual locked out offices. So more
yeah,
people working
yeah.
in that area means where
Right.
would I go?
Right. So there's that. Even though when we drive past, I'm gonna look on it, and I say,
It
because
is probably empty still.
right, in my head, it's like, John, oh, I hear about this big development going on in Jackson. But then you look on a North Coast run and you say, oh, but wait, now man, elite there, don't listen in the liquor corner and like, I expect more from them still going forward,
But
given
then
that they. Mm,
what around there is similar type of services. It can
similar.
differ if they're the only one there.
Yeah. But then I don't know. I've also looked at it and said, yo, them kind of. Oh, Richmond. Richmond is nearby. There. I
Mm-hmm.
mean,
Yeah,
they have
near
Ochi.
Church.
yeah.
Yeah.
In
There
Kingston
are other,
terms, it's
but there
close
are
by.
other.
Yeah.
Yeah. Them have competition in Ochi, and
Hmm.
Ochi is like Ochi is the nearest large town, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yo, tell me
So
something. If you can give this medical angle to it, do those machines like MRIs, do they break often? So I know that
um,
Elite has had
you
a
know,
problem. Do other companies have
yeah,
that problem?
say I've never really heard that. Like I've never heard, oh, yo, MRI machine down. Which is why I found it out. I mean, I might be wrong because I'm not a technician, is it? So maybe if them have problems, maybe them just when I send the person to the imaging center, maybe them just say, oh, yo, this MRI not working, go here. I wouldn't know. So,
Okay, okay.
but I've never heard that. I've never heard a private imaging company having issues like that with their machines. Which is why I say, oh, there must be super, ultra, mega stuff because it wasn't just one machine, right? And then the thing about MRI machines is not like you can just turn them on and off. There's this whole process that you have to go through a cycle and all sort of stuff. So they would have significant periods of time where the machine were down. It's not just like, oh, the machine was down for 2 days. It's like a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. And
Yeah,
they kept
man.
saying it over and over in the report.
Yeah, significant thing. Like I when I think of them, I think of the machine being broken, and
Bro, immediately.
yeah, we've been making that joke since early earning
IPO.
season days. Yeah,
Because
It's
I
funny.
everybody was making money, and the disappointment box when we get the first machine plug in it, then the second machine plug in it, and you're
Yeah.
wondering what's going on.
yeah. That machine
Yeah.
spent a lot of time being unplugged, and then
Yeah.
yeah,
Right.
to just put in context of the business, like you see, they have look at the long term loans, right? They have debt to service, and even when your machine down and your revenue kind of dipping, the bill is still there, right? Right, that you still have your employees to pay, blah blah blah. And so yeah, they've been going through a really really rough time. I think a lot of people going away from maybe just the hype or the talk of it. I think a lot of people might have been taking the movement of these large share purchases, including by the chairman, as a sign of confidence and
A
maybe a
better to come.
turnaround.
Yep.
Yeah, maybe a
Yeah,
real
basically.
turnaround in the
Right.
management of the
I
company.
mean, truthfully, when I saw that, me seeing Steven say that, I said the same. This might be the thing that
Yeah.
we're looking for. Efficiency is coming.
Yeah. Something might be on the table where he must say, yeah, man, I can take a bigger stake in this, knowing say, oh, it will work out.
Or, but the truth is, he's a chairman. He probably already believe it. He probably done said to himself, own this for a long time to get a gain over a long time. Man, it just makes sense to me.
Well, yeah,
So,
that too. I mean, I was also thinking, say, oh, that's something that you should consider as well. These people might have a completely different timeline from you and I. You see me? This
always,
man might just
like
be saying,
Stephen Mayberry, Chris
yeah,
Berry said,
like
buy before
Chris,
I
Chris,
buy.
Chris
Tell me
might
why
be
buy
saying,
before I buy.
I go buy it and hold it for 10 years and then sell it at the 10-year mark. And you will say, John, I will buy it for this year and then next year, nothing. And Chris will say, yeah, man, it's coming. But, I'm not looking for it till 2020, till 2032.
Yeah,
It's different.
yeah. You
But
always have to think about that, but I don't think so though.
Mhm.
I don't think
no,
so.
I don't think so.
I don't
I
think
mean,
so
there are
either.
other things. There are like other things that I've seen them say, like some discussions that some of the things that them say in the media, like them hinting at it, like them not say, oh, them would have opened another branch, but them just
Yeah, in fact, let me connect some of those dots, right? If Chris Berry is buying, and he didn't say what he meant by if he meant in a personal capacity, or if you don't, let's say people are taking it as him as chairman of MJE, right, which is an actively managed fund. I don't believe like he can him have to take a large enough stake for it to matter at that level for the fund, right? And if the fund takes an active stake, every single quarter now they are judged based on the profitability or the the level of profitability of the fund. So I don't think he would be taking on something that he would not necessarily expect significant profits from within
right,
whatever time is mattering to him. You
And
can measure
recently he said
right.
he likes staking companies that he can help.
Yeah,
exactly.
I was just about to say that he has a habit of jumping into companies and kind of helping them turn around.
Which is right. Yo, listen.
Nothing wrong still. I mean, even though some people have
It's just
kind
like
of frame
some
it a
people are
certain way.
some people are not so smart.
Yeah, yeah.
It was like us whenever we say, boy, if I buy Grace, then maybe I'm a Catherine speak fan now.
Yeah.
Stop buy water. That's just generally people say it all the time. Buy the products of the company you own.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
That's the way you support the company that you own. If I lend money, then I'm making sure the company I own get some money, borrow money at the best rate I can get for that company. So if I say, boy, NCB I give them 7%, but I give them 6, then I lend them for 6. That kind of thing. Help them.
Yeah.
And
So
it should be
same
noted
idea.
too, you know, that it's not like even the whole. I mean, you mentioned the CPJ tweet from what was like July last year, and so yeah, it should be noted that it's not really in a vacuum, isn't it? I think at the time he tweeted it, he was just like, "Yo, we are whatever shareholder, isn't it? So you know, this is me. You know, disclosure. He must say, "Yo, I have a stake in this, big stake," and then you know, MJE results come out and he might tell you who the top performers were. So there's a link. So I mean, I don't think it's a bad thing to look at Chris Berry tweeting, but I don't think. I mean, nothing wrong with it. I mean, I feel like if you have sense, you know, it's okay to look at certain things. Some things is just it's informal, but it makes sense. You get what I'm saying? Yeah.
It well, yeah, those are the dots you have to connect because you can't always get all of the information from just the straightforward thing. Like nobody's gonna tell you everything up front. That's why I'm with
Some
you.
kind of man on the street attack.
Exactly. Or the man on TV. Speaking of which, let me touch some of those earlier points. I've seen some tweets. I think I need to address one of them. Let me go back as early as I can. One of them, I think, was in relation to that point about the roads at Trans-Jamaica. Somebody had asked Dr. Clark about the roads on the north coast, public-private partnership. He responded saying that it will not be a toll road. I'm still very wary of that because it will not be a toll road does not necessarily mean what we might think it means, like or what people might let me just I'll just share it. So he said that in relation to it. I'll show the tweet and you can decide what you want from it. But yeah, somebody had asked about that and he said, would it be a toll road, a public-private partnership? And he said it won't be a toll road. Take from that what you will. Do your research even deeper if you're serious about it. Somebody else said, I think when we were talking to the new guy, I'm not sure. I'm looking for the tweets so I could reference it properly, but they're saying that, you know, they think that we're making fun of the guy's ignorance. He's a new investor. I think it was around the same Chris Berry tweet question. The guy who asked it.
I'm seeing it.
And that, you know, you seen that tweet, Danhai?
Yeah, it's the people move on things. People move on things how they see it. I'm sure a lot of us did by Kyle Seal. Not, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
My condolences. Cash was prayer on his skin. Chris Berry is in the final, and some may see him as genuine. Honestly, truthfully, that's a very, very, very terrible, terrible connection you're making there.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand the connection from the point of view of people saying, listen, I can understand the point of view from people saying, listen, that, you know, if we look on him as a person who knows about finance, then this is important for him to, I don't know, for him to do what, because he hasn't actually said here. He hasn't said anything, but first let me just talk for us. No, we're not laughing at the guy, but and you guys should understand the way, especially, you notice that I interrupt a lot and I ask certain questions. It's not because I like to be annoying or I love to chat. It's because I want certain ideas to be set out plainly so that we can address it plainly. Because you see, when somebody says something of a feeling and you feel a little way, and then Danhai and I hear that, and then I think the feeling means something else, and I hear it and I think the feeling means something else, and then I respond and then I respond, and the person hears, and then all of you guys hear. And everybody come away with a different feeling, thinking we are saying something about something else. Now, when I'm clear about it, or we press and say, no, why did you think that? What exactly did you mean? Which tweet? Ray. Of course I know the tweet. Does it happen? People send it to me. Like 20 people send it to me immediately. Of course I get asked. Of course I know it would happen. But I want it to be said clearly so that we can have a very clear line. And why? Because I think a lot of the general sentiment around something like this is that it shouldn't happen. This shouldn't be allowed to happen, right? Worse, him say it and the share price drops since him say it, right?
Yeah.
The man never told you to go and buy it right now, or nor if the share price were to double over the next 3 months, would you think that it's a bad time, right? The share price is not something that does one direction only forever. I want us to not get to the point where every single time we hear something on or about the market, our inclination is to throw it out and it shouldn't happen. We will regulate ourselves into poverty. It don't work that way. There's nothing wrong. It's actually, in my view, a blessing for somebody with a crap load of money and understanding of the market to publicly speak about something that they say that they intend to do and say it publicly. Now, if you want to rush and buy the stock based on that, understand that in doing that, you are doing the wrong thing. I can't tell you not to do the wrong thing, but you are doing the wrong thing. If when you hear Danhai and I talking, or this gentleman also who talking to us talking about people get shot, if you hear them say anything, I hear us say anything, and you run and buy a stock or sell a stock based on that, again, you're doing the wrong thing. We're not telling you to do that. But don't expect us to always go off what is in your mind, because we don't know what's in your mind. And sometimes we have to ask an annoying question. And we're also human. People say funny things, we're going to laugh. If something is funny to us, we might look at it away. But the point is to press with these questions to get it out, because I assure you that maybe, I don't know if he got as much out of it as I hope he got, but somebody listening or somebody watching gets a lot more out of it. So it's not a bad thing.
And sometimes people talk and we get what they say, but we know that we get it from our perspective because we have a lot of context around. Other people hear them, this is where they get the market information. They don't really know much, so we bring them on for the whole journey.
Exactly.
So and if I go answer in a certain way, then they're trying to take it. I understand what he's saying, but he never really said it in a way that everybody else would get. So me giving the affirmative or whatever, my response to that without clarifying what he's saying, going to come off a certain way to everybody in a very different way than it actually means.
Yeah,
you can't have that too much misinformation going out there, so we kind of have to dial back on that one.
Yeah, in simple words, I mean literally. Let's say I know that maybe Elite is going to raise some money soon. Let's say I think they're going to do a rights issue soon. But people are thinking about, the tweet with Chris Berry. And then I say, yeah, man. And then people buy the stock, and then the stock price fly. We would have encouraged accidental profit, which if you list us, we hate that. Because you'd have thought that the reason to buy this was on Chris Berry's tweet or on Danhai and I saying, we think it'll fly. When that's not the way to do it, that shouldn't be done, and we're not encouraging that. But if we don't question and pull it out and have you understand it, so that if we do say something, we have the right reasons behind it, then we'd actually be doing you a disservice. And there's no law requiring us to do that. It's just common sense, and it's how I am. I am a stickler for sense being associated with the things I'm involved in, at least publicly, in my view. And that here ended the sermon. Sorry, I just wanted to address those things. I think I saw something else I wanted to address too. The cash pot, I think it was. Oh, Sir Leng, who I also seen the list waiting to talk. Yeah, he mentioned that cash pot can't.
Boy, it's only Leng have enough nice for the gambling business, man.
Yeah. I don't know if Croft BSC, you mind if we jump over to Sterling? I mean, you're still here. You can jump in anytime you need to also.
I mean, not mine, but I hear sure, I hear a word.
Thank you very much, sir. You sound like you come from Spain. You come from Spain? Don't answer that. Sterling, what's up?
Yeah, night. Oh, God.
You make a great point there, Ling, about in favor of Cashpot, that Cashpot can't sell off because, I mean, the machine is always there, right? But as many people have told me, they've been to outlets trying to buy scratchers, and the mirror say, it done. Them not have enough, it done.
Yeah, the first time I actually saw that happening, was at the New Kingston branch that they have there in that Tajikura building. I think that's the head office. I think, and if head office can done, which I never know was even possible, but say serious.
Well, them probably wouldn't keep enough at the head office because most people, not buying from the head office and would push them to the market.
Yeah, but I figure that they would keep them at the head office and dispatch them where I don't know what them do them thing, but I was just kind of surprised to see that done because really and truly, New Kingston is really dense, you know. You know, you have these high-rise buildings with multi floors, whole heap of offices, whole heap of people, hundreds and hundreds, thousands of people working in New Kingston. And actually, those are the kind of people I was seeing at the line too, because I watched the line,
Yeah,
you
no
know. And I
most
tell you,
from time on.
yeah, I tell you, man, man with jacket and tire going, and I was looking and seeing who's buying the $500 ones. I'm like, who's gonna buy this the 500? So, and believe it or not, you have people buying the sheet of the $500 ones too. You know, and what I found happening too is that when a person would buy the ticket, buy this the scratch card, they wouldn't go too far either, you know. Them go a little distance. They might probably leave the store and go somewhere on the corner, scratch, and come back when they realize they're not win, or them try to redeem whatever. But what they're doing is that they redeem whatever and use it to buy back in.
Yeah, man, more.
And it's like, yeah, it's like one more. And I'm not gonna lie, I was a part of that thing too. It was,
You win, you
it
win,
kind
you
of,
win.
You win?
I be a foolish smell when a $500, $300. No, we don't sense, man. And in the beginning, I say, yeah, man, the odds on this one, especially the money pot, is the cheapest one. But the grand prize for that one, I think, was 300,000. I say, yeah, man, the odds on this nice. And plus, nobody now expects that this is going to be the real one. 'Cause a lot of people love the red 7-1, the 3 sevens, but I just felt like that was a harder one to win, you know. And then they had another one, the domino one, where you get double six. That to me, I thought was just madness. I'm not gonna do that. Why would anybody win that? But surprisingly, somebody come in they can win. So it was all fun and games for me in the beginning, but I kind of ease off of that now because it obviously not going nowhere. I was dead serious. Sure, I was gonna win at 300,000 that day, but I'll just stick to Lotto and Super Lotto. Must catch one of them.
So you don't buy
But,
cash pot?
eh?
You don't buy cash
No,
pot?
I don't play cash pot anymore, but today, so my father love it. Live on cash pot. It's my favorite thing in the whole world.
Well, this is the science man, father. What
Eh?
dreams is stocks?
Something like you call it that, but yeah, man, him love cash pot gone to bed. Favorite thing. It's fun for him.
Anyway. Just call the man the father science man.
Man, tell me same science. In father, man, in father Vladimir.
To the war something.
Dreams is Fesco.
Yeah,
Dreams is Fesco and we still away for when dreams for the second quarter. What do you think are going for the second quarter?
You can sign some stuff for you.
Yeah, man. I
Well,
expect ask if JPS can listen the second quarter. Between now and the end of June. JPS Alice?
I ask him. I don't think you know, but I ask him.
You never
But
think you know about Fesco either?
from early out, they've been saying, food, pre-food. So I don't know. Look and see what's going on with the food stocks. But the question I really wanted to ask though was earlier. I think not earlier, but generally is one always called we think as what the party water. How you go?
Water.
What title we give it?
You have the water, you have the strips.
Water boom.
Yeah.
Yeah?
No
You call it no
construction
man,
site.
you never title for it, man. Like you just say like it's the party water something like so. I don't know. I don't know what to call it.
You know the
But I don't know
strips.
either.
I don't know either. I'm not in the streets like that. I'm not the man in the streets. I'm not on TV.
So, but you say the entertainment stuff though, right?
No.
Yes.
I would say
It's
that
something,
it eats a lot from that. That's not how I would classify it,
Yes.
but yeah.
It eats a lot from it. Okay, so
I mean,
so the real question though is what you think could put that under siege? Like, would you say that 876 or any other water basically is what would it take for another water company to kind of overthrow that?
Distribution. We think because strength is its heavy distribution, and they have a hell of a distribution network. Some would say the best in Jamaica.
Yeah.
and certain products, the branding behind them is water. Like the branding behind water is great.
Yeah, man. And then of course pair that with the marketing. But I think and don't underestimate what they call normative determinism. Like the name of things, water
Water, yeah.
strong, right? We want water. That's a strong thing. I don't know. It's only uptown I go and hear people say, "Oh, you know, I don't like water. It tastes bad." When Catherine speak, that's cool. But it's not like if you're thirsty, if you're thirsty, all I have is water. You're gonna
But
drink
I
it.
real thing you just a while ago, you know. I don't know if you realize that. Yeah, that real thing you just
I
say, you
know
know.
as quoting. Anyway.
But the thing is, though, but you're right because I remember I don't really follow carnival like that. But when you look on
Surprising.
the road after road march or whatever, a beer water bottle is up on the road after every major event, stage show, concert, whatever.
Yep.
If you're in
Water
the
right
Water is
party
there.
and
everywhere.
you need water, and they're like, "Oh, you know, we don't have
Mm.
Catherine speak." Well, you'd go, "Oh, well, just give me the white rum then." You're still gonna drink
Right.
water.
You're not gonna really see much captain speak at events. I think maybe probably because of price point too. But when I
Though
look
not,
at
hold on, though not that, because Catherine speak is no GK, and they're no slouches either. Remember, your father said, "Pay attention to food."
yeah, but
Catherine
we know, but
speak is
that's
GK.
exactly what I listen at now because when I went to I think it was Yush other day, 876 what I saw
Who
and
is
I
that?
saw
Who is that?
876
Yeah,
is
Usual party. Oh, it's at least out in there.
what you
DK
ask
that.
me is that GK?
GK same way.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I'm saying. So I realized that I mean years gone by that would have been water. And I think I love soca too. I almost heard the DJ say water was free, but it's by 876. So again, now you notice some little encroachment going on here. So now so I don't know if it's a trend to follow or what, but I was wondering, what would
Such
it
company
take?
strong, man. Such
Eh?
company smart.
Here's what
Such
I'd
company
say.
smart and such company strong.
Yeah, here's what
Mm,
I'd say. That's what you're talking about is just that's basic FMCG. That's the marketing. That's the fast moving consumer goods. That's competition.
mm, mm,
Wisynco is Wisynco because they're also very good
mm,
at competition. So
mm.
just because something happened somewhere doesn't mean that I would not
No,
count them
I'm
out.
not saying that's what's
Yeah.
happening, but I was just saying that this is the only two
No.
events I've gone to since we free up. So when I wonder now, it made me start wondering, is it something we can see more of, and to what extent? You know?
It it might be something you see more of because the competition is out there. GK not going to slouch and allow somebody just to continue to rule the market. So people are always going for the throne. And also the
Mm,
person who has the throne did not get the throne by default. They built a hell of a
Hell of a thing.
of a distribution network and a hell of a company on the back of working hard and fighting off competition, right?
mm,
So I don't expect that I think there's going to be a fight out there, and I welcome the fight. I think there's more than enough
yeah,
people consuming products from all of these companies to really allow everybody to have a nice good taste. And I think the winner will make themselves known as the winner because of the options. And Wisynco isn't just water, but that's a good thing from them.
yeah.
And they're also Boom, which there's no
Mm,
construction site in Jamaica that can function without Boom. And they're also talking about expansion, and they're looking to expand outside of the country because Lucinco is heavily Jamaican in their footprint. So
mhm,
Mm-hmm.
maybe they can look at expansion options within the diaspora. Maybe they can look at expansion
Mm-hmm.
options elsewhere. That water thing is very. If I was them, some free tip, I would look for other countries where water is how the people that live there say water. I'd maybe look at a lot
yeah.
of the continent of Africa. I'd look at a lot of that to try and encourage
You
people.
know, you know where you can send water to, and it's in China. They will take any amount of drinking water you can send them because they don't have clean drinking water like that.
Well, China.
And
Let me not say anything about China.
yeah, but somebody linked me for it one time to see how we can send some water over there, unbranded, and then brand it and do whatever they want. If you follow up that,
I
yeah.
get you. Well, I also think look at the diaspora.
Mhm.
We have a doubled population, if not more, in the diaspora,
Yeah.
and they will buy it. They'll buy it in
Mhm.
America. Yeah, they'll
Yeah.
buy it all over. So that's there's options there too. So I wouldn't even start to count Wisynco out. In fact, I think Wisynco just a warm up, and they started
Mhm.
warming up. If you're thinking about it from the perspective of the perspective of their numbers, I saw them just starting to warm up before the lockdown ended. And I don't think that the lockdown ending is bad for them. I think them profit do a nice thing. It take a lot for Wisynco profit to increase it like this, The profit jumped from 8. Make sure I have that right. Q1 2021 versus Q1 2022. 851 mil to 967 mil. Q2, it jumped from 688 mil to 1.1 bill. Right? Then break the billion mark in Q2. For context, when Wisynco IPO'd a few years ago, I don't think their profit for the entire year was at $1 billion. So for them to be making more than $1 billion profit in one quarter, I think this is a turnaround. And for this to be happening as at December 31st, so that's really last year
And they
that they
do a lot of
reported.
giving back to society and all that too.
Not just that, this is the number that's being reported before the lockdown done. And then the quarter that they're going to report is up until the end of March, which means that's only like, what, half a quarter of no lockdown? So then they report the Soca quarter yet. Then they report the in the streets openly quarter. Then they report the construction happening all around the country quarter. Then they report the unemployment down to 6% yet. 'Cause everybody that go work have to drink water at work or use our Wisynco products somehow, or just a general thing, because Wisynco, I believe, also distributes products that are outside of their production, so that there's money there to, Wisynco, I
Remember,
think
gyms opening back too.
everything opening back. I hope some gyms
And
listen.
also introduce another size water package as well too, because they had the 500 milliliter that the I think is 1.5 liter, and they have one in between that now. I don't know if you ever notice it.
Yeah, but we know it. Yeah.
I haven't. I don't drink water. I drink Catherine Speak.
I'm a Fiji, it takes a Fiji or thing.
No, I do actually like water. Actually like the taste of it. I hear that that's
himself
unrefined.
as the uptown person.
No, not at all. I drink what's available, but water is alright to me. I like how they've knocked their margins on that really well. I believe they use their own well.
Yeah. I've heard
so
that.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been cheap if they were taking water from NWC and processing it, but they're actually using well water, which is even better, I think. So yeah, big up them. I can't knock Wisynco. If I was a lot richer, I would probably put money in Wisynco and just wait. Yeah.
I know every event promoter over the years love Wisynco too, because it's the first person they run to for sponsorship. Very first.
Yep. Water brand everything.
Yeah. So that was pretty much major question we did have so far, really.
All right, big up.
Yeah. I respect, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man, best of luck.
Cool. Yeah, gratifying, huh?
All right. Who else we had? Oh, the money loaded alert. Martina Richards.
Good night.
Evening. How are you?
I'm fine. I almost lose the question. Well, not a question, but
almost all good, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I still have the questions on. All
right.
I requested speaker when Wolf of South North Street was talking. When he was asking about the tweets and blah blah. I was just observing the charts that you had on there. I don't know if you still have it on the YouTube.
Which chart?
The Elite Diagnostics chart.
Okay, the movement and the share price,
Yeah. I don't know if you still have it up because
yeah, man,
I'm
it's
on.
up. It's up right now. What you wanted? The regular share price or what happened today?
Look at the line charts. I'm looking at the 3 month chart,
Okay, yeah, man,
and I'm looking at the 3 month candlestick. Yeah, so I think it is my opinion that it was more so the tweet that caused whatever it was asking about that happened over the weekend, because even though they said that it was on the JSE page and whatever,
and in the newspaper and on IC
and on Loop and the whole world.
So it was out in the media.
Yeah, it was out there, but I think the actual participants, they didn't see that. Like, they didn't see the news. They saw the tweet because it was a tweet that was circulating.
But the news was circulated too, heavily.
Yeah, but the unfortunately, the tweet circulated more than the news because I didn't get a
Well,
screenshot
unfortunate.
of the news.
Well, unfortunate.
No, it's not unfortunate. I mean, it's sad to say we never get the news, but the tweet was winning the race.
And
The
the funny thing
screenshot
to
of
me
the
is that
tweet.
the tweet for the most part is just saying the same thing as the news.
No, I'm not. I'm not
No, no, no,
denying
that's,
that.
no, 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 I'm
I'm
not
not
arguing. I'm
denying
not
that.
arguing at all. I'm just saying
Okay.
that's a funny part to me.
Yeah.
So you're saying
Yeah.
that the tweet had
Sadly,
had
it.
had had, had some influence. It caused people to go
To
Yeah.
the
see the
next
thing.
day and
Or
buy it for $4.35. So
Yes.
okay,
Yes. Another
Mhm.
thing I was looking at when it says trades on the line chart, right? It means that
that's the amount of
these
trades
are the
for the
number
day.
of persons that executed trades, right?
No, it means that these are the amount of trades that happen for the day.
Okay, okay, okay. So I'm looking at January to almost for stop. I'm looking at January to April 7th.
So
The trades are like 11, 5, 7, 8, 3.
yeah,
The
man,
highest
there's a low amount of trades there.
16.
Uh
Yeah.
huh.
Mhm.
And
Then
then
I'm not sure if it's this 35 million thing, but on April 8th there were 38 trades,
which is a big
and
number considering.
yeah, the
And
price
hold on,
like
the day before that there were 21 trades.
yeah. I mean, leading up to the big day,
No,
people
21
are
is a
doing
big number in the
things.
history of this thing. Really, it has only come close to that. Before that point, it has only come close to that.
You're talking on April 7th.
Yeah, man. April 7th,
Yeah,
21,
it's
April
literally the
8th,
day before.
and then on the day, the 38 trades, correct?
All right, so on average,
The day
their
after
trades were
that,
like
38,
less than 20.
less than single digits sometimes.
I'm talking on average.
Yeah, man. Single digits
Yeah,
most
man,
times.
agreeing
Yeah,
it.
And
we're
Single it
agreeing
most
with
times.
you.
Yeah,
okay,
look a bit of trades most times.
okay, so April 13 came, and I'm not say you asked him like, do you think the guy bought it after or before? I think he bought it
No,
before.
he said he bought
So,
it after.
He said it was after. He said it.
no, no, not the wolf,
You mean Chris
The
Berry?
yeah,
I
I'm
don't
talking
think he's
about.
bought it yet.
Oh.
Well, I don't know, but there
Oh,
were
why?
Neither do
Okay,
there
we.
why do
were
you think?
huh?
Why do you think he bought it before?
Why am I thinking would I bet before?
No, as in why you think? Oh, you say no. What? Why did? What made it? What makes you think he bought it before?
Oh,
You looking
sorry.
at the trades now. So which trade do you
No,
think it is?
me not want to say that out loud.
No. I misunderstood actually. I misunderstood actually. You're saying that you think Chris Berry bought before he made the tweet.
Yeah, this would be April
Okay.
13th that we're looking at. So I'm
Okay.
talking about, I'm going with the time, I'm looking at the charts going out. So there were 62 trades on April 13th, and the market would be closed on 14, 15, 16 until the 19th because it was a weekend.
Mm-hmm.
So, things are happening and people are hearing things. Then the tweet comes out on the 16th, which is a Saturday morning. So
Correct.
everybody will wait until Tuesday to hop into the market. So it is my opinion that 62 people have, this similar knowledge what him have. But he decided to, let me say this Saturday morning on the 16th. And I want to work with the 56 and not the 62 on the 14th. Yeah. So on the 19th, there were 104 trades.
Hold on. You'd rather work with the okay. Why?
When I want to work with the 14th,
With the 56 instead of the 62.
because that's the last day.
Okay.
So
That makes sense.
everybody I get them things together on
I'm
this
with
day
you
before
still.
Tuesday.
I'm with you still.
Yeah.
All right.
So the price is at $3.57. And the 14th is here. The weekend, Tuesday come the 19th. The price surges to 435 and there are 104 trades. Now, in retrospect, January to April 4th or April whenever, Remember, they were 1 to less than 20, on average 15.
Agreed.
On April 19th, 104 trades. That's like 10 times the average number of
Uh-huh.
trades.
Mm-hmm.
So, on, I think it is the tweet that caused that.
Cause
It's not the
what?
news
Pause what? Pause what?
that caused the price surge and the number of the increase in the number of trades.
Which price surge and which increase in the number of trades?
Well, the increase from the average 10 people trading to 111 people trading, that means 100 new investors. I would want to assume
That's
that
how.
persons
So
trading
what
from
about trade
January
there?
to April are regular investors, and then
Ooh,
this
Regular.
all of a sudden 100 new people,
who is
100
regular?
100 trades are, when I say regular, I
Regular.
mean like people who are already in the stock and them are like, yeah, me I work with elites, me I hold it for 3 months, me I hold it for
I
50
doubt that one.
years, whatever.
What about it? So remember trades? Remember trades were both
No,
ways,
no,
by the
hold on,
way.
wait. Sorry, one sec, Danhai. So if those are the people that are the regular people between January and then, who are the
So
people
who
that
trade?
are
Who them
are
So
people?
so the
Who the new
people
people?
so the people in the 111,
uh
the 100, I want to assume that Wolf of North Street is one of those persons.
but he said that. He said he trade. He said he bought
Yes,
it afterwards. Yeah.
so that's the opinion that I have, that persons, me no want to say persons like him, but he was among those new people
Okay.
that decided
I mean,
that
he said that. He said it.
He said
on
that.
April 19th, as the
Le-
markets open Tuesday, whenever, me I go buy it, and yeah,
Boom.
the
Were you
numbers are
were you
So I find
amongst
that
those
interesting.
people?
So you pointed out that 10 trades, 7 trades is the norm. 2 trades, that kind of small amount. Less than 20 trades, 20 trades and below is the norm.
yeah.
The day before the trade, 21, so that's pretty normal. The big trade happened, 38 people, 38 trades. Then the next day after that, 38 again. The day after that, 52,
Then after that,
62,
62.
56.
Pause one
So,
second. At 62, Chris Berry has not tweeted yet. Are these
yeah,
people new?
Okay,
Are these people new people also?
regular.
good.
Not regular
So
people.
listen to this now. You see on the 14th, there were 56 trades,
Uh-huh.
Okay.
and on the candlestick chart, the 14th, on the candlestick chart, there were 56 trades. The candlestick chart is showing like a red candle. That means
Yeah.
there was like a
It closed the day
high
lower
selling
than
pressure. Yeah,
it
on
closed the
that
day
day.
lower than. No, it's not saying high selling pressure. It just says it
It's not
closed
saying
the.
anything at all.
It
It's just saying
has
that it
it
closed
has
the
a
day
red
for
it has
In
a
lower than it
red
fact,
body.
started.
So
what that if it closing is as an average of the trades in a day. It doesn't
Yeah.
mean in fact most of the in fact you can look at the queue on the sell side and see the price is
Well, let's
way
see
higher than
exactly what
whatever.
happened on that day. Let's see exactly what happened on that day.
Exactly. I'm
Selling
looking at it
pressure.
and finding it very interesting because
Yeah.
the price was already jumping from there.
So
It traded a high of 418.
on the 14th, you said there's selling pressure, right?
mhm.
A lot of sales happened during the pre-open. The majority of the day's sales happened during the pre-open. And then, sorry, not during the pre-open, apologies, a little after the pre-open. So a few trades happened in the pre-open. And then after that, there are a lot of volumes that crossed lower than the price it opened, it started the day at. And it, of course, ended as a result lower than it started the day at, which was 384 on that day. But you say,
And 333.
and what?
Yeah, I'm looking at the low that says 333 or 330.
Yeah, yeah, correct. It started the day at 384 and it ended the day at you said 333.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then the candlestick after that was the 19th, because we're talking about the 14th.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
So the candlestick after that is the 19th. And
Correct.
that's when the price went up to 435.
That's when the
And that's when
price.
the number of trades drastically increased
Correct. To the 100 and
Mm-hmm.
odd. Well,
to
drastically
100 and odd.
Well, the percentage
Just
more than the
increase.
50, double the 50, and 10 times the average over the 3 months before prior to that.
How much is it
but
above
what,
the 62?
what exactly?
The
Why
the
is there a strong
100.
comparison?
Mm-hmm.
Why compare
Yeah.
it to it?
So the 100 above the 62 is like it's 52, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
It's
there are
62.
52, 62, and it's 62 is 40 something, 40
Mm-hmm.
something,
Mm-hmm.
right? And on the next day there are 42 trades.
Mm-hmm.
So that tells me that the 40 something difference, the persons who were in it before, those are the persons who sold on that next day. And the
Whoa.
60 other persons left behind
Mm-hmm.
are the persons who, the new persons like something of North Street.
Yeah.
He's in that 60 odd people who were hoping that the price would go more than 437. So
But not three bought at 350.
Well, she didn't hear that part, but that's okay. Okay. Anyway,
I
let's say
heard
that
what
it
I
did.
heard what he said,
But
but I
42.
don't think that matter. Like
All right.
I
So let's say
just it
somebody
just
did
matters to
because
me that he bought
yeah.
on that day.
All right. So somebody did. Somebody bought that. It doesn't matter if it's him or
Mm-hmm.
not. Somebody
Is
did.
it
Can
him
I
or not? Doesn't actually
can I
matter.
ask a question though? I just want to ask a question. Looking at the charts though, right? All right, so the
Uh-huh.
big trade happened on which day? Whatever day it happened on, and I think there was a weekend, right, between.
April 8th, and
And
then a whole week happened. A
oh, it
whole
was a
week.
holiday, right?
No man, an entire week of trading happened. So the April 8th was the big trade, and
Yeah.
then April 14th. So that's an entire week of trading passed, and then the public holiday happened, long public holiday, and then the next day after the public holiday, we had 104 trades with much heavier much heavier count of trades. 104 trades happened that day at a much higher
But like,
price.
yeah, but it's like it's basically immediately after. It's literally immediately after that trade happened, the volume start going up, and like
Yeah. In fact,
I
it's
don't.
Yeah.
And
two
I,
days before.
it's
2 days before.
yeah, it's not. And I find it odd. I find it odd to say, oh, is the Saturday after rather than like you can look at it. You can look at the chart. You can even say, oh, the big thing happened at 2:58, and then immediately after that, the next day, the next trading day, 38. Then the day after that, 52. Then it go up again. It basically is it trending straight up to the 104. There's only one day it trade less volumes than the day before. And one day was 62, one day was 56, and then it go to 104. And then the day after that is 111. So if you just plot a straight line, I don't understand how the tweet versus every other thing that was in the media. Why can't it just be the knowledge of this? Like, why is it specifically about this man tweeting this versus the fact that this thing happened?
Let me say this. I
Yeah, go
don't have a
ahead.
problem with anybody tweeting anything.
I would not
No,
say you do.
no, it's not.
I
Far from it.
love that. Like, yeah, no
No,
one
but
know
make
what
you
happened.
finish. Yeah, man, I want to hear what you're saying. I want to hear what you're saying.
Yeah. So let me just put that out there that I actually like that happened
Mm-hmm.
because I know what I know, and I feel like me and one person who would have liked to use that to my advantage.
Mm-hmm. Because the alternative
Yeah.
is that him not
Yeah, I
talking.
don't think that's
Yeah.
bad news. I don't
Yeah,
think his
man.
tweet is bad news or
But you are
good
saying
news.
that
You just have to know what you have to know. But
you think he had an
but
influence
I'm
there.
saying that I think it is the tweet that person saw rather than the media why it went up like that. And when we just work out the
Went up.
numbers, 40 something persons,
Trades.
62 persons traded on that
Trades.
day.
No, no,
It's
no.
two
Trades, not
trades.
persons.
62
Trades.
trades
But the
happened
thing
on that
is,
day,
yes,
and then the
definitely. So
same amount of sales happened the next day. Like that point meets that point.
Well, here's what
I
I'll say.
mean,
That's a dangerous
the
thing you're
market don't
doing.
work like that at
Yeah,
all.
you can
bro,
lose.
it's not
Yeah,
that simple.
Don't work.
yeah, you lose a lot
And
of money
No,
that
I'm
way.
not saying it. It is like that, but we're just looking at the numbers.
No,
Yeah,
we're never
but the
just looking
numbers
at
is
the
yeah,
meant to
but
be
numbers.
numbers is real life. Numbers
Yeah,
represent something. It's never just in a vacuum. I think the tweet had some influence, and I think all right, cool.
unquestionably,
There was some strong movement before the tweet,
unquestionably. Yeah.
so the tweet did only this much more than the strong movement before it.
In
Yeah,
fact,
the
if you're going,
movement after the 8th, I would say,
I'm
is
not even
the
talking about
news that person
and
saw.
and even the thing there. I'm not even talking about the share price. I'm talking about the trades happening. The share price was already set to move up. On the 14th, the high of the day was 480. If you check the queue going into that weekend, it was a very different queue. The sell side was looking like if anybody touched this anyway, there was not much sell, there was not much buys on the next side.
correct.
After the 8th took place, I don't know
There are not
how
much sales.
soon.
There are not much sales on the thing there on the sell side.
I don't know how soon they reported it after the 8th, after what happened on the 8th.
The
What you
But
mean
I
10th,
the
think the
the 10th
major,
side of
upward
the article
trend.
on the 10th
major?
on the
Sorry, just to be clear, I want to carry everybody along with us. You're not sure how soon the major purchase of the shares by the chairman was reported. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, like
Or you can
this
tell.
happened
You
in the
can
market
tell.
on the 8th, and
And then it was reported by
this
the
came out in the
company.
news on whenever. Yeah.
It was reported by the stock exchange on the 12th, and we had John Jackson, I think, speaking about it. I want to say,
10th, I think the 10th.
like 2 days later, the 10th.
Yes, so I think that trend after the 8th, is a healthy trend.
What that mean?
Persons, I mean, like persons who actually know what they're doing. I think that goes from the 8th
So you say
to
everybody
the
person
3rd to
stupid
the 14th. No,
on
me not
April
say that.
19th.
No, don't say that.
I joke,
Me
man.
not
I
say
joke,
that.
man. Man, but you say people that know what they're doing. So we're
No,
people that
I
don't know what they're
mean
doing.
people who. All right, like I try to say something I want to
No,
say,
no,
We're
no, no,
not.
no.
but
What
I
I
We're
like
don't.
time
is
repeating you.
I'm going to say it, and I'm gonna apologize after.
You
I
don't
don't
say
think
anything
the
wrong.
person who spoke earlier, like I
I
don't,
don't know, do the man.
based on how he was talking, him never really sure why him buy the thing, and
I have that feeling as well.
I don't think he was alone. Whole
Oh,
heap of other people buy the stock as well,
just on
and me not
tweet.
think them didn't. Me think I just the tweet what them see make them
I
be
wouldn't
like,
be surprised. I wouldn't be
yeah.
surprised.
okay.
As because it's the 14th and the 19th, and then the 19th it like go sky high. So
Well,
you know
you say
it
when
not
sky high, it increased 21%.
please. I
That's
mean, it
that's
went to the
those are the
highest.
numbers.
It went to the highest point on the chart
But look
from
at this.
January to date.
Okay, watch me. And on the date when the biggest volume traded, it went to the lowest point on the chart from January to the date. That in itself is nothing. The numbers aren't magical. They represent people. This movement upwards, on the day this heavy movement happened, the next day we have movement back. Let's call that around the same trending price from year to date. The day after that, we have it moving even higher. The day after that, we have it moving even higher. The day after that, we have it moving down a little bit, but it's still much higher than it has been at almost every point from the
Oh, I lost
year,
my
right?
card.
And then we have that tweet
Tweet.
happening. So we already have this strong upward trend. It's not how I would analyze the data, but look at it from the 4th. Look at it from the 11th until later on. Look at this upward trend. The shape magicians would look at this R. Look at this upward trend. The tweet happened here. The tweet happened between these 2 points. So if you're going to measure the impact of the tweet, it has to be from here, the day before the tweet, to here, the day after the tweet. And the difference between these 2 points is 21%. I am not saying that you're wrong. I'm not disagreeing. Don't think that we are saying at any point here that that tweet didn't influence the market. I'm sure it did. I'm sure a lot of people saw it. I'm sure some people went on to buy it.
I mean,
Look at the day after that point.
This is the day after that point. It
No,
continued
the
that
other
same
day.
trend. So one more day after that, it fell a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, that's likely because you at this point have the greatest, as you have pointed out, the greatest ever interest, it would seem, at least the greatest ever interest in a long time, in many, many months, I would think, in terms of trades happening. So the people who wanted to buy the stock either bought it this day, this day, this day, this day, this day, this day, or this day. That on its own is like the demand is not never ending, If the demand gets filled, the demand is gonna get filled. And there are also people who have been
Me
in
get
the
more.
stock. Yeah, from IPO
If
till
I get
now.
what I want and my money don't know, I don't buy. I
Exactly.
get all I want, right? I'm good.
Yeah. And if people are expecting that, if I imagine if you own Elite shares and you are thinking, I've been sitting in Elite for maybe the last year. Let's say you've been sitting in the Elite the whole pandemic. So let's
And I
go
vex for the
late
machine and everything.
2019
Perfect
for
time
now.
for you to jump out now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man. In
I'm
fact,
gonna sell on that day.
let's go back to the
Definitely.
last time that Elite was at the $4 level, the middle of 2020. If I am waiting in this stock from the middle of 2020 till now, April 2022, and it's the first time I see $4 for this stock again, I'm probably gonna sell. And maybe I never heard about it immediately. I have the weekend to hear about it. The first day after the weekend to sell it for more than $4. The day after that, and I'm selling. And at that point, maybe I bought it for $2 a little bit or $3 a little bit, or maybe I just want to get out at this point. So the next day, I am selling down the queue because I don't. Is what the demand is. But who know? How we know it's gonna happen on Monday? Monday the demand could fly again. Now, what happens if next week Friday? 3 weeks and a day they have a report due. Suppose they put out the report in 3 weeks and they also say that they're raising some money and they're doing it by a rights issue, not APO, because they actually care about retail shareholders, retail investors. If that happened and the share price flies to 10, what is the real impact of these 2 days? And what, like, I'm not knocking your point, but I'm not really sure what the point is, because if you're saying that the tweet influenced people and some people went to
Yeah,
buy
I
it for
agree.
that reason, that's
That
probably true.
that's just it. Nothing more to it.
Oh, well, we're
I'm not
agreed
trying to
then.
stretch it.
Oh,
We're
well,
agreed
see
then. We're
about the
agreed
point.
then. We're on the same boat. Tell me, but you bought some?
No.
You don't own any?
Why you say it like that? Why you say it like that? Like I said, man, I didn't think that.
I wouldn't do that because me not do that because I before when I saw it, because I saw it as well.
Mhm.
The
I
tweets,
knew
that
this was
is.
going to happen.
What that? You what? What
So
exactly? That it will go up and come back down? That's what you said?
yeah, I knew that was going to happen. So
Word.
That's a strong talk still, because
Strong.
no, it
Let me get this
I
straight.
mean,
You knew that it was
all
going to
right.
go up at least 21% and you didn't buy it?
I didn't do it.
Why? Where you know it's gonna
I
go?
wasn't in a position to do it for
Okay.
in the
Okay.
first place,
Or but
but
it's like you
I
wouldn't do
didn't
it.
do it. And
But it's like you wouldn't do
if
it.
I could have, I wouldn't have
Why
done
wouldn't
it.
Why?
you have if you
But
could?
if you know it's going to go up, why not?
All right. We know how investors stay. You see it at 4:35, the 19th, and the 20th, and you're like, tomorrow I'm gonna wait to go up to 4:38, and tomorrow you get burnt.
No, but you know
Who's
it's going to go up. But you know it's going to go up more than the price it is whenever you know that. So why not buy it at the lowest price
Yeah, but
possible to sell it at
how would I
435?
know when to sell?
435, so you know you're going there.
No, but suppose I
Yeah, I
wanted
know you
more.
never do grow. I know you never do grow at all. I didn't have to
Suppose,
ask.
suppose I wanted more. Suppose I was waiting until the next day or
But you know going to
like
fall, so you're not going to wait past that. You said if
five
me knows
days.
if it's $3 something, no. And I know it's going to 435, and it's going to fall after the 350.
When I say the
I'm not
I'm
going to
$4.35,
want
I'd
more.
sell.
it
I'll
happened
sell at
in 3
435.
days. It happened in
Yeah.
2 days, and me know say enough people probably like Wolf of North Street was probably I say I'm gonna hold it for just 3 days.
How
Three
you know
days,
Fine,
that?
but me talk about you
hold
in.
it 3 days.
But you
We're
say
talking
Yeah,
about
you know
I
it's
you.
would
gonna
be
go up
I
and
would be
come back down.
I would be
So buy it and
thinking
sell.
that so in 2 days I would get burnt.
Okay. Well,
But
you
you can
never know
sell.
then.
but if you
You don't
already
know then.
know,
If
I never
then
know.
if you
It's
know,
I'm
say
predicting, guys. I'm predicting. Like I'm not gonna know for sure,
But you thought this would happen.
but
but I thought it would happen and it happened. So I predict on the right side.
all right. But
Well,
no,
you see the thing is,
because
you
if
see
you
the
pick
thing
it,
is, you can think you know why something happened, and it happened for a completely different reason.
heavily.
Yes.
So it's like, it's a false confidence thing. Like, you
Yes.
think that, okay, my thinking was correct because I thought something was going to happen and it did, but then the reason why it happened has nothing to do with your train of thought at all.
Yeah,
That's
man.
dangerous.
And you end up in accidental profit.
Yeah. I mean,
Watch me.
I know that I cannot always be right, but sometimes I just follow my intuition.
Ooh, well, listen,
And
it's not about always being right here. No, it's about having the right
me
thinking
not no
behind
one
it.
try to be right. I don't want to try to be right, but
Why not?
I just had a feeling that something like that would have happened.
That's the name. That's the name of the game, you know. Trying to be right.
Yeah, man. Yeah, you of course you're trying to be right. I tell me something. What's the last stock you bought?
I already spoke on this space weeks ago, so
My
I
memory
just
not
want to
that good. Might
speak
get
on
old,
it.
mom. What's the
I
last
Trust
want
stock
me.
you
to talk
bought?
about this. That's all.
Yeah, but I want
Nothing.
to know what's the last stock you bought.
I don't trade locally. We already spoke about this.
Oh, you're
Oh
the
no.
US man. Oh my condolences. My
Oh no.
condolences. Oh Lord.
All right, and let's not talk about anything else. I only came to talk about
No, I
this.
understand. I understand. I
Ah,
understand. Yeah, man. I know
boss.
what's
Don't
been
get
happening
into
in the
it.
US. I know what's been happening in the US markets. My thoughts and
It's
prayers.
okay.
Thoughts and prayers. Things are really good in the local market. I don't know if you've realized.
I mean,
Yes,
things are
you.
really good in US
Yes,
market. You're a
yes,
short up.
yes.
Yeah. But if I remember correctly, she doesn't short. She just does the regular buying.
Ah,
Wow. Thoughts and
profit.
prayers.
Next.
Listen.
Thoughts and prayers.
Yeah,
Thoughts and
Netflix.
prayers.
Listen.
Man,
I mean, I
Wait,
think
what are you saying?
we're just
What are
thoughts
you
and
saying? Me
prayers.
hear you, but what you say?
we're saying that
Me?
we are putting out thoughts and prayers
All
for
right,
all
continue
Because
praying
it
for me.
quite
Continue.
rough
US
over there, so.
market investor. It is really rough. Here's what I will say though, since we're talking about Q2, I believe that any investor who is savvy enough and is maybe if their portfolio is down, even if they were to exit at, let's say, what's you think the average loss for like the amateur investor in the US market now, percentage wise would be?
You're asking me
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
what's their average loss?
Yeah, like if you'd had to pull a loss out of the air for like an average retail investor in the US market now, what percentage down would their portfolio be?
Ask me things I can't answer. I mean,
You can use yourself if you want to,
no, I ask somebody else, please.
I don't know
Me
nobody
not
else in the market. Or
let
let's say somebody's
let me
down
answer for anything else.
40%. Let's say somebody's down 40%. I pull that out of the air. Let's say somebody's down 40%. I think
It
that this sorry.
it would depend on me not know like where you're investing or how much money.
I know,
I don't
that's what I'm
No,
asking
saying.
percentage, not
figures,
that loss, not that loss. Percentage.
percentage. I mean, suppose me
Average.
invest $100 and suppose me invest $1,000. If I lose 100 and if I lose 100 out of the thousand
Ivy,
No,
and
man,
10 out of the
percentage.
100 is the same
percentage.
percentage. So
So that's why I'm asking you percentage, not
Yeah,
number.
percentage, not that loss.
so that's why I'm saying it depends on how much you invest and what you're investing
No,
in.
it doesn't. I just
So
want
me
to
not
know a
know.
percentage. No.
Me not
If
know.
if if me and you buy the same stock and you're richer than me, you have your $50 million put on a stock, and me my $100. I buy the same stock, same time, same price. And it drop the same amount, we're gonna lose the same percentage on our money.
Yeah.
Make
No,
sense?
because it would depend on when you bought it and when me
I'm
No,
buy
not
no,
it.
saying
no.
we bought same price, same
At
time,
the same
same
time,
stock.
No, not
Yeah,
well,
even the same time. It don't matter. Listen, Martina.
same
If I
price.
have no man, let's be simple for everybody here. I don't want people to get lost. This is a very simple thing. If I have $10 million in a stock, all right, and I bought it at 250 per share 3 years ago, and you
use
have
smaller numbers. Use smaller
okay,
numbers.
if I have 100 grand in a stock and I bought it for $10 3 years ago, and you have $1,000 in that stock and you bought it for $10 3 days ago, and the stock price falls, am I losing it?
Yeah,
Wow. All
it
right.
was me.
If you and me both pay $10 per share for the stock, it don't matter if I have 10 million and you have 1,000. If the stock price falls from $10 to $5, we have both lost 50%. And for both of us to recover, we would both need to recover. We would both need to recover what, 200? 100, we'd need 100% profit in order to get back. You get me?
Yeah, I'm getting you.
So the percentage is the same for both of us, regardless of the amount of money that we're put in.
Yeah, that's what I said. It's the same. Because if
So,
me
and if
invest
you,
at $10
exactly,
January and you invest at $10 December, it's just the same $10. So
the
the time not
percentage,
make a difference.
exactly, the percentage gain is what's important. So that's why I was asking you, what do you think the average percentage loss would be for an average retail investor in the market now? It's a number you could pull out of the air. None of us can prove it, right? It's a little uncomfortable for you. So I say, let's say that average investor, retail investor, is down 40%. So if I was in the US market and my portfolio was down 40% right now, I would need to recover. What I need to recover? I would need to recover 66, call it 67% in order to get back to square one. Get me?
Mm-hmm.
Because 40% losses require 66.666667% gains in order to get back to where they are, right? So regardless of how much money I have, I would be looking for an investment that can give me 66 and I'll say 67% profit to get back to square one. You get me?
Right, I get you.
All right. So all I'm saying is,
It's riskier.
no. All I'm saying is, if I were in the US market now and my portfolio was down 40% and I needed to recover 67%, I personally believe that I would be better off taking that money out of the market, even though I'm down 40%, cashing out and realizing the loss, coming to the Jamaican market, because I personally believe that a Jamaican investor can recover 67% and more within the second quarter of this year, depending on their level of expertise and willingness to maybe take on a level of risk. That's what I'm saying. Get me?
Yeah,
That's
I
all
agree
I'm
with
saying.
you. I
Yeah,
agree
man.
with you.
If you and I'm just putting it out there to any US investor, Jamaican US investor who might be feeling pain in their portfolio and they're ready to recover it. The local market is always ready to welcome you and your funds. And there's many opportunities, I suspect, whether the smaller companies, whether the recently listed companies, whether the major companies like SVL, or maybe the upcoming IPOs, whether it be JPS or any of the other ones that might happen in the second quarter. I just think that the second quarter is a great chance for any investor, Jamaican
Prodigal
investor,
investors.
not prodigal, I wouldn't use that word, just investors to recover some funds, and they might see a level of profit that might let them never want to leave the local market. You because the percentage gains that you can make here as a Jamaican outweigh some of the heavy gains that might be made in other markets with the ease to make them. The difficulty to get there and the lots of stuff. You get me? That's all I'm saying. Just putting
Yeah,
it out
yeah.
there, right?
I'm listening, and I know you told me this already, but yes, and yes, and yes.
Come home.
Waiting to return, waiting to come with you guys. You know.
Come home. You can get here in a day. You can cash out and get here in a day. The market will welcome you, and every day that you wait is a day that it gets longer. What I tell you to do is don't wait too long, and then you find yourself
When the
like
semester ends,
okay, but
when the
okay.
semester ends, and we
So
change my name from Money Loaded Alert to the Prodigal Daughter,
okay, okay,
I'll,
okay.
I'll be there, with you guys, and be a
Maybe
grower.
maybe before the semester ends, there might be a great opportunity if JPS lists again. I can't say if JPS will be good or not. We have to see the prospectus, but if it is priced correctly, if the right IPO is priced correctly, you can more than recover, as you can tell from
I'm
the
I'm
last few
I'm I'm not
IPOs.
I'm not I'm not losing. I just want to say,
No, man, we're not here
but
for losing. We're Jamaican. We don't lose. But I just want you to win like the rest of us. You
okay.
get me? The lamest IPO from January till now is up what? 32%?
Right.
That's the lamest one. The top one is up what? Is either between, sorry, is up
Spurtree.
26%. And is it Spurtree or is it Edifocal?
Spurtree.
Spurtree is up. Whoo, 268% profit. So it's up
Wow.
368. You hear the
Jeez.
wow again? That sound. I remember that wow, man. And
No,
Eddie
but
Focal is
me
up
almost take back more because you know, but nothing.
because
Almost
what?
take back more though.
Why?
It's just numbers,
Because
like somebody said.
yeah, no, as I was about to say, I just no numbers are just numbers.
All right. Well, Eddie Focal's number is 239% profit. Spurtree's number is 268% profit. And JFP's number is 26% profit.
That's good. I'm happy for my country. God no.
Okay. We're come home, okay?
All right, I'll be home soon.
You're
I
very,
only
very
wanted to
welcome.
talk about that, but all right,
I
about
understand. I
the
pushed the envelope a
elite.
little bit. Don't worry. Thank you very much for
Yeah.
being a good sport.
All right.
Indeed.
All right. All right. We're not going to go all night. We're definitely going to call time on this soon. So if you have a last thing and you have something quick you want to send it now. Sir Piggles, all the way from over Japan. What's up?
Brethren, I'm going to try getting a little the stats thing while ago, and I couldn't get a chance. But just to say that sometimes we have to be mindful of what is it, confirmation bias. Looking at the numbers, trying to confirm what we want instead of actually looking at all the factors that might be contributing um to the number of trades taking place. That's just to say
Yeah.
that as a matsman, isn't me? I have to look at everything in totality,
Yeah.
because we want to say yes, like you're saying, yeah, man, it's the tweet causes, but you don't know what other factors. How many people who actually were traders actually even use social media? You know what I mean? We don't know that,
Yeah.
so we have to be very careful how we try to jump
Yeah.
to conclusion. Yeah. Anyway, we don't know. First comment is here as usual.
I was going to ask how come you never start with that.
No, man,
Yeah.
no, man. We kind of get a little inside track still, so I check my work on it. So,
What you say?
yeah,
You buy the gas
yeah, man.
station?
Yeah, we get the details. We soon start make some moves to this, isn't it? So,
I hear you. This
people
man
that
love Fesco gone
as
to
usual,
bed,
I'm very
boy.
excited because I'm here look at things. Birdie can't really say
Okay.
anything, but yeah, I feel that we
Okay.
we look good little position to start make some more moves, isn't it? But moving on from Facebook for me was in trouble. Uh, I'm, I want to ask right now, I know you don't hear this question often anymore because you're banned it, but who is your dark horse for quarter two?
Who's my dark horse for quarter two? You're right. I haven't heard that question in a while. It's actually a great one. That's a great question. It's a great question, Dre. My dark horse for quarter two. And let me preface it by saying you definitely shouldn't go and buy any stock because I say so. So going off dark horse, where it's not just where I see profit, but I see profit that other people aren't seeing, aren't hyping. So that immediately excludes, like, I think it's very obvious to me at least that SVL is gonna have some massive results, and I think maybe people might get into it. There might even be a little bit of a dip. I hope so, because I
Me too.
personally am not done buying yet, but I don't care about the dip per se, but a time along that line. I can't say I create. I know there's a lot of buzz around I create now. Tyrone look like him winning at this thing. I really hope he fulfills, but I would say
Mm-hmm.
I create.
Margaritaville.
Because it's kind of expected for Margaritaville to kind of come back, but you know, the kind of them and ECL, you kind of expect them to have a little bit of a good little run. I don't know if it'll be happening now, but even if they were to, I wouldn't consider that to be a dark horse.
Anything are we? I saw. I remember there was would 138 be because I think the campus is opening back up. I'm not quite sure, but it's going to go into um school's going to end soon, right? Semester was it? We're in April, May, so that means there should be a dip in the residency. I think so might be a good time to look at them again. I don't know
True,
for
but I don't.
people who
I
want to
wouldn't.
get in cheap
True, but I
per.
wouldn't think. I wouldn't think along those lines. That not for me. For dark horse for this quarter. I mean, and it has to respond during this quarter. I am tempted to think that maybe It's a really good question. I want to answer it sensibly. I don't want to just answer it wildly. I'm tempted to say Scotia, but within the quarter, QWI. I'm tempted to say Scotia as a dark horse.
Q2.
Yeah, for Q2. For Q2, it could be a dark horse.
Also, one other thing, question. I was just trying to research something about it was the QWI and the US holdings they had because they were supposed that Google stock split happening, and I heard somebody said I didn't confirm that they had some holdings with Google. I don't know how true that is, and so there's a 20 to 1 stock split. So I was wondering if that would benefit them in it, just arbitrary looking at something like Google being such a profitable company, but the US market going on with a bag of things, especially Netflix. My friend putting up he put a put order, and he is smiling right now.
They're short in the markets. I'm eating some food there. That's the beauty of those markets. Yeah, there have been a couple of stock splits announced. I might not have the timing right, but I think the stock split was announced either here at this nadir here or not January. So it would have been somewhere around this time. And as you can see, there was a rise, and as you can also see, you see where they are now, right? So everything has been taken back. The, I don't know if any. Here's what I think on Google. I think that this will recover. I think that Google is still Google. I think the earnings are strong, the money is strong, the low debt is strong. I think it is one of the infrastructures of the world's internet that is strong, and people not stopping paying for ads anytime soon, amongst the other things that they do. But for now, they're bleeding. The market has ups and downs, peaks and troughs. How much this will affect JAMT, it's hard to say because you don't get this kind of insight into their full holdings. What I do like is that we can tell that up until yesterday, because we're now in Saturday. So up until yesterday, they being QWI were at $1.39 per share, which means that their NAV has fallen just a little bit over the last few weeks and fallen from the peak of 156 in February. So 139, even if there's a hit from the US stocks, it's not too bad. And they would, when does their quarter end? March 31st, but they haven't reported that quarter yet. I think they have profit to report for that quarter, if I've estimated correctly. They have some profits to report for that quarter, and they are, again, if I've estimated correctly, well, they might be a little bit down, but nothing big. Even if they're coming from, let's say, 143 down to where they are now at 139. 3%, 2.8% drop. That's nothing. That's nothing major. That's what I'd say. Yeah, I'm not as worried about the US holdings really. The Jamaican holdings, I think, are what's good. And yeah, if you heard me kind of say it, I kind of brushed on. I think that they are. I almost call them a dark horse, but instead I went with Scotia. But QWI is they could almost be the dark horse. It's the timing that made me consider whether or not they'd be the dark horse. Maybe not for Q2, maybe for Q3.
Oh, okay.
All right, Danhai, what's your dark horse if you want to say? And it's iffy enough. I won't ask Danhai because people can think them do for the session with Danhai. Them just have to buy the dark horse. It's dangerous. So definitely don't buy something just because I think so. And I could get it wrong, and I'm definitely not saying the reason. So at the end of the quarter, I'll say why I thought so. Unless it happens, then we'll see. But yeah, what's your dark horse for the quarter? And you can't say Fesco.
I would never say Fesco as a dark horse. It's out there in the lead. I was thinking, see, I tried to tie in, I think Creamy quarter two ends when again? So end of August. I think Creamy might be
As
doing
in the
well
annual
because
quarter, the Q2 for the calendar year ends June, end of June,
June. End of June, end of June.
June 30th.
I so Q2 going to Q3. Well, I feel like Creamy might start picking up again because of it is a seasonal thing. Hot summer ice cream sell in Jamaica
Everybody
usually. So
outside.
yeah, and with the pandemic quote unquote being ended, I feel that Creamy might pick up again, especially if they put out good numbers. People might be running back to Creamy, so it might be a good time to look at them.
And they said that they have a delay for the report, and it won't be out until May 29th, 2022. So
Oh,
yeah, so it's supposed to be due in 6 days, but they push it to the end of May, so you get a month
wow.
and 6 days.
Go running and see if we can get something before the market reacts. You know?
Well, you have a lot of time. Creamy. Well, we'll see. Link us up for the Brick Talk end of
Oh
June.
yes, I
Make we hear how the riches look.
I hope it's a positive riches. I don't know it going on.
Yeah,
Here
well,
to make money for a quick time and a
value on
long
top
time.
of value invested, sir. As long as you have more than you have now, everything should be good.
Always, always, always. That's the goal. Are you a teacher, you know?
Yeah,
You
well,
know?
that's why I need if make money. So I look bad if you don't make it, right? If I go fiscal and start pump the gas myself, get the sales going, which by the way don't look like them slowing down at all.
Nope.
At all, at all, at
And
all.
I'm getting word from the one in Mandible, so you know how that go.
Okay. So in
Yeah,
town
man.
and out of town the sales look strong. I
Yeah.
see it all the time. I see it on social media. Yeah, big up social media can pick up a lot of things from there. Yeah. I like Fesco too. I don't have any currently. I actually sold. I think I said it when I sold a little bit. Based around the same dividend reasons. And my expectation, well, I said it to the grower grads as to what my thinking was behind the dividend and selling. But I also know that I will be going back in. I just don't have enough money to be able to do all the plays that I'd like to do. So I still have to choose.
Makes sense, makes sense.
Yeah.
But I saw the new tasty in the Coors Fesco, a tasty branch opening. So I mean that's added
Yeah.
traffic
And the
again.
Mr.
So
Breakfast and all kind of thing. I hear the one that came on, I'm supposed to have like a pool sort of thing, meaning the game pool, not a swimming pool. Yeah. Your company doing
I
well,
was trying
sir?
to yeah man, you know, big winners here. You know.
All right, bossy. All right. Well,
After the coaching staff fix I'm my colleague conceit is a joke. It's just confidence from the fundamentals. You know.
yeah. Don't make nobody call you down, bossy. You have a good reason. You have good reasons behind your thing, and you make money and you continue to make money in the stock market, not just in Fesco, in the stock market. So big up you for that. All right. I think it's almost ready to call it time. Thank you very much, Dre. Thank you everybody who came on. If anybody have a last question, I can give them 30 seconds to get on. Oh, sorry, getting a whole heap of wind from your microphone, Dre. So let me mute you. Sorry. If anybody have anything they want to ask them, say, yo, me know me really should have asked. This is your chance to send it and ask. Otherwise, calling time. So there's one last person. Kai, you get to be your last person for the evening. Kai, you look like you have a bad connection. Kai?
You hear me?
Yeah, man, I'm hearing you.
Am I echoing?
Are you echoing? No, man, we can hear you. I can hear you quite clearly.
Okay. I was saying that I was trying to connect earlier, but the time zone.
Okay, you sound like you're washing dishes while you talk to us, Kai. You want to hold on the
This,
line just a little bit?
oh, nope. Give me a second there. The phone, I get some issues. You can hear clearly though. I'm just trying not to make it echo and everything.
No, man, don't worry about the echoing. Is the other sound I think might be the issue. But anyway, say what's up? What's up? Tell us what's happening.
Okay. So I was saying, there was something with the elite. On the date of what was it? Okay. On it was 19.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, some people actually would have exited at a point. For example, me. I
Mm.
had purchased Elite before that at 390. I was actually aiming for like a 10%. So by that and everything, I actually saw that there was more people be interested in it. I'm like, okay, this is my exit now. I sold it for what, 4.29, thereabout.
Word. When did you buy? My your connection sound really really bad. But in case anybody didn't hear, you're saying that you actually bought. You're actually one of the people who
You can hear me?
exited. Yeah, man, I hearing you know. When did you buy? That's what I was asking.
Maybe the audio is dead. Give me a sec. Let me check something. The phone isn't working. Then I have audio on this.
Yeah, I don't know if you can hear me, Kai. But
So
I was asking, when did you buy? So you exited on the 19th. So you're one of the people who saw the rise and you said, oh, that's enough for me. So you exited the first day after the tweet.
oh, I had before the tweet, actually.
Well, the 19th would have been the first day after the tweet. Because the tweet happened over the weekend. Kai, you listening to us? You listening to
I
us through the?
exited the first day before the tweet.
Oh, you exited the day before the tweet, the 14th. Then, Kai, you don't want to listen and try to answer because there's a bit
There's
of a
going to be
delay there.
a
Whatever you
little
talk,
lag
yeah,
right now. Sorry about
there's
that.
a lot of a delay. There's a lot of delay. Wherever you're talking to me, just listen to me there because we can hear you very very clearly.
Give me a second. This lag and it's not really working so well.
I understand. That's rough. And then I also having problems
Okay.
right at the end there.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I think I'm back up now properly.
No, you have a hell of you're like 10 seconds behind us. But if you answer the last
It
question, you're
sounds like
good.
when somebody listening to themselves on the radio.
Yeah, man. You don't want to do that, Kai, because it's actually a little confusing.
I can't because the phone is giving.
All right.
The phone's giving a problem again. That's why.
All right. I'm so sorry, but link us next week. I think we got the gist of what you're saying, though. That you said you exited before the tweet. I think I think you said that you exited before the tweet, which is
Okay, so I can refer to this. Okay, correction. I purchased before the tweet, but I sold after the tweet was released.
okay. I understand that. And I think actually Martina might say that well, that matches what she was saying, that some people who may have known and predicted things might have just said, you know what, let me get out after the tweet. So the tweet might have been a sign for some people to get out high because there'll be a lot of interest in it. Not knocking the point. I mean, I think it's a good example of the reality of the market. It's one of the things that it makes the market richer in terms of the things that add to the market. And I hope there's more of it, right? I hope there's more of it. As long as we stay within the rules, and that's well within the rules. That's like many ways within the rules. He's actually one of the people who can openly speak about it.
That's true.
Yeah, he's one of the people that can openly speak and he can openly tell people what he thinks they should buy and take money for it, right? Because that's his job. That's part of what he has as his brokerage house, and that's what he's able to do personally. But yeah, big up for that, Kai, and I hope you keep investing. The double mic thing, the double talk thing is actually a little rough, especially for everybody listening. I said, I've been trying to get him back in as a co-host for a moment, and it does not seem to be working. So I am going to take the chance to say good night to everybody. Thank you for everybody who came on with a view, a thought, put out a tweet out there. Thank you at the end there, Dre, for that question. That's a great question about the dark horse. I can tell I'm going to think about it probably till the next brick talk. It's going to harm me. It's a great question, and it's right on theme of what we expect for Q2. Overall, I've said that I expect that Q2, and I heard, and I agree with it, that I expect that Q2 is going to be very, 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 very good for the majors. And actually, silly me, Danhai, I think I just realized something. Say something, Danhai. I don't. Well, Danhai can't hear me, but yeah. Well, he's also on the delay, but yeah, I think it'll be great for the majors, but there might be a couple of those junior market companies out there to surprise us, and I think that also there might be some IPO or two. I hope that JPS happens in this quarter, but I don't know, and I hope that no matter what happens, people learn and they go ahead and make some serious money one way or another. Like I said, it's a great quarter for recovery. You're just hearing me that night, damn.
No, I've been hearing the whole time. I was couldn't respond.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. Yeah, so I was just trying to wrap up and tell people night. I don't know what you think the outlook for the quarter generally, Danhai.
It's great. I think we're going to see out. I'm very much in agreement. We're gearing up, and I think we'll go for some announcements soon.
yeah. I think a couple of announcements will be very, very good. I think that RJ, I think, is also very interesting. And of course, I am very clearly. It's obvious to me that SVL is going to be putting up some major numbers, and they might even surprise us with a thing or two, right? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they might surprise us with a thing or two. But we'll already get a couple of surprises. So there's a lot of research to do, and I also have Grow tomorrow morning at 10:30. As soon as I end this, in about 5 minutes, I'm going to be turning off all the ticket sales for tomorrow's Grow. So if you're thinking to get in, this is your last chance to get in the next few minutes. Thank you guys very, very much for joining us. Thank you, Danhai, for doing this with me like I could every week. And thanks everybody for listening in. And big up. It's been another Brick Talk.
All right, bro. Bless up. Yeah, bless up, people.
Big up.
Night, everyone.
Yeah, man. Night. Good night, everybody.
All right.